Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was son of Yōkai and Asgardian and became Teen Wolf Warrior Part 1. Before we start, please go support CarlosManuelMamaniQu for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Issei, the son of a yokai and an Asgardian who was forgotten and disdained by his parents in favor of his brothers, will leave home with the help of his uncles and move to a new city where he thought everything would be calm, but that city holds a secret even more dangerous than the factions themselves. Chapter 1 Prologue. 1,000 years ago there was a war. The three factions were in conflict: the angels, the demons, and the fallen. This war caused much blood to be shed, but when the war finally came to an end, more factions appeared: the Yōkai and Asgardian factions that were hiding during the war. Yasaka, the Yokai queen, and Odin, the god father, all of Asgard. They helped Elohim defeat the Trihexa and lock them away. After that Elohim died, the war had come to an end, but there was still that resentment between them. When the Yokai and the Asgardians met, they signed a peace agreement between them. By doing so, the Asgardians could visit the Yokai realm and they could visit Asgard. Currently we see the leaders of the Yokais Yasaka and the leader of the Asgardians Odin. Yasaka: well, Odin Dano, thank you for coming to this meeting. Odin: no problem. Besides, we have to discuss the other factions. Yasaka: the war is over, but peace between those factions is on the line. Odin: they are not going to attack each other. I have seen many of them. They are small ones who just wanted to live in peace, like the Gremri, a clan from the underworld. Now they are living peacefully. Yasaka: yes. But to the right of them were two people, next to Yasaka a yokai and next to Odin an Asgardian. Odin: by the way, who is the young lady standing next to you? Yasaka: this is Luna, my bodyguard, and the young man next to her. Odin: this is Jax Hayadu, my bodyguard. Jax: nice to meet you, Yasaka-sama. Nice to meet you too, Luna-san. Luna: nice to meet you, Odin-sama, and nice to meet you, Jax-kun too. Jax blushed at the kun that quickly. Luna realized what he said and blushed. Yasaka: why don't you get to know each other a little better? Odin: if you go, we have to talk about other matters. Jax left the meeting room with Luna. Yasaka: I think we should make ourselves known to the human world. Odin: I was thinking exactly the same thing, but we have to do it with the other factions, not just us. Yaska: little by little we will make ourselves known to humans. Odin: good. Outside the meeting room were Luna and Jax talking. Jax: and since when are you with Yasaka-sama? Luna: for the past year I've been in charge of protecting her and you. Jax: you haven't wanted to go out for a drink for the past year either. It seems like it's going to take a while. Luna: it's okay, there's a cafe around the corner. Jax: well, let's go. 2 months passed since Jax met Luna. He fell completely in love with her and confessed to her. She reciprocated his feelings and they began a relationship. Also, in these 2 months, the factions revealed themselves to the humans. The factions spoke with the presidents of the countries and came to an agreement that the demons, fallen angels, Yokai, and Asgardians could live in peace with the humans as well as other factions that appeared. Time skipped 2 years. Jax: Luna, it's been 2 wonderful years in which I've had an incredible time. I want to know if you want to be my wife. Luna: yes, I accept. Jax and Luna got married, and 4 months later their 4 children were born. The first was Brandon Hayadu, the second was Max Hayadu, the third was Sarah Hayadu, and the last was Issei Hayadu. Jax: doctor, I can see my children now. Doctor: yes, the nurse is going to bring them. Jax: thank you. The nurse gives them the 4 babies. Jax: everything is fine with my kids, doctor. Doctor: well, yes, Brandon, Max, and Sarah were born with a high magical power, but Issei. At that, the door opens from where the Mao, Lucifer, Surzek, Gremri, Azazel, and Michael, the leaders of the factions, come out. Surzek approaches Jax's sons. Surzek: wow, this is incredible. Jax: Brandon has a Longinus, he has the booster gear, is the security. Max has the sword Bahamut, and Sarah the dragon queen Tiamat. They will have a great future. Jax and Issei: doctor, Mr. Issei has no magic power nor yokai traits, he is just a human. Surzek: I don't feel any sacred gear in him either, it's disappointing. Luna: what did you say? Surzek, sorry. Luna, even if he has no power, he is my son and I will love him just like everyone else. At that, baby Issei starts to cry. Luna, okay, calm down, my baby mom is here and I will always protect you. I love you, my puppy. Azazel, Jax, we came because there is a prophecy. Jax, prophecy which? Michael, the prophecy says, one of the children of a yokai and an Asgardian will be born with the power to defeat the Trihexa when it rises again. He will belong to an ancient race of yokai that has never been seen before. Surzek, it must be Brandon, Max, or Sarah. Michael, we have to train them. Luna, but what about her childhood, her happiness? Azazel, they will have to train while having fun, but their training has to be soon. Luna, they're just kids. Azazel, they will train when they are 4 years old, we will help in their training. For years past, it was the year 2001 and the Haida had already begun training their children. Issei's POV. Issei, hello, my name is Issei Haida. I am the youngest of the Haida family. A year ago, my brothers started training and my parents no longer pay much attention to me. Sometimes they forget to feed me. 2 months ago, it was our birthday and they went on a trip. They left without it. I would have gone through it alone if it weren't for my uncles Loki and Thor. Issei, they are the only ones who remember me along with Grandpa Odin and Grandma Yasaka. End POV. The family was having lunch in the living room. Luna, hey kids, how about we go to the movies today? All 4, yes. Brandon, what time are we going? Jax, after lunch hour. All 4, good. The family finished lunch and were ready to go to the movies, but Issei remembered that he forgot his jacket in case it rained. He quickly went up to his room, but when he came down they were gone. Issei, Dad? Mom? He didn't receive any response. They left without me again. Issei sees that there are dirty dishes on the table, and picks them up and takes them to be washed. Issei, why don't they ever take me with them anywhere? Maybe they don't love me. Time skip 2H. During this time Issei did the housework, washed the dishes, washed the clothes, folded them, put them away, and started studying. Issei's parents and his brothers had already returned and on the way they were talking about the movie. Jax, the movie was good. Brandon, it was amazing. Max, incredible. Sarah, we should go more often. Luna, yes, we will go again soon, my daughter. Crash. Everyone heard the sound and quickly ran to the kitchen, where upon arriving they saw Issei on the floor with a large wound on his arm and in front of him a broken porcelain glass jar with knives around it, and many cookies thrown away. Issei, Mommy, he said it with unbearable pain. Luna looked at the bottle and saw that it was the one Jax had given her for their anniversary. Jax, champion, are you okay? Issei wakes up in pain. Issei, Ma. Plop. Luna had slapped Issei. She reacts and sees her son with a face of pain and fear and scared, and with her eyes tearing up she tries to get closer, but he backs away. Issei runs to his room while Luna and Jax followed him trying to open the door, but he had the lock. Luna, Issei, baby, let me in, knocking on the door. Issei, no, leave me alone, I said it crying. Luna, baby, I'm sorry, no, I didn't mean to. Issei, go away, you don't love me, you never remember me. Jax and Luna's hearts break when they hear that. Jax, honey, we should just leave him alone. Luna, but. Jax, I heard it too, he said it without thinking, look at the kids, you're scaring them. Luna watches them behind Jax with a little fear. Luna, kids, go rest, it's late. The children obey and go to their room, and Luna and Jax go to theirs. When they arrive, Jax puts on a noise signal. Jax, how did you hit Issei? Annoyed. Luna, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Jax, like it wasn't your intention that he was hurt, and instead of helping him you hit him. Luna, I did it without thinking because I saw the bottle you gave me. YY, starts crying loudly. Jax calms down and hugs her. Jax, I know you didn't mean to, but you saw his face. Luna, if he was afraid of me, what he told me hurt me. I love him. How could we not love him if he's one of my puppies? Jax, okay, calm down. Tomorrow we'll talk to him, and we'll solve it. Tomorrow will be another day. Luna, there's something I don't understand. Jax, what a thing. Luna, if Issei was here, it means we forgot about him. Jax, maybe he wanted to stay. Luna, no, he was the most enthusiastic of his brothers, I think we left it. Jax, let me see the photos we took, you see that Issei didn't appear in any of them, it can't be if we leave him. Luna, that's true, but we can make it up to him tomorrow. Jax, what? Luna, we can take him to the water park. Jax, and the others. Luna, you can go with Yasaka and Kuno to play. Jax, you're right, we'll tell him tomorrow at breakfast and the three of us will have fun, rest, love. Luna, you too. Chapter 2 Arrival in Beacon Hills. It was 12 at night. Issei had cried until he couldn't anymore, but in the end he made a decision. Issei, I don't want to continue living here, I can't stand it anymore. I hate his rejection, now he hit me and my arm is still bleeding, the cut I got was deep, I don't plan on staying here anymore. Issei grabbed a paper he had and with the blood he put it on top of it, and teleported away from the house. Issei was in a room where there was no one around when his uncles entered through the door. Loki/Thor, Issei, what are you doing here? Issei starts crying. Issei tells Loki and Thor what happened at his house. Loki, I killed them. Thor, Loki, calm down, and what are you going to do, Issei? Issei, I want to get out of there. I want to live somewhere else, it doesn't matter if it's just me, I just want to get out of there. Thor, Issei, I've been looking for a family for you for a long time since you told us that your parents forgot you. Do you want to go live there? Issei, yes please, I want to go. I want parents who really love me and care about me. Thor, alright, let's go. Issei, where is it? Thor, we must go to the United States. Your new family is in a town in California. Thor, Loki, and Issei teleport to Beacon Hills. Upon arrival, they appeared on a cliff where they could see the entire city. Issei, well, where is it? Thor, it's over there. Thor, Loki, and Issei left in a flash and arrived in front of the house. Thor, this family couldn't have children, so we talked to them and they said they were going to adopt, but so far they haven't heard from the orphanage. Issei, this house is huge, I can meet them. Thor, if you come in, we told you we were coming. Then, upon entering, they see two people, a man and a woman. Issei, good evening sir, miss. Oh wow, look, Raphael is so cute. Raphael, I know Melissa, Mr. Thor, that's it. Thor, this is Issei. I want you to take care of him and protect him as his new family. Melissa, we will. Raphael, Melissa, we have to legally adopt him first. Thor, you, Issei's parents, just have to sign the papers. You already did. Issei lowered his head, remembering the day he made them sign the papers without his former parents knowing. Melissa, calm down my child, don't be sad, we will take care of you like our own son. Issei, seriously. Raphael, of course, Champion Melissa, we should give you another name. Melissa, it's true that you think Scott is Scott McCall. Issei, I like it. Issei rushes to hug Melissa and Raphael and they welcome him with open arms, thus Scott receiving for the first time the love he never received before. Scott, from now on I will be Scott McCall, thanks Uncle Thor, Uncle Loki. Thor, you're welcome, little Scott. Scott, don't ever tell my ex-parents where I am. Loki, calm down little one, we won't tell him anything, but we will come to celebrate your birthday and see you after the festivities. Scott, thanks guys, I love you all so much. Thor and Loki leave and Scott stays. Raphael and Melissa see little Scott and ask him. Melissa, son, when is your birthday? Scott, it was a week ago, but I spent it with just my uncles. Melissa, well, your birthday will be today, April 8th, and it will continue for years to come because today is the date that we welcomed a beautiful son. Scott just cries and hugs them. Raphael, okay, champ, I'll go get the cake and candles. Tomorrow I'll show you the house, your room, and we'll go shopping for clothes, okay? Scott, yes, thank you. Raphael, You don't have to be grateful. You are my son and you will be until I die. Chapter 3, Getting to Know the City and Friends. We see Scott waking up and remembering the little party he had with his new parents, a tear falling from his eyes as a smile formed. Scott, today my new life begins. Scott stood up and saw his parents in the living room. Raphael, how did you wake up, champion? Scott, good dad, I slept well. Melissa, Scott, I work as a nurse at the hospital. I come back at noon. Melissa gives Scott a kiss on the forehead and leaves. Raphael, son, I work at the FBI. My workload increases even more with this supernatural thing. I'll be back at noon with your mom to go out. Scott, yeah, that's okay. Raphael/Melissa, take care, son. Scott, I love you. Scott's parents left, and he entered the house again and saw that the dishes were dirty, so he washed them and went out to the back patio. When he went out, he saw that it was dirty, so he began to clean everything like that until noon came. Raphael/Melissa, Scott were back. At that point, a loud noise is heard in the back. When they arrive, they see Scott on the ground with a small wound on his arm. Raphael/Melissa, Scott. Scott, sorry, I'll clean this up now. Melissa, son, we clean this on the weekends. Raphael, come son, let's heal that wound. Scott followed them, and they bandaged his arm. When he saw it, he saw that it had several scars. Raphael, son, how did you do this to yourself? Scott, sometimes I would break dishes and get wounds that wouldn't heal. Melissa, calm down son, you're safe here, but you have to be more careful, you can't fall or hurt yourself. Scott, it's okay, Mom. Melissa and Raphael hugged Scott and then walked out of the house to the mall. Raphael, well, let's go buy you some clothes and then go get something to eat. Scott and his parents bought a lot of clothes and then went to lunch, but when they got to the restaurant they saw another family. Raphael, Sheriff Stilinski, Mrs. Stilinski, nice to see you and little Styles. Sheriff, Officer McCall, Mrs. McCall, nice to meet you, and this is Raphael, it's my son Scott McCall. Sheriff, a small pleasure. Claudia, it's as small as how old you are. Scott, I'm 4 years old. Sheriff, same age as Styles Jr., introduce yourself. Styles, I'm Michislav Stilinski, but you can call me Styles. Scott, I'm Scott McCall, nice to meet you. Styles and Scott played all day. Raphael, well, it was a pleasure. Sheriff, we'll still see each other at the start of school. Scott, Dad, when do classes start? Raphael, they start in 2 months, I'm going to roll you up so you can start your studies. Scott, yeah, see you at school, Styles. Styles, see you there, Scott. When Scott got home, he went to sleep. Meanwhile, at the Haida house, they were desperately looking for Issei. Jax, where are you? Flashback. It was daytime. Luna and Jax were waking up and went down to make breakfast. An hour later, Brandon, Max, and Sarah came down. Luna, Issei's not going down with you. Sarah, no, Mom. Brandon, when I went up to his room there was no one there, but I found this on his desk. Luna sees the letter, reads it, and quickly goes up to Issei's room. Jax, Luna, what happened? Jax grabs the letter and starts reading it out loud. Issei, good morning Haidusi family, if you are reading this, it means that I left because for a year they have forgotten about me. For a year now I only wash my clothes, I only prepare my food because there were days when they forgot to feed me. Today I hurt myself, I cut my arm and you hit me, I can't take it anymore. So with all that I'm leaving home to live somewhere else, who knows, maybe I'll find a family that loves me and doesn't forget I like you. PSDT, I renounce the surname Haidu. Jax, damn. Jax quickly goes up to Issei's room but only sees Luna lying on the floor crying. Luna, my puppy is gone. Jax, let's go with Yasaka-sama, she might be able to help us. Jax, Luna and her children teleported to Yasaka's castle. When they arrive, she asks them what happened and Yasaka slaps Luna. Yasaka, how did you think of hitting him if he was hurt? Luna, yes, I made a mistake but I'm sorry. Yasaka, now calm down, We'll find him so you can apologize to the guards and look for Issei Hayadu in every corner and bring him back. 4 hours passed, but the guards did not find him. Jax and Luna sadly returned to their house, where Luna locked herself in her room to cry. Jax, where are you? End of flashback. 2 months passed where they searched for Issei, but they did not find him. During this time, Loki found out that the Hayada family already knew that Issei was not with them. Even so, with resentment, in Luna's dreams he made them see nightmares. Luna, because I left him. Flashback. Luna was sleeping until in her dreams it becomes dark. Luna walked through the dark void until she saw Issei. Luna, Issei are. Luna ran and hugged him. Issei, mommy. Luna, calm down my son, I'm here. Issei, mommy, why don't you love me? Luna, don't say that, I love you, I adore you, I love you, son. Then a hooded man appears and shows him an illusion. Luna, okay Sarah, how much is 2 times 8? Sarah, 16. Lana, good, and 7 for 3. Sarah, 21. Luna, very well. Issei, mom. Luna, now not Issei, well Sarah, how much is 8 times 5? Sarah, 40. Luna, okay. Issei, mom, at school they tell me that I'm adopted. Luna, Issei, I'm busy with your sister that you don't see. Issei, mom. Luna is bitter. Luna, enough Issei, go to your room and don't bother. Issei went to his room crying. Loki, even after that you call him your son. Luna, I didn't want to, I can fix it. Loki, yeah, why don't you look at this? Luna didn't know it was Loki because he was hooded. Luna, kids, tomorrow for your birthday we're going on a trip for a week. Children, yes? Jax, get your things ready? Luna, they have everything ready. Children, yes? Luna, alright, get in the car. Issei, wait, I forgot my backpack. Issei runs down, but when he comes out they are gone. Issei, they left without me. Luna, not my pup. Issei enters his house sadly, and when he gets to the refrigerator he sees that there wasn't much, just a juice, some milk, eggs, and nothing else. Issei, today is my birthday and I was left alone because I was always left out. Loki, even after leaving him alone on his birthday you dare to call yourself mother. Luna was crying. Loki, you can get it back, just answer me one thing. Luna, anything to get him back. Loki, what is your favorite food, what is your favorite music, your favorite movie, or even just what is your favorite color? Luna tried to answer but she didn't know anything. Loki, you don't know anything about Issei, did you forget your promise? Flashback. Issei was crying like a baby. Luna, okay, calm down my beautiful puppy, no one will hurt you and I will protect you forever. Luna was devastated and couldn't utter a single word. Loki, you have no right to call yourself mother. Loki wakes her up but she was crying as if her gaze was lost. Chapter 4 New Friends. We see Scott waking up. Raphael, Scott, get up, get changed and go down to have breakfast. Today is your first day of school. Scott, I'm coming. Scott, I'm ready now. Raphael, okay, I'll take you today, son, then your mom will pick you up. Scott, okay, see you mom. Melissa, see you later, they are. Raphael drops Scott off at school and heads to work. Scott, it's big. Styles, Scott. Scott, Styles. Styles, first day of school. Scott, yeah, who is she? She's surrounded by so many children. Styles, this is Lydia Martin, the most beautiful girl in Beacon Hills. Scott, you like it? Styles, well, we don't know each other very well. Sometimes when her father talked to mine, I would see her. Styles, where are you going? Scott approaches Lydia. Scott, hi Lydia, right? Lydia, yes, and you are? Scott, I'm new here, my name is Scott McCall. Lydia, I'm Lydia Martin and you must be Styles, right? Styles, she knows my name. Lydia knows my name. Lydia, haha, you're funny. She said it a little blushing. Unknown, hey you. That's where Scott gets pushed. Unknown, stay away from my girl. Scott, and who are you? Lydia, Jackson, calm down. Jackson, get away from her. Scott, we were just talking. Lydia, Jackson, our friends. Jackson, I'm sorry, it's just that. Scott, calm down, nothing's wrong. Scott walks away as Lydia watches Styles leave. So the classes went by where Scott listened to the teacher while looking out the window. On the way out, Styles, okay, see you tomorrow, Scott. Scott, see you tomorrow, Styles. Scott watched as Styles walked away with his parents, who would have worried him before, but not now. He heard it. Melissa, Scott, let's go. So 12 years passed. Scott and Styles became best friends, almost like brothers, but when they turned 10, Styles' mother died. This affected his father much more. The sheriff became an alcoholic, but thanks to Melissa and Raphael, he was able to drink and give up alcohol. In these years, he had become friends with Lydia, but she distanced herself because he grew up, became popular, and started a relationship with Jackson, who saddened Styles, but he moved on. Jackson entered the lacrosse team while Scott only focused on studying, but he and Styles had planned to enter the team this year with Thor and Loki. They visited Scott every year on his birthday, after Christmas, on Halloween. Year 2011, Beacon Hills. We see Scott's house. Scott was at his desk writing when someone knocked on his window. Scott gets up and grabs a bat he had, and when he gets to the window, someone comes in. Styles, AAA. Scott, AAA. Styles, you scared me. What are you doing here? Styles, because you have a baseball bat. Scott, just to be safe. What are you doing here? Styles, my dad left, but before leaving I heard him say that there was a body in the woods. It seems she is dead. Scott, and Styles, and we're gonna find him first. Scott, fine, but we have to come back early tomorrow, classes start. Styles, yeah, we're doing great. Scott and Styles left Scott's house towards the woods. Walking everywhere, they found nothing until Styles walked, but Scott was no longer behind. Scott, Styles, where are you? With Styles, this had been found by his father. Styles, Dad? Sheriff, Styles, to the patrol car now. With Scott. Scott, Styles, where are you? Scott was lost, but then several bandages started jumping on him, and Scott got behind a tree. When they passed, Scott heard a branch that had been stepped on. Scott, Styles. But nobody answered. Scott, Styles, this is not funny. Something jumps on him, biting the side of his abdomen. Scott recovers and runs away from there. Chapter 5. Everything changed. Scott was standing up, confused. Scott, what happened where I am? But if it's my room, how? Scott didn't remember how he got there after the forest. Scott, I was supposed to be in the woods. Oh. He goes down to look at his abdomen and sees a wound on the left side. Scott, oops, it hurts. I'll have to cover it up and go to school. Melissa, Scott, get up or you'll be late. Remember that your dad isn't here. He went to New York. Come back when they open an FBI station here. Scott, it's true, Dad had to leave for work. Well, I have to go to school. It's better to bandage this up and go to school. Scott ate his breakfast, said goodbye to his mom, grabbed his bike and headed off to school. When he arrives, he leaves his bike stored, and suddenly a car arrives and opens the door, crashing into Scott. It was Jackson. Jackson, watch out for the paint. Scott, calm down, Jackson, you were the one who opened the door like that. Jackson, what did you say? Unknown, Jackson, hurry up. Jackson leaves after Styles runs up to him. Scott, where did you get last night? Scott, I got lost in the woods without knowing where I was and woke up in my room with a large wound in my abdomen. Styles, look at the wound. Scott lifts up part of his shirt and shows him the bandage and moves it to the side. Styles, wow. Scott, yes, I'm sure it was a wolf. Styles, a wolf? No, I don't think so. Scott, I'll hear him howl. Styles, you heard him howl. If I don't believe it. Scott, how are you so sure? Styles, because there haven't been any wolves in California for 60 years. Scott, seriously? Styles, yeah, really? Scott, okay, but if you don't believe me about the wolf, you'll believe me even less when I tell you that I found your body. Styles, you're playing. Scott, I won't have nightmares. Styles, God, that had to be fascinating. That's the best thing that could have happened to this town since the birth of Lydia Martin. Lydia passed by. Scott and Styles walked into class. Scott, this happens to me just one day before tries to join the team. Styles, Professor Harris came in and we continued talking after class. Scott, okay. Professor Harris, okay, students, everyone pay attention. At that, Scott hears a loud cell phone ringing. Scott, what's going on? Scott looks everywhere but sees nothing. Unknown, Mom, 3 calls on my first day is a bit exaggerated. Everything except a pen. God forget my pen. Yes, Mom, I love you. Director, sorry to keep you waiting. Tell me, you were saying you didn't grow up in San Francisco. Unknown, no, but we lived there for over a year, which is unusual for my family. Director, hopefully Beacon Hills will be your last stop for a while. At that point, the director and the unknown girl enter. Director, guys, this is a new student, Allison Argent. Please make her feel at home. Allison sits in her spot and Scott turns around and hands her a pen. Allison, thank you. Allison looks at her strangely but with a smile. Professor Harris, we'll start with Kafka's book Metamorphoses, page 136. At the end of the course, everyone leaves. Scott goes to his locker, and when he opens it, he sees Allison opening hers. She smiles at him, and he too. Then Lydia approaches Allison. Lydia, where did you get that jacket? Allison, well, my mom bought it at a boutique in San Francisco. Lydia, and you are my going to be best friend or Jackson? Jackson hugs Lydia. At that point, Styles approaches Scott. Styles, what's up, buddy? Student, does anyone know why the new girl has been here for 5 minutes and is already friends with Lydia? Styles, because she's beautiful and beautiful people gather together. Lydia, there's a party. Allison, a party. Jackson, yeah, Friday night. Allison, I don't think I can, I'm with my parents. Jackson, I'm sure everyone will go after the game. Allison, a soccer game. Jackson, football is secondary, here it's lacrosse, we have practice in 10 minutes. Scott and Styles leave from there to the training camp. Styles, if you come in, you'll leave me alone on the bench. You wouldn't do that to your best friend. Scott, Styles has been on the bench for over 2 years and I want to be a starter. Then Lydia and Allison appear, she sees him and he smiles. Coach, McCall, take it. He throws him lacrosse equipment. Scott, I've never played. Coach, I know writing it down gives the players confidence, it's only for the first day, give them emotional energy. Scott, and what about me? Coach, and try to cover your face, team, let's go. Scott takes the lead. Allison, and who is he? Lydia, he is Scott McCall, a friend when we were little because. Allison, she's in my English class. At that point the whistle blows, stunning Scott, and eventually a ball lands on his helmet. Coach, LOL. Player, you caught him with the McCall face. He then gets up annoyed and they throw another ball at him, but he catches it smiling while everyone looks at him in surprise. Styles, yeah? They keep throwing more balls at him, but he catches them all. Allison, and it looks like it's good. Lydia, yes it is. It's Jackson's turn. He sees it and throws the ball, but Scott catches it. Styles, Wajuju, yeah, Wajuju. Everyone applauds. Styles, he's my friend. Lydia, wha? That's when Jackson sees her, and Lydia gives him a smug look. Scott simply passed the ball back to the substitute coach. At the exit, Scott and Styles were walking through the forest. Scott, I don't know what happened, as if I had all the time to catch the ball, and that's not the only weird thing. I can also hear things that I shouldn't hear, and I smell things. Scott, you smell things like that. Scott, like the mint gum in your pocket. Styles, I don't have any gum. I have realized that he did have one. Styles, it all started with the bite. Scott, maybe it's an infection, My body is releasing adrenaline before the shock or something. Styles, you know I actually heard this is a specific infection. Scott, seriously. Styles, yeah, I think it's called lycanthropy. Scott, what is that? That's bad. Styles, yes, it's very bad, but once a month. Scott, once a month. Styles, yes, the night of the full moon. EU. Scott, shut up. Styles, hey, you were the one who heard the howl. Scott, I thought there was something really wrong with me. Styles, Lose, you're a werewolf are okay. Obviously I'm joking, but if you see me in blacksmithing class melting silver, it's because there's a full moon on Friday. Scott, I couldn't swear it was here when I saw the animal's body and threw away my inhaler. Styles, maybe the killer moved the body. Scott, if I moved it, I hope I left my inhaler, they are expensive. Then someone stands in front of them. He approaches them. Unknown, what are you doing here? This is private property. Styles, sorry, we didn't know. Scott, if we were just looking for something, forget it. He throws her inhaler at her and walks away. Scott, let's go, I have to go to work. Styles, hey, it was Derek Hale, remember he's like 5 years older than us. Scott, I remember that. Styles, his family all burned to death in a fire. Scott, and why did he come back? Styles, let's go. Scott and Styles parted ways and Scott went to work. It was night and it was raining and Scott heard a howl again, but he ignored it and went into the cat area to feed them. Scott, hello kitties. The kittens began to meow at him to get him to go away, leaving him scared. Then someone knocks on the door. Scott opens the door. Allison, I didn't see him. I turned around for 2 seconds to change a song on my iPod and the dog just appeared out of nowhere and said he was crying. Scott, okay, do you remember where to go to send animal control? Allison, I don't mean to say I know where I hid him, but... Scott, yes, and where is it? Allison, in my car. Scott goes to the trunk of Allison's car, and the dog started barking. Scott, you're okay, she's just scared. Allison, that makes 2 of us. Scott, let me see what I can do. Scott stares at the little dog and his eyes changed. The dog calms down and stops barking quickly. Scott picks her up and carries her inside. Scott, I think his leg is broken. I've seen the doctor put splints on it. I can do that and give him some painkiller for now. Scott sees that she was freezing to death because she was wet from the rain. Scott, I have a t-shirt in my backpack. Allison, no, I don't want to bother you. Scott, here. Allison goes to another room to change her shirt. The little dog sees it. Scott, hey, I didn't see anything. Allison, thanks for healing him, I feel so stupid. Scott, because... Allison, I don't know, because I'm desperate like a child. Scott, you're a girl. Allison, I freaked out like a typical girl and I'm not like that. Scott, and how are you? Allison, stronger than that, or so I thought. Scott, I would have been scared too, in fact I would have cried, and not like a man but like the most fragile girl, hee, believe me, it would be pathetic. Allison, haha, yes sure. Scott, so it looks like she'll live and I'm sure she'll let you pet her. Allison, I don't think so. Scott, oh please, you don't want me to sue you when I hear that your race is litigious. Allison pets the little dog. Scott, you see he likes you. Scott stares at her. Allison, what? Scott, you have an eyelash on your cheek. Allison, for crying. Allison tries to pull out her eyelash but can't, so Scott slowly drags her hair back and pulls out the eyelash. Allison, thank you. Scott walks Allison outside to her car. Scott, hey, I was wondering if the family night thing is true, or maybe you'd like to go to that party with me. Allison, I lied about family night. Scott, it's a yes, you will go. Allison, of course it is. Allison leaves and Scott locks up and goes home and lies down about to sleep thinking about Allison. Until he wakes up in the forest. He wakes up surprised to be in the forest until he realizes that he was in the river and sees in the distance the shape of a beast. He didn't know how to identify it, but it was heading towards him, so he ran until he fell into a pool. Scott, good morning. Scott had returned home and left for school. When he arrived, he opened his locker, but Jackson closed it. Jackson, listen, little man, how about you tell me where you get your juices? Scott, what? Jackson, where are you getting your juices? Scott, my mom always does the shopping. Jackson, listen, McCall, you're going to tell me exactly where you're buying them because there's no way you can play that well without taking some kind of chemical. Scott, you mean steroids? You take steroids. Jackson corners him in the locker. Jackson, what the hell is wrong with you, McCall? Scott, you want to know what's wrong with me? Well, one of my childhood friends is playing the worst prank on me with one of the girls I like the most at school. I had a relationship with her, but it was just a game for you, Lydia and Emily. Right? Now I can smell, see and hear things that I shouldn't smell, see and hear, and I'm sure that I'm completely insane. So stay away from me and don't come near me again because I won't be held responsible for what I might do to you. Scott walks away annoyed. Scott arrives at training. Styles, Scott, wait. Scott, what's up, Styles? Styles, the coroner confirmed animal hair on the body. Scott, not now, Styles, it's the playoffs. Styles, Scott hopes they were wolves. Scott had entered the field. Coach, okay, eat closer, eat. Allison arrives and greets Scott, and he does too. Coach, you know how it is. If you don't do well, you'll sit on the bench for the rest of the season, and if you do well, you'll play. Your parents will be proud, your girlfriends will love you, and everything else is perfect. Now go out there and show me what you've got. Come on. Jackson, that's it. Both teams, the substitutes, were facing the starters for a place. Scott was waiting for the ball. When he took it, he ran towards the goal, but Jackson tackled him. Jackson, McCall me. McCall gets up and stands on the starting line. As he does so, the whistle blows and Scott quickly takes the ball back, runs with everything he can, maneuvering to avoid players, feinting, dribbling, and doing a somersault to score, and he did it. The crowd was screaming. Audience, whoa. Coach, McCall, come here. You want to tell me what that was? This is a lacrosse field. You are trying to join the gymnastics team. Scott, no, coach. Coach, what the hell was that? Scott, I don't know. I was just trying to score. Coach, that's right, you scored, and guess what? You're starting, you're a starter. Audience, whoa. Scott was happy while Styles looked at him worried. Styles, upon arriving home, investigates everything about wolves, lycanthropy, and the like until he hears the door knock and gets scared when he opens it and sees that it was Scott. Styles, come on in, you need to see this. I've been reading books on the internet all night, all this information. Scott, how many amphetamines did you take today? Styles, it doesn't matter much, just listen. Scott, it's because of the corpse, you know who did it. Styles, no, they're still interrogating Derek Hale. Scott, the boy from the woods from the other day. Styles, yeah, but that's not what it's about. Scott, and what is it about? Styles, remember the joke from the other day? Well, it's not a joke anymore. The wolf bit in the woods. I started reading all this. Do you know why wolves howl? Scott should. Styles, it's a sign when a wolf is alone. It howls to give its location to the rest of the pack, so if you hear a wolf howl, it means there are others nearby, even a pack. Scott, a pack of wolves. Styles, they weren't wolves. Scott, you're going to waste my time with this. I have to pick up Allison in an hour. Styles, I saw you on the field today. Scott, what you did was not only amazing, it was impossible. Scott, I just made a good shot. Styles, you didn't make an amazing shot. The way you moved, the speed, the reflexes, nobody can do that overnight, and your vision and your senses. And you haven't thought about the fact that you don't need your inhale. Scott, listen, I can't think about this right now, let's talk tomorrow. Styles, tomorrow is the full moon, it's not today, you don't understand. Scott, What are you trying to do now? I'm the starter. I have a date. I can't believe I'm going on and everything in my life is perfect. Why are you trying to ruin it? Styles, I'm trying to help you. It's a curse, and not only will the moon cause a physical change, it will also happen when the desire for blood is at its maximum. Scott, bloodlust? Styles, yes, the desire to kill. Scott, I already feel like killing Styles. Styles, listen, the change can be caused by anger or something that makes your pulse race. You understand, I haven't seen anyone who makes your pulse race like Allison. You need to cancel the date. You need to call her now. Scott, what are you doing? Styles grabs Scott's cell phone. Styles, I'm canceling the date for you. Scott, don't give it to me. Scott corners Styles against the wall with intentions of hitting him but grabs the chair and throws him to the floor. Scott, I'm sorry, I have to get ready for the party, sorry. Scott is leaving. Styles grabs his chair, and as he does so, a 3-claw scratch is visible. Scott arrives home and takes a shower when he leaves. Scott, Mom. Melissa, it's a party or a date? Scott, maybe both. Melissa, and her name is? Scott, Allison. Melissa, Allison is cute. Melissa gives him the car keys. Melissa, we don't need to talk truth. Scott, I'm not going to talk about safe hex. Melissa, oh, for God's sake, I didn't mean the gas tank, give me the keys. Scott, you're serious. Melissa, of course I'm serious. I'm not going to end up on a pregnancy TV show at 16. In the end, she gave them to him and Scott went to pick up Allison. When they arrived at the party, they entered, but Scott saw Derek. Allison, you're okay. Scott, what, I'm okay. Scott and Allison were dancing for 2 hours at the party. They were so close that Scott felt Allison's heartbeat, but then he looked at the moon and started to feel strange, dizzy with adrenaline. Allison, Scott, are you okay? Scott didn't say anything and walked out past Styles and his friends. Styles, Scott, are you okay? Scott continued walking towards the exit, got into his car and left while being watched by Allison. Derek, Allison, I'm a friend of Scott's, my name is Derek. Scott, upon arriving home, enters the shower and sees his eyes in the laundry room mirror. Scott, what's happening to me? Scott looks at his hands, his nails are growing claws until he looks in the mirror again. Then there's a knock on his door. Styles, Scott, let me in. Scott, can I help? Scott, you shouldn't be looking for Allison. Styles, it's okay, I saw her leave the party, she's fine, okay. Scott, I don't think I know who it is. Styles, let me in, let's talk. Scott, it's Derek. Derek Hale is the werewolf, he bit me and he killed the woman in the woods. Styles, Scott, Derek was the one who took Allison from the party. Scott couldn't hold back his anger any longer and jumped out the window. Styles, Scott. Scott was running through the woods while Styles had gone to Allison's house. Styles, hey Mrs. Argent, you won't know me, I'm a friend of your daughter. Victoria, Allison, they're looking for you. Then they see that Allison was at home. With Scott. Scott sniffs his jacket and walks over. Scott, where is it? Derek, it's safe from you. Derek dives and throws him to the ground. Scott, what did you do to him? Derek, sure, be quiet, they're already here, it's late, run. Derek leaves from there. When Scott was about to leave, a blinding arrow blinds and stuns him and another arrow hits him in the arm. At that, Scott left the blindness and Derek also saw who shot the arrow. Scott was standing there. Hunter, Trilo. They were going to go for Scott, but Derek took down 2 of them and carried Scott until Scott fell. Scott, who are they? Derek, hunters have hunted us for centuries. Scott, you did this to us, to me. Derek, and that's bad. Scott, you can see better, hear clearly and even move faster. You have something that most would kill for. The bite was a gift. Scott, I don't want it. Derek, you'll want it, you'll need me if you want to learn to control it, so you and I, Scott, are brothers. Derek leaves and Scott walks through the woods until dawn, and is found by Styles and takes him in his jeep. Scott, you know what worries me more? Styles, If you say Allison, I'll have to hit you. Scott, maybe he hates me now. Styles, I doubt it, but maybe you want to give him a nice apology, or you could tell him the truth and restate the awesome fact that you are a werewolf. Okay, bad idea, we'll get over it. If I had to, I'd chain you up on full moon nights and feed you live mice. I already had a boa constrictor, I could do that. Scott, yeah? The same day. Scott was arriving at school and approaches Allison. Allison, what happened? You left me alone at the party. Scott, yes, I'm really sorry, but you'll have to believe that I had a good reason. Allison, you got sick? Scott, yes, I had an attack of something. Allison, I'm going to get an explanation. Scott, could you just believe me this once? Allison, I'm going to regret this. Scott, probably. Allison laughs. Scott, that's a yes to the second chance. Allison, sure. At that point, a horn is heard. Allison, it's Dad, I have to go. Allison goes to the hunter and climbs up, and Scott sees that his dad was the same hunter from the night before. He simply raises his hand in farewell to Allison, who saw him smiling. Chapter 6: Second Chances. We see a scared Scott entering the lacrosse players' locker room. Styles sees it. Styles, you apologize to Allison. Scott, yes. Styles, I'll give you another chance, or? Scott, yes. Styles, everything's fine though. Scott, no. Styles, no. Scott, you already forgot about the hunters, his dad is one of them. Styles, his dad. Scott, he shot me. Styles, Allison's dad. Scott, with a crossbow. Styles, Allie's dad. Scott, yes, his father, or for God's sake. Styles, no. Scott, come on, concentrate, I didn't recognize you, or I did. Scott, no, I don't think so. Styles, good, and she knows about him. Scott, if you don't know, what if you know? It could be something bad. Styles, listen, focus on lacrosse for now. If that's what you have to, do it. Scott steps out onto the field. Coach, let's go one-on-one matchups. Jackson takes a long stick today. Jackson does it. Coach, that's my boy. The training began. The coach put everyone in, but they were blocked by Jackson. Coach, that's it, Jackson, that's how it's done. Grindbert, take a stick. Let's go faster. Let's go, McCall. What are you waiting for? Scott goes after Jackson, but Jackson knocks him down. Coach, hey, McCall. Jackson, Scott, me. Coach, my grandmother can move faster than you, and she's dead. Do you think you can move faster than my grandmother's lifeless body? Scott, yes. Coach was getting angry. Coach, I can't hear you. Scott, yes, Coach. Coach, then do it again. McCall will do it again. McCall will do it again. Scott was upset, so he went all out and took Jackson out, dislocating his shoulder. Scott took off his helmet. Styles, Scott. Scott, I don't control it, it's happening. Styles, here we go now, get up, let's go. Styles takes Scott away. Styles, over here, that's it, you're okay. Scott, you're okay. Scott, get away from me. Scott had wolf eyes and teeth as he chased Styles around the dressing room, but Styles grabbed a fire extinguisher and threw it at him. Scott, Styles, what happened? Styles, you tried to kill me like I told you. The anger and the increase in your pulse is a trigger. Scott, but lacrosse is a violent game, in case you haven't noticed. Styles, and it'll be more violent if you end up killing someone on the field. You can't play on Saturday, you're off the team. Scott, but I'm a starter. Styles, not anymore. Scott comes home and falls onto his bed. Melissa, hey, night shift again, but I'm taking Saturday off to watch your first game. Scott, no, Mom, you can't. Melissa, I can, and I will go, please. One shift won't make us per, not completely, since your dad is studying to be head of the FBI department. He's not earning anything. Wait, hey, what's wrong with your eyes? It looks like you haven't slept in days. Scott, it's nothing, I'm just stressed. Melissa, just really stressed. Scott, and homework. Melissa, I mean, you don't do drugs or anything. Scott, now. Melissa, Now I'm sorry, what do you mean by now you've used drugs? Scott, you did it. Melissa, go to sleep. Then he receives a call from Styles, who greeted him with a toy gun. Scott, what did you investigate? Styles, it's bad, Jackson has a dislocated shoulder. Scott, he deserves it. Styles, he's an idiot. Scott, but he will play. Styles, they don't know yet, they're counting on you for Saturday. Scott, what? The laptop starts to fail. Styles writing, looks like there's someone behind you. Scott zooms in on the video and sees someone behind him. He turns around and gets scared. Scott, It was Derek who grabbed him and cornered him with the arm. Derek, I saw you in the field. Scott, what are you talking about? Derek, you changed in front of them. If they find out what you are, they'll know about me, about all of us, and it won't just be the hunters who will be after us, it will be everyone. Scott, but they didn't see anything, I swear. Derek, and they won't see it, because if you even think about playing in Saturday's game, I will kill you myself. Derek leaves. The next day, Scott goes to the coach. Coach, what do you mean you won't be playing tomorrow night? Scott, I'm saying I can't play tomorrow night. Coach, can't wait to play tomorrow night. Scott, no coach, I can't play tomorrow night. Coach, I don't understand you. Scott, I have personal problems. Coach, it's a girl. Scott, no. Coach, he's a boy, you know our goalie Danny is gay. Scott, yeah I know coach, but me. Coach, you think Danny is a handsome boy. Scott, yeah I think he's handsome, but I like women and that's not me either. Coach, they are drugs, you take pills because I have a brother who was an addict, you should see what it did to his teeth. They are still rotten and broken, it is something disgusting. Scott, oh my God, what happened to him? Coach, use crowns, that's you're afraid of hurting yourself, McCall. Scott, I have no problems controlling my aggression. Coach, that's the good news, so you play lacrosse, problem solved. Scott, Coach, I can't play tomorrow. Coach, listen McCall, part of playing as a starter is having the responsibility to be a starter. Now if you can't handle that responsibility, go back to the bench until you're ready. Scott, if I don't play on Saturday, I'll no longer be a starter. Coach, McCall plays the game. Scott heads out to class while texting his mom until he runs into Allison. Allison, hello? Scott, hello? Allison, busy. Scott, it's not my mom, I'm never busy for you. Allison, I like the sound of it, haha, I have French classes, but I wanted to tell you that I'm going to see you play tomorrow. Scott, you're going. Allison, and we'll go out after the game, you, Lydia Jackson, and I will be great. Tell Styles to eat too. Save me a spot at lunch. Allison leaves. Scott, great with the people I least want to hang out with. Allison leaves as she goes to her locker, but behind her some red eyes were looking at her. She opens her locker and sees her jacket. She gets scared, so she turns around but doesn't see anyone, but the bell rings and she gets scared. Was Scott. He was at the blackboard solving an exercise. Lydia, because there is a rumor that you will not play tomorrow. Scott, because maybe I won't play, he said, annoyed. Lydia, I think you should play, especially when you hurt my boyfriend by attacking him. Scott, he hurt himself and he's thankful that he only dislocated his arm, because if it were up to me I would have preferred that he stop playing for life. Lydia, Scott Jackson will play tomorrow and I prefer my boyfriend in his best performance. Scott, do what you want. Lydia, okay, don't play, we can win without you and then we'll go out as planned and I'll introduce Allison to some attractive players. Scott, do whatever you want, Lydia, just don't talk to me again. Scott leaves the chalk on the blackboard. Teacher, okay, Mr. McCall, Miss Lydia, please hurry up with the exercise. Classes ended and Scott went to his locker. Scott is grabbed by Styles, who takes him to some stairs. Styles, tell me what they're saying. Scott concentrates and listens to them. Sheriff, children under 18 must be in by 9 a.m. We want to institute a curfew immediately. Scott, curfew for the corpse. Styles, awesome, My dad is out looking for a rabid animal, while the idiot who killed that girl is out doing whatever he wants. Scott, you can't tell your dad the truth about Derek. Styles, I can do something. Scott, like what? Styles, find the other half of the body. Scott, it's a joke. Styles leaves and Scott sees Allison talking to Lydia and another guy. When Lydia and the guy leave, Scott approaches Allison. Scott, Lydia introduced you to everyone. Allison, she's been incredibly nice to me. Scott, yeah, because. Allison, maybe she knows how hard it is to be the new one. Scott sees the jacket he was wearing and recognizes it. Scott, who gave you that? Allison, my jacket was in my locker. I think Lydia brought it from the party. She knows my combination. Scott, she told you who brought it or who gave her the jacket? Allison, like who? Scott, like Derek. Allison, your friend. Scott, it's not my friend that you talked about when he drove you home. Allison, not much really. Scott, what did you say? Allison was getting uncomfortable. Allison, I have to go to class. Scott, Allison. Allison, no, I really have to go. Allison left, and Scott got mad, so he left school and rode his bike to Derek's house. Scott, Derek. But no one answered, so he started to concentrate, and then Derek appeared. Scott, stay away from her, she doesn't know anything. Derek, no, what if he knows? You think your friend Styles can look up wolves on the internet and give you answers? You don't understand. But I'm looking out for you. Think about what would happen. You're in the field, aggression takes over you and you change in front of everyone. Derek grabs his Scott lacrosse stick. Derek, your mother, your friends, and when they see you. Derek breaks the net. Derek, and everything goes to hell. Scott, I can help it. Derek, you can't. Scott, I tried to control it. Derek, so when you almost killed Styles. Scott, like. Derek, Scott, if you want to learn, come when you're ready. Derek throws his lacrosse stick at him. Scott grabs it, but Derek was gone. Scott returns home but calls out to Styles, who runs over. Styles, what did you find out? How you found out what you found? And yes, I took a lot of amphetamines. Scott, I found something at Derek Hale's house. Styles, you're kidding me. Scott, something buried, can smell blood. Styles, it's amazing, I mean, it's terrible. Whose blood? Scott, I don't know, but when he finds out, your dad will arrest Derek for murder, and then you will help me play lacrosse without changing, because there is no way I am not playing this game. Scott and Styles leave Scott's house, heading to the hospital. Upon arrival, they look for the morgue. Styles, look. Scott, what? Look at the entrance to the morgue. Styles, good luck, I guess. Scott enters. Styles goes to sit down to wait for him and sees Lydia, so he goes over and sits in front of her. Lydia, hi Styles. Styles, what's up Lydia, what are you doing here? Lydia, I came to see Jackson about his arm. Styles, that's good. Lydia, until when are they going to be like this with us? We weren't friends. Styles, friends, what you did to Scott is not friends. You know what he wanted to do to himself when he found out the truth. Lydia, what a thing. Styles, his mother found him about to hang himself because of the immense depression that damn Emily had, who was only with him because she wanted to play with his feelings. Does it seem fair to you to do that to your friend? Lydia, me? Styles, I'm going to sit over there, please don't bother me. With Scott, he was in the morgue looking for half of the body to smell the blood, and when he did, he left there. Scott sees Styles and Lydia sitting there, so he goes to Styles. Scott, Styles smelled it, it was the same smell. Styles, so he buried half the body on his property, and I said we should use it. Scott, come on. Styles, wait, first tell me something. Do you want to do this because you want to stop Derek, or because you want to play on Saturday and Derek told you couldn't play? That's where Jackson comes out. Jackson, Scott, I knew I did wrong before, but the arm. Scott, that's your problem. You used all your strength to not let me pass, so I used all my strength to pass at all costs. Lydia, You could have broken his arm. Scott, seriously, it's good that that didn't happen, right? Lydia tried to slap him, but Scott grabbed her wrist. Lydia, oops. Scott, don't ever try to hit me again. Jackson, let her go. Styles, come on, Scott. Jackson was upset, but Scott and Styles left. They went to Derek's house, waited for him to leave in his car, and went inside. Scott, wait, there's something different. Styles, kind of different. Scott, I don't know, let's just do it. They started digging and digging. Until they found something, but there was a wolf. Styles, you said you smelled blood, human blood. Scott, I told you something was different. In that, Styles sees a plant. Scott, what's up? Styles, you see that flower? Scott, what's wrong? Styles, I think it's wolf bean. Scott, and what is that? Styles, you've never seen the werewolf. Scott, no. Styles, Lon Chaney Jr. Lord Reich, the original werewolf movie. Scott, not that. Styles, you're not ready for this. Styles grabs the plant and pulls it out. A rope pulls all the way in a circle to the wolf's corpse. When he finishes pulling it out, Scott sees something that scares him. Scott, Styles. Styles walks over. Styles, wow. Instead of a wolf, there was the corpse of a woman. The next day, Derek is seen being arrested by the sheriff while Scott watches him being taken away. Derek was in the patrol car until Styles walks in. Styles, okay, just for what you don't know, I'm not afraid of you. Okay, maybe it doesn't matter. I want to know something. The woman you killed was a werewolf. She was a different species, right? I mean, she could turn into a wolf completely, and I know Scott can't do that. That's why you killed her. Derek, why are you so worried about me when your friend is the problem? When he changes on the field, what do you think they will do? And continue supporting him. I can't stop him from playing, but you can, and believe me, you want to do item. At that point, he is taken out by the sheriff. Styles, hey, ow, ow, ow. Sheriff, here, look at me. What do you think you're doing? Styles, I was just helping. Sheriff, aha, how about you help me understand how you found this here? Styles, we're looking for Scott's inhaler. Sheriff, and when did you lose it? Styles, the other night. Sheriff, the night you were looking for the other body part. Styles, yeah? Sheriff, the night you told me you were alone and Scott was home. Styles, yeah, no hell. Sheriff, you lied to me. Styles, it depends on how you define lying. Sheriff, I define it as not telling the truth, as you define it. Styles, as a way to distort the truth. Sheriff, get out of here now. Styles, of course. Styles and Scott leave in Scott's jeep. Scott, I can't find anything about wolf being used for burials. Styles, keep looking, maybe it's like a ritual or something, maybe they bury you like a wolf, or it's a special ability, something you have to learn. Scott, I'll put that on my to-do list right below, figuring out how to play tonight. Styles, maybe it's different for werewolves. Scott, enough. Styles, what a thing. Scott, stop saying werewolf, stop enjoying this so much. Styles, you're okay. Scott was getting upset. Scott, no, I'm not, I'm far from okay. Styles, you're going to have to accept this, Scott, sooner or later. Scott, no, I can't. Styles, but you'll have to. Scott, no, I can't breathe. Styles, wow, wow, wow. Scott, pull over. Styles, because what's going on? Scott grabs Styles' backpack and realizes he has the wolf bean in it. Scott, you saved it. Styles, what was I supposed to do? Scott, stop the car. He said it with wolf eyes. Styles stops the car. Styles, I get it. Styles grabs the backpack and throws it away. Styles, ready, you're fine. There was no one. Styles, Scott, no. Scott was gone. Styles was driving fast trying to find Scott, but he had gone to Allison's house. He was on the roof going down to Allison's room. When he sees her, he looks at himself in the reflection of the window, which makes him leave, but before crossing, a car runs him over. Unknown, oh my god. He comes over to see how she was. Allison, Dad, what are you doing? Chris, it came out of nowhere, Allison. Allison, you're trying to kill him. Chris, no, of course not, but he ran towards the road and. Scott, I'm sorry, it was my fault, I'm sorry. Allison, you're okay. Scott, yeah, I'm fine, really sorry about your car, I just came to say hi. Allison laughs. Chris, I'm sure you're okay. Scott, yeah, of course I'd better go, I have a lacrosse game, are you coming or not? Allison, of course I'll go. Chris, we'll both go. Scott says goodbye to them and goes to the school to enter the locker room where all the players were. Then he heard Jackson talking strangely with the other players, but he couldn't hear them well. That's when Styles arrives. Scott, you're going to convince me not to play. Styles, I just hope you know what you're doing. Scott, if I don't play I won't be a starter and I'll lose Allison. Styles, Allison's not going anywhere, and it's a game you don't need to play. Scott, I want to play, I want to be on the team, I want to date Allison, I want to just have a normal life, you know? Styles, I understand, just try not to worry in the game or get too angry. Scott, I understand. Styles, or stress you out. Scott, yes, I understand. Styles, don't think about Allison watching you or her dad trying to kill you or Derek trying to kill you or the dead woman, or you possibly killing someone if a hunter doesn't kill you first. Scott looks at him. Styles, sorry, I won't say good luck anymore. Scott and the players take to the field. Lydia, Scott. Scott, now what? Lydia, losers are not liked. At that point the whistle blows and everyone runs out onto the field. Scott was nervous. Scott, please make everything go well. With Styles. Sheriff, hey son. Styles, hi. Sheriff, do you think there will be action tonight? Styles, action. Sheriff, Styles, yeah, maybe. The game began. Jackson steals the ball and passes it to Danny. Scott was free, but Danny returns it to Jackson, who dodges two players, but they steal it from him, and they lose the ball. Scott was going to recover it, but Jackson gets in, pushes him, and he has the ball and runs and scores the first point. Coach, that's it, Jackson, cheer up, get me excited. Everyone was screaming. Melissa was just clapping. Scott then turns around and sees Allison and Lydia holding up a "We Love Jackson" banner. Styles, PFF, this isn't going to be good. Scott listens to Jackson talking to his team. Jackson, just give me passes. Danny, Scott was free. Jackson, who's the captain, you or me? Danny, Jackson, please buddy, I just want to win. Jackson, we will win. Danny, but... Jackson, what I said, I told you. Danny, don't give passes to McCall. Scott gets angry and starts the game again, at which point Scott was looking at the ground. Referee, okay they are. Scott just agreed yes. Chris, who is Scott? Lydia, number 11 is also that he hasn't caught a single ball in the entire game. Allison, I hope this is okay. Lydia, I hope so, we must win. Allison, can you help me? They raise the banner again, which Scott sees and gets angry. Referee, all right, get ready to begin. The players sent the ball flying and Scott catches it in the air and starts running. Melissa, yes. Scott ran and dribbled past most of the players until he scored. The crowd roared as the team cheered Scott on and the players congratulated him. Styles, woohoo. Coach, passes to McCall. Referee, ready. The opposing team took the ball, but the player, seeing Scott, got scared and threw the ball, which Scott caught easily and ran. Coach, the opposing player just gave the ball to McCall. Styles, yeah, I think so, coach. Coach, interesting. Scott ran towards the enemy goal and scored, breaking the goalkeeper's net. Allison clapped and celebrated. Melissa, oh, that's good. Coach, well done, McCall. At that point the referee and the other coach approach him. Coach, the ball is in the net, that is the goal of the game, to have the ball in the net, he has it. It was time. Opposing player, what's wrong with your old friend, What does he have? Jackson, I don't lose yet. Referee ready. The whistle blows. The ball deflects, and Scott grabs it, but instead of going towards the goal, it stays still. Styles, no, Scott, no. Allison, you can do it, you will do it, Scott, you will do it, Scott. Scott was about to lose control, but he heard Allison telling him that he would succeed. Scott sees two players approaching him, so with all his might he throws the ball at the goal and gasps. Crowd, whoa. Styles, yeah, or for God's sake. Scott takes off his gloves as everyone celebrates. When he took it out, he saw that it had claws, so he grabbed all his equipment and ran out of there, being seen by Allison, who followed him. Styles, wow, that was close. Sheriff, Styles, Dad, what's up? Scott had reached the locker room where he was sweating all over his body, and his anger was rising so much that he broke a glass mirror that Allison heard. Allison, Scott, are you here? Allison was looking for Scott but couldn't find him, but Scott in his wolf form was on the roof looking at her. Allison, scared, continued looking for him. Allison, Scott. She kept walking and saw him in the shower. Allison, Scott, hey Scott, are you okay? Allison touched Scott, and this flip was in its normal form. Allison, you scared me, are you okay? Scott, yes, sorry, I felt a little dizzy. Allison, maybe it's the adrenaline, you were amazing on the field. Scott, I'm sorry I acted weird the other day. Allison, I can handle the weirdness, don't worry. Scott, to be honest, you make me nervous. Allison, seriously. Scott, yeah, really nervous. Allison, haha. Scott, I want to make sure I get my second chance. Allison, you got it, I hope you take it. Scott, well, maybe I should learn to take chances. Allison, maybe? Scott slowly approached Allison until they were so close that they kissed. They continued like that without realizing that Styles had entered but turned back to leave them. Scott and Allison continued kissing for several more minutes until they stopped. Allison, AAA, I have to go back to Dad. Scott, okay. Allison gave Scott a small kiss on the lips before leaving. Allison sees Styles on her way out. Allison, hi Styles. Styles, hey ha. Scott, I kissed her. Styles, I saw it. Scott, she kissed me. Styles, I saw that too, isn't it good? Scott, I don't know how, but I controlled myself. I was able to do it. Maybe I can do it. Maybe it's not so bad. Styles, yeah, talk to you later. Scott grabbed Styles. Scott, what? Styles, the coroner examined the other half of the body. Scott and Styles, I'll keep it simple. The coroner determined that the killer is an animal, not a human. Derek is human, not an animal. Derek is not a killer. Derek was released from prison. Scott, you're kidding. Styles, no, and here comes the strangest part. My dad identified the woman. Both halves were Laura Hale. Scott Hale. Styles, Derek's sister. Chapter 7 Mentality Pack. Scott and Allison can be seen in the parking lot at school at night with Allison pulling her. Scott, let's go. Allison, where are you taking me? Scott, somewhere to be alone. Allison, but we're alone now. Scott, but even more. Scott opens the door of a bus. Scott, go ahead. Allison climbs up and Scott follows behind her. They sit in separate seats looking at each other, then Scott approaches her flirtatiously and kisses her. The kiss was intensifying, so he unbuttoned a button on her shirt and began to kiss her on the neck while he continued kissing her. Her hand passed over the seat, and she realized that her claws were coming out, and she separated. Allison, what's going on? Scott, get away. Allison, Scott. Scott, get away from me. Scott had transformed into a wolf and tried to grab her, but he broke free. He got to the door, but it wouldn't open. That's when the door opens. Styles, you killed her. Scott, I don't know. I just woke up sweating like crazy and couldn't breathe. I've never had a dream like that. Styles, seriously, I do, but it ends differently. Scott, A. I've never had a dream so real, and B. Don't give me any more details about you in bed. Styles, noticed, let me guess. Scott, no, you don't think it has anything to do with the fact that tomorrow I'm going out with Allison, that I'm going to lose control and kill her. Styles, no, of course not. Yes, sure, that's it. Listen, you'll be fine. I personally think you're handling the situation very well. You know, there's no beginner's lycanthropy class. Scott, there are no classes, but there is a teacher. Styles, who, Derek? He gives him a shout. Styles, you're forgetting the part where we send him to prison. Scott, yeah, I know, but chasing her and getting her on the bus felt very real. Styles, like real. Scott, like it ever happened. Scott and Styles go out to the park area and see a destroyed and bloody bus. Scott and Styles were in shock. Styles, I thought it was. They rush in and Scott's pulse is racing. Styles, it's probably okay. Scott, he's not answering my messages. Styles. Styles, it could just be a coincidence, yes, an incredibly surprising coincidence. Scott, help me find her, yeah? Styles and Scott searched separately. Scott couldn't find her, so he got so angry that he approached a locker and broke it. Angrily, he walked a little further until he ran into Allison. Allison, oh my God, you gave me quite a scare. Scott, you're okay. Allison, when my heart starts beating again, yes. Scott was smiling. Allison, what? Scott, I'm happy. Principal, attention students, this is the principal speaking. I know you're all wondering about the incident that occurred last night on the buses, but while the police work to determine what happened, classes will continue as usual. Students, so. Allison, we had lunch together. Scott, yes. Then Scott sees that the locker he broke was Jackson's. In class, Scott was in chemistry class. Scott, maybe it was the blood on my door. Styles, it could be animal blood, you know, maybe you caught a rabbit. Scott, and what did I do to him? Styles, you ate it. Scott, raw. Styles, you didn't stop to cook it in a werewolf oven. I don't know, you're the one who doesn't remember anything. Professor Harris, Mr. Stalinsky, if that's your idea of whispering, maybe you should stop using headphones from time to time. I think you and Mr. McCall could use a little distance. Styles, no. Scott is going somewhere else. Professor Harris, and let me know if the separation anxiety is too much. Styles, yeah? Scott sits down, but a student looks out the window. Student, hey, I think you found something. They see paramedics carrying someone on a stretcher. Scott, it wasn't a rabbit. At that point, the man who was on the stretcher stands up. Scott walks away from the window. Styles, this is good, he's up, he's not dead, the dead don't do that. Scott, Styles, I did that. Classes were over and it was recess, and they were in the cafeteria. Styles, dreams aren't memories. Scott, so it wasn't a dream if something happened in the night, and I can't remember. Styles, who assures you that Derek has all the answers? Scott, because during the full moon the non-change was in control while I was running through the middle of the night attacking an innocent guy. Styles, you don't know that. Scott, no, I don't know, I can't go out with Allison, I'll cancel. Styles, no, you're not canceling, you can't cancel your whole life, we'll figure this out. Lydia, they will solve it. Scott, just the homework you do here. Lydia sits next to Scott with her lunch. Styles, what are you doing here? Why did he sit with us? Scott sees Allison, and she sits next to him. Then Danny comes, another boy and Scott's friend. Jackson, move aside. Player, why don't you ask Danny? Danny, because I don't keep looking at his girlfriend. He sits next to Scott's friend. Danny, I heard it was an animal attack, maybe a cougar. Jackson, oh, a mountain lion. Lydia, a puma is a mountain lion, isn't it? Jackson, what does the guy matter? He's a bum who's going to die anyway. Styles, I actually know who that is. Styles shows them a video. Reporter, The police department would not speculate on details of the incident but confirmed that the victim, Garrison Myers, who survived the attack. Myers was taken to a local hospital where he remains in critical condition. Scott: Hey, I know him. Allison: Seriously? Scott: Yes, he was my dad's partner until he finished his job and retired. Lydia: Can we talk about something more fun, please? Like, where are you going tomorrow? You said that you and Scott are going for a walk tomorrow, right? Allison: We were just thinking about what to do. Lydia: Well, I'm not going to stay home to watch lacrosse games, so if we go for a walk, we'll all do something fun. Scott: Walk the four of us. Do you want to walk with me and them? He sounded annoyed. Allison: Yeah, I think that sounds fun. Jackson: You know it sounds fun to stick this fork in my face. Lydia: How about bowling? Do you like that? Jackson: Yes, with real competition. Allison: Since you know we're not really competition, you don't know how to play. Scott: More or less. Jackson: More or less. Scott: Yes, I am actually very good. Scott and Styles leave. Styles: You're terrible at bowling. Scott: I'm an idiot. Styles: God, it's like seeing an accident. First they were all going to leave together, and then that phrase. Scott: Go for a walk. Styles: With a hot girl you don't just go for a ride. If you do, maybe he just wants to be her gay best friend, then you and Danny could go out together. Scott: What's going on? Kill a guy or don't kill him? Styles: I don't think Danny likes me very much. Scott: I asked Allison out on a date, and now we're just going to hang out. Styles: I'm not gay attractive. Scott: I'm a regular and I'm going to hang out with the people I least want to hang out with, and now I'm going to be late for work. Scott runs away. Styles: Wait, Scott, no, I'm attractive to gays. You didn't answer my question. Scott arrives at the vet's office. Scott: I'm sorry. Veterinarian: You're 2 minutes late. Scott: I don't want you to think I'm lazy. Vet: Scott, I assure you that you are one of the least lazy guys in the city. Scott smiles, then sees the sheriff coming in and freaks out. Vet: Hey, I see someone is ready to remove his stitches. Sheriff: Hey Scott, stay out of trouble. Scott: Yes. Sheriff: Deaton, listen, while I'm here you could check out the pictures I told you about. Sacramento still can't determine the animal. Deaton: I'm not an expert. Deaton reviews the documents. Deaton: He's the subject of the bus attack. Sheriff: Yeah, and we found wolf hair on Laura Hale's body. Scott: About wolf, I say that I read that there have been no wolves in California for 60 years. Deaton: That's true, but wolves are migratory. Perhaps they came from another state guided by an impulse or a strong memory. Scott: Lovos have memories. Deaton: Long-term memory if associated with a primitive instinct, see this here. Sheriff: Yes. Deaton: Those are claw marks. A wolf would have slit your throat with its spinal cord and teeth. Sheriff: So what do you think is a mountain lion? Deaton: I don't know if a wolf would stalk its prey by chasing it down and grabbing it by the ankles. Scott remembers his dream. Deaton: And then the throat. Scott finishes his work and goes to the hospital. Melissa, my beautiful, talented, amazing son brought me dinner. Scott: I thought you wouldn't mind going to the cafeteria. Melissa: You are the most loving and caring persuasive artist ever, of course, but you will not be using the car tonight. Scott: Mom. Melissa: You know there's a curfew, but I'll take this, I love you. Scott: Me too, ha ha ha. Well, I know where I'll get a car, dude. Thor told me not to take it out until I have a license, but I already have it, so. At that, Scott stands still and turns his ears and nose. They were vibrating. Something was calling him, so he walks to a hospital room. When he removes the blind that separated part of the room with the stretcher, he sees that his father's partner is there. Scott: Mrs. Myers is fine. At that, Myers stops him and grabs him by the arm. Scott: Don't leave me. That's where Melissa comes in. Melissa: What are you doing here? Go away. In that, at Derek's house, you can see an officer wanting to enter Derek's house, but his dog starts barking out of nowhere, and he gets scared and leaves. At that point, Derek, who was at the window, sees Scott. Scott, I know you can hear me, I need your help. Derek comes down and opens the door. Scott, okay, I know that I helped arrest you and I know that we basically alerted the hunters that you were here, but I don't know what happened to your sister. I did something last night. I had a dream about someone, but someone else got hurt, and it turns out that part of the dream is real. Derek, you think you attacked the driver? Scott, you saw what I did last night. Derek, no. Scott, you could tell me the truth, I'll hurt someone. Derek, yes. Scott, I could kill. Derek, yes. Scott, I'll kill someone. Derek, probably. Scott gets nervous. Derek, listen, I can teach you how to remember. I can teach you how to control yourself, even on a full moon, but it's not that simple. Scott, what do you want? Derek, you'll find out, but for now I'll give you what you want. Go back to the bus, look inside, see it and feel it. Let your senses, sight, smell and touch remember for you. Scott, that's all just getting back. Derek, you want to know what happened? Scott, I want to know if I hurt him. Derek, it's not true, you want to know if you'll hurt her. It was already night, and Scott's Jeep was at the entrance gates to the school. Styles and Scott get out and walk to the fence. Scott, hey, it's not just me, someone has to take care. Styles, because I'm always the one who takes care. Scott, because there are two of us. Styles, because I'm starting to think you feel like Batman and I feel like Robin. I don't want to be Robin all the time. Scott, nobody is Batman or Robin here. Styles, not at all. Scott, just stay here. Styles, oh my god. Styles goes to his Jeep and Scott jumps over the metal barrier and gets on the bus. As he entered, he saw his dream, but then the person who in his dream was Allison began to change. It was Myers, and he saw and remembered. Styles then sees that someone is watching and honks his horn. Scott runs off, jumps into a truck and does a flip to escape. Styles, quickly go up. Scott, go. Styles, that's what I do, that's what I do. Styles started his car. Styles, it worked, you were able to remember something. Scott, yes, I was here last night and most of the blood was mine. Styles, so you attacked him. Scott, I didn't see any shiny eyes on the bus, but they weren't mine. Styles, they were Derek's. Scott, no, these were red, I don't know. Styles, what about the driver? Scott, I think he actually wanted to protect him. Styles, so it was Derek who helped you remember that Derek attacked the driver. Scott, I don't understand. Styles, must be a pack thing. Scott, what do you mean? Styles, an initiation they killed together. Scott, slitting someone's throat is a bonding experience. Styles, yeah, but you didn't do it, that means you're not a murderer, it also means that. Scott, I can date Allison. Styles, I was gonna say you wouldn't kill me. Scott, or maybe that too. At Allison's house, she was looking for clothes to go out in. Lydia, step by step with all God. Allison, respect for your taste decreases with every second on this one. Allison, haha dad, hi. Chris, oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to knock. Lydia, hello Mr. Argent. Allison, hey, do you need anything? Chris, I came to tell you that you should stay home today. Allison, I'm going out with my friends today. Chris, not when an animal is attacking people. Allison, Dad, look. Chris, hey, it's not in my hands, there's a curfew, no one can go out after 9 at night, hey, without discussing it further. Chris leaves. Lydia, and Daddy has a little girl. Allison, sometimes but not tonight. Lydia, hey, what are you doing? Allison jumps from the second floor to the first. Allison, you haven't been in the gym for 8 years. Lydia, I'll take the stairs. Then 2 blocks away, Jackson appears with his car. Jackson, come on, McCall is coming with his mom's car. At that point, a motorcycle is heard roaring and Scott appears. Lydia, where did you get that motorcycle if you only had a bike? Scott, you're not coming to a gift from a family member, Allison. Allison, yes. Scott gives her a helmet, and she puts it on as Scott does, and they start off. When Scott and Allison arrive, they get ready, but Allison did it faster. Scott, hey, you seem to know what you're doing. Allison, I used to play with my dad when you last played. Scott, at a birthday party. Allison goes the other way. Scott, at 8 years old. With Lydia and Jackson they were already pulling, but Lydia didn't do much. Lydia, I'm bad at this. It was Allison's turn to throw the bloish, and she made a strike. Lydia, looks like someone knows how to play. Scott, well done. It was Jackson's turn, and he also made a strike, but now it was Scott's turn. Jackson, your turn, McCall. Allison, you can do it, Scott. Scott, yes. Scott grabs a bowling pin and prepares to throw it, but he sees it to the side. Jackson, ha 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 eh ha 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 eh ha ha. Allison, Jackson, would you please shut up? Jackson, I'm sorry, but I remember the words, I'm so good. Allison, maybe he just needs a little support. Jackson, yeah, maybe he just needs the barriers. Jackson / Lydia, ha 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 ha. Allison, just put it in the middle. Jackson, just straight it out of the gutter. Allison, let him concentrate. Allison smiled at Scott. Scott, come on, just one pine tree please. Scott throws, but when he was about to arrive he goes to one side. Jackson, oh ha 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 ha, well done McCall, you are a professional. Allison, relax, we're just getting started. Scott was embarrassed. In another more specific place, at a gas station we see Derek getting gas, but another car approaches and they get out behind him. It was Allison's dad, Chris. With Scott, he continued bowling still, not knowing how to throw. Allison, Scott, you're thinking too much. Scott, sorry to ruin it for you. Allison, no, not at all, but I wouldn't mind beating them. Clear your head and think of something else. Scott, like what? Allison, whatever, think of me. Allison pulls away but comes back closer. Allison, naked. Allison goes to her seat and Scott was smiling and imagining Allison. He concentrates on that, sees the pines smiling, stares at them until his eyes turn red with his objective. Scott throws and makes a perfect strike. Allison, ooh haha. Lydia, what did you tell him? Allison, I just gave him something to think about. Scott returns to his seat happily smiling at Allison. With Derek he was on the tap while he watched Chris and the other hunters who were around him. Chris, nice car, but black cars are hard for me to keep clean. I would suggest a little more maintenance. If you have a nice car you want to take care of it, right? Personally I am protective of the things I love. It is something I learned from my family, and you are not like that lately, right? Derek was holding back his anger. Chris, done now, you can see through your windshield and see how it makes everything look clearer. Derek, I don't check the oil. Chris, check his oil. A hunter with a bat breaks the driver's window. Hunter, looks like it's okay. Chris, drive carefully. With Scott he was pulling and he kept doing strike. Allison, haha, that's amazing. Jackson, you keep track of his strikes. Jackson, 6 in a row. Lydia looked at him. Scott, I just did it right. Allison, maybe it's natural talent. Lydia, I could use a little natural talent. Could you help me this time? Scott, no, you're good. I was serious. Lydia, thank you for the vote of confidence. Allison, because you're like that with them. Scott, you'll find out someday. Lydia throws and makes a strike. Lydia, I think I'm getting good. Allison, that was the perfect way. Lydia, it was. Allison, maybe you should pretend to be evil for his benefit. Jackson heard that and went to the paintball machine. Scott, nice shot. Listen, I know we didn't want to come here. Jackson, Scott, we didn't want to come. You hate me. Why did you do it? Scott, for Allison. Jackson, you'll never forgive us for what Emily did. Scott, you would forgive me if I had done that to you. Jackson, you're right. Scott, listen, I don't want to hate you forever. It would only make me more angry. But I don't trust you. I just don't know. I'll try not to keep hating you. You were my first friends. But if what happened with Emily happens again, you'll know that I have a bad side. Lydia, we are sorry. Scott, okay, I forgive you, but I still don't trust you. Jackson/Lydia, thank you. Scott meets up with Allison. With Derek, he had gone to the hospital to see Myers. Derek, open your eyes. Myers opens it. Derek, look at me, you remember. Myers, hail. Derek, how do you know my name? Myers, I'm sorry. Derek, as you know me. Myers, I'm sorry. Outside. Melissa, I'm leaving here. There's a recording of shows at home waiting for me to remind me how alone I am without Raphael, haha. At that point his intercom rings. Melissa sees it. Melissa, Rose, we have a room code 137. Melissa runs to the room, and when she arrives she sees Myers dead. With Scott, he had taken Allison to his house. Scott, hey, do you think we can go out again? Allison, absolutely, but I have to admit something. I don't like group dates. Next time, it'll just be you and me. Scott, it could be a lot better. Allison, great. Allison gives him a little kiss. Scott, Allison. Scott grabs her hand and brings her towards him, kissing her more. Allison, haha, I could do a lot more of this. He gives her another little kiss and enters his room. Scott leaves, but Chris watches him from the window. At Scott's house. Melissa, hey Scott, I'm going to sleep with this kid. He realizes that he wasn't there, but then he hears a noise in his room, so he grabs his robe and goes over to him. Styles, AAA. Melissa, Quad A. Melissa, Styles, what the hell are you doing here? Styles, what am I doing because they have such a thing for baseball? Melissa, That's when Scott arrives. Scott, what? Melissa, ask your friend to use the front door. Scott, but we closed that one, I don't think I'll be able to use it. Styles, yeah? Melissa, yes, exactly, and by the way, does one of you care that there is a curfew? Scott/Styles, no. Melissa, you don't know very well that my role as a mother is enough, so good night. Scott, get some rest. Styles, my dad went to the hospital 15 minutes ago because the bus driver said he went for good. Scott, forever? Styles, Scott is dead. Scott was in shock, but then a rage entered him, so he jumped out of the window and ran into the woods towards Derek's house when he arrived. Scott, Derek, I know you're here, I know you did it, he was my dad's partner. Derek, I didn't do anything. Scott, you killed him. Derek, he died. Scott, like your sister. Derek, my sister was lost, I came here to look for her. Scott, you found her. Derek, I found her in pieces used as a hook to trap me. Scott, I think you killed both of them. I'll tell everyone, starting with the police. Scott had gone up the stairs, but Derek comes out from behind and grabs him from behind and throws him to the first floor. Scott falls, transformed into a wolf. Derek jumps down the stairs and tries to grab him again, but Scott dodges him and pushes him through a wall. Derek, PFF, you do want that. Derek was transforming. Derek, GR. Scott lunges at him, but Derek grabs him and slams him twice against the wall, and then into a table. Scott, now Derek throws himself at him, but Scott moves. Scott connects a punch to the face, but Derek hits him twice, one in the face and another in the abdomen, which sends him away and he begins to lose breath. But Scott recovers and tries to lean on a table, but Derek does a double-legged flying kick and throws him against the wall. Derek tries to hit him, but Scott does a somersault and grabs him with a stick, hits him until he falls to the ground. But Derek dodges the stick again and hits him on the ground, then grabs him by the neck and slams him against the ground twice, then knees him in the stomach. Scott had gone to the side but quickly gets up and jumps onto a piece of furniture. Scott tries to jump on him, but Derek cuts his stomach a little. Scott, AAA. Derek from transforms. Derek, I didn't kill her, either of us. It's not your fault or mine. Scott stands up and answers him. Scott, this is your fault, you ruined my life. Derek, I didn't. Scott, you bit me. Derek, it wasn't me. Scott, what? Derek, I wasn't the one who bit you. At that, Scott begins to remember what happened on the bus where Mr. Myers was attacked by a monster because it was a black giant with red eyes. Scott, there's another one. Derek, it's called an alpha. It's the most dangerous of our species. You and I are betas. This thing is more powerful, more animalistic than the two of us. My sister came to look for it, and now I'm looking for it, but I don't think I can do it without you. Scott, because me. Derek, because he's the one who bit you. Scott is the one he loves. Scott, those red eyes, that thing. Derek, that thing is an alpha. The color of your eyes are yellowish green. Mine are ocean blue, but any alphas are always red. Scott, because it is like that. Derek, he's a rare alpha. He turns into a giant wolf, but I've never seen an alpha like that before. Scott, and your sister because she could turn into a wolf. Derek, that's learned over time. Before us there were wolves who could transform into full wolves up to 15 very large. Scott, and how did we find this thing? Derek, he's going to come for you. When he does, I'll attack him, and then together we'll kill him. Scott, I hope so. I have to go. Scott is leaving. Chapter 8 Magic Bullet. It was nighttime and we saw a vehicle in the city heading who knows where, but inside this vehicle there was a blonde woman. At that point, this girl begins to feel stalked, so she looks everywhere when a car passes by her, which scares her because she almost crashes into it. So he slams on the brakes. Unknown, once upon a time Kate didn't do that. Something jumps on his hood, so he breaks the window and tries to get her out, but she struggles and from her side she takes out a shotgun and shoots him, making him get out of there. Kate, what's wrong? Eat here. With Scott he was sleeping, but in that he heard gunshot sounds until he heard a howl and he suddenly got up and quickly changed. With Kate she was taking weapons out of her trunk and took out an assault rifle with peripheral scope and bullets, but they were shining and releasing purple smoke. At Allison's house. We see Allison's dad, Chris, walking out the door. Allison, what's wrong? Chris, your Aunt Kate wrote to me and I have to go get her. Allison, it's 2 a.m, everything's fine. Chris, yes, he had problems with his car. Allison, it's not serious, or it is. Chris, no, a flat tire. Comes back to your bed, honey. Allison goes to her room and Chris comes out. With Derek. He was looking for the alpha and sees blood on the ground, so he smells it, and looks up and sees the alpha, but he runs. Derek starts chasing him. Kate also started chasing them. Derek was on the roof chasing the alpha, but as he jumped from one roof to another he was shot in the forearm. Derek, oh my. Derek couldn't get up. Kate had given her that a car approached her. It was Chris. When he got out he said to her, Chris, come in. Kate, you're not going to say hello, nice to see you. Chris, all I can say is please put the rifle away before someone sees it. Kate, that's the brother I love. Chris, there are 2 of them. They didn't know they were being listened to by Scott. Chris, the alpha? Kate, I don't know, but one tried to kill me. Chris, and one of them will take us to the other, and he can't do that if he's dead. Kate, I can't help but kill one of them if one attacks me first. Chris, how long will it take? Kate, I'll give it 48 hours if that. Kate and Chris leave. With Derek he couldn't get up, so he sees the shot and his wound didn't close, it burned and hurt more. In the morning at Allison's house. Allison, Kate, ha, I don't see you for a year, and you become a runway model. Allison, nope. Kate, look at you, I hate you. Allison, I haven't even taken a shower. Kate, honey, you are beautiful and I hope you have the men fighting for your attention. Allison, I have someone. Kate, you have someone, you should have 1,000,000, haha. Allison, haha, I'll help you unpack. Kate, no, not that one. Listen, you became beautiful and I ended up with deadly kung fu moves. I'm sorry, sweetie. I didn't mean to be so rude. Allison, don't worry, hey, everything is fine with your car. Kate, Mia, I just had to jump-start it. Allison, jump-start him? I spend 1 hour with Scott at school. Styles, if Derek isn't the alpha, if he's not the one who bit you, then who did it? Scott, no loss. Styles, the alpha killed the bus driver. Scott, no loss. Styles, Allison's dad knows. Scott, I don't see it. The teacher hands out the grades. Styles, since you get an A+ and I get an A-, I need your help. I have to get the highest grade. Scott, great, get online. I'm going to study with Allison after school. Styles, that's my boy. Scott, we'll just study. Styles, oh no they won't. Scott, I won't. Styles, not if I'm forced to live through you if you go to his house and waste that giant opportunity once, swear I'm going to castrate you. Scott, hey, just enough with the questions. Styles, just asking questions about the alpha or Derek, especially Derek who still scares me. With Derek he had entered the school and was looking for Scott because he was feeling bad and was almost about to faint until he saw Jackson. Derek, where's Scott McCall? Jackson, because I would tell you. Derek, because I asked nicely and I'm only doing it once. Jackson, listen tough, how about I help you find it, and you tell me what you're selling it to. Derek, what do you mean? Jackson, nobody can get that good overnight at lacrosse, so tell me what is Diana Bowl HGH. Derek, steroids. Jackson, no, Scout cookies, what do you think I'm talking about? And whatever you're selling him, stop selling him because you look like you're done for. Derek looks at his arm and sees that blood was dripping from it. Derek, I'll look for it myself. Jackson, no, we're not done. Jackson grabbed him by the arm, but Derek turned him around and grabbed him by the neck, slamming him against the locker, causing a little bleeding from his head. Derek left and continued looking for Scott, trying to listen to him using his sense of hearing until he heard a conversation. Lydia, Scott is coming tonight. Allison, let's study. Lydia, studying never ends, it's like getting into a bathtub, something else always happens. Allison, what are you saying? Lydia, I'm just saying, make sure it's covered. Allison looked at him strangely. Lydia, hi Tinkerbell, I'm talking about a condom. Allison, really after a date? Lydia, don't be a prude, give it a try. Allison, I say that's a taste. Lydia, for God's sake, you like it a lot, don't you? Allison, it's just that he's different. When I moved here, I had a plan without a boyfriend until college. I've moved a lot, but when I met him, he was different. I don't know, I can't explain it. Lydia, I know your brain is flooded with endorphins. Allison, what? Lydia, I'll tell you what to do and what time you'll see each other. Allison, after school. The bell rings and Derek quickly leaves. Outside, Styles was leaving and got into his Jeep, but before he left, Derek crossed him. Styles, oh my God. Styles honked his horn. Scott turned to look at him and saw Derek. Scott, no here. Derek faints. Styles, this has to be a joke, he's everywhere. The cars behind us were honking their horns as everyone watched what was happening. Scott, what's going on? What are you doing here? Derek, I got shot. Styles, it doesn't look good, Scott. Scott, and why don't you heal? Derek, I can't, it was a different type of bullet. Styles, it was a silver bullet. Derek, no, you idiot. Scott, wait, that's what I meant for 48 hours. Derek, who told you I had 48 hours? Scott, the one that shot you. Derek was sweating and his eyes had changed. Scott, what are you doing? Derek, stop. Derek, that's what I'm trying to tell you, I can't do it. Scott, Derek, get up. Derek remained sitting. Everyone was trying to see what was happening. Allison and Jackson got out of their cars. Scott, help me get him in the car. Derek, I need to know what kind of bullet they used. Scott, like? Derek, it's an Argent. Scott, okay, take it from here. I'll look for the type of bullet. Styles, I hate you so much for this. Styles takes it. Allison, hi, what were you doing here? Scott, Styles is going to take him home for a long time. Allison, I thought you said they're not friends. Scott, no, actually we'll be studying at your house. Allison, yes. Scott, well, see you there, bye. Allison gets in her car and leaves while Scott gets on his motorcycle, but Jackson looks at him. Scott sped up quickly so he arrived home at the same time as Allison. Allison, how come you got here at the same time if I left before you? Scott, I like the adrenaline. Allison, what's wrong with you today? You're acting really strange. Scott, I'm just stressed out because classes aren't going so well. Allison, I'm not doing badly, that's why I called you. I need to study with you. Scott, maybe we should study Spanish. Scott was scared as he entered Allison's house. Allison, don't worry, no one will be here for hours. Scott, sure. Allison quickly goes upstairs, followed by Scott, to her room, where Scott closes the door. Allison, I'm still unpacking. Scott, you've only been here a month. Allison, I take my time. Allison takes off her jacket. Scott, hey, I thought we could start with history, but Allison grabs him by the arm and turns him around to kiss him and pushes him, making him sit on the bed, and then makes him lie down to kiss him with more passion. Scott with his hand ran all over Allison's body, touching her buttocks. Following that, Scott grabs the mattress but sees that his hand was his claws. Allison, what's wrong? Scott, nothing, I just don't want you to feel like you have to do something you don't want to do. Allison, I'm not doing anything I don't want to do, you know? Scott, you're seriously asking me that? Scott continued kissing her. Allison wanted to hold her hand. Scott, scared, says. Scott, wait. But in his hand there was nothing left, so Scott let himself go and continued kissing Allison. The kiss had already reached its climax. Scott grabbed her blouse and took it off to see her brow. Then Scott took off his shirt, and Allison saw his marked body. Allison, you can't see your muscles through your shirt. Scott, there are several things that you can't see because of my clothes. Allison just looked at him even more flirtatiously. Scott continued kissing her and taking off the rest of her clothes, leaving her in her underwear. Then he took off his pants and they ended up consummating the passion they felt. Time skip 2H. Scott was waking up and saw that he was in Allison's room and saw Allison sleeping until her cell phone rang. Allison, you're going to answer? Scott, yeah, maybe Styles will go to voicemail someday if I should answer. Scott sits up and sees that he got a message. Styles, you found it. Scott replies that he needed time. With Styles and Derek. Styles, I need more time, damn, hey, try not to bleed out in my seat, okay, we're almost there. Derek, where to? Styles, to your house. Derek, no, you can't take me there. Styles, I can't take you home. Derek, no, I can't protect you. Styles stops the car. Styles, what will happen if Scott doesn't find your magic bullet? You will die. Derek, I don't have a last resort yet. Styles, what do you mean, a last resort? Derek looks at his forearm, which was bad. Styles, what do you mean last resort? Oh my god, what is that? It's contagious, you know, you should get off. Derek, start the car now. Styles, listen, I don't think you should be giving orders like this. In fact, I think if I wanted to, I could leave your werewolf ass right in the middle of the road and let you die. Derek, start the car or I'll rip your throat open with my teeth. Styles starts the car. With Scott. Scott, it went out. Allison and Scott get dressed. After doing so, Scott sees a photo of Allison's dad with Kate in a portrait. Scott, who is it? Allison, she's my dad, Kate's sister, but she's like a sister to me. She got here last night. Scott, last night. Allison, yes, he had a problem with his car, I think. Scott, she looks familiar. Allison, she used to live in Beacon Hills, maybe you saw her before. Scott kept looking at more photos. Scott, you took them. Allison, when I thought I was a photographer. Scott, they're good. Allison, no, that's not true. I stopped when I realized it was bad off-frame, bad lighting. Scott sees a drawing of fruit. Allison, that was when I was interested in painting and bad too. Scott records a folder. Allison, it was when I tried poetry that the word bad didn't come close to describing what it was like. Scott, and you're not bad at it. Allison, I'll show you if you promise not to laugh. Allison and Scott go to another room. Allison, I was selected for the national team when I was a kid and my dad wanted me to continue, but I don't know, I really didn't like it. Promise not to laugh. Scott, I promise. Scott was walking around the garage when he saw Scott. Scott, what the hell is that? Allison, a compound bow I'm sure needs one arrow to be dangerous. Scott, so you're good at that archery. Allison, you said you wouldn't laugh. Scott, I'm not laughing, it's amazing actually. Scott looks at a small armory with a bunch of weapons. Allison, I think I should explain, we are not a crazy separatist family, my dad sells weapons to the police. Scott, that's great, and you plan on joining the family business? Allison, I don't know, you tell me I look attractive with a gun. Scott, better without a gun. Scott was kissing her. Allison, and what are you good at? Scott, I like to sing and I know how to cook too. Allison, seriously. Scott, you'll see. They continued kissing, but then they heard the garage door. It was Chris, then they hid behind the car. Kate, hey Chris, come out of the 50s and help me with the shopping. Chris, I'm coming. At that, Chris pretends to leave but goes to the back of the car and sees them. Chris, could you help me? Allison, sure. Scott, no problem. Chris, great. Scott goes out to Chris's car to help him with the shopping. Chris, thank you. That's when Scott gets a message from Styles. Styles, Derek doesn't look well. Scott, you still want to study? Chris, I think she concentrates better alone. Scott, I think I'll see you later. Chris, at school. Allison was going to say something but. Chris, hey, you on your bike and you inside. Kate, oh please Chris, they were kissing in the garage, not filming amateur pornography. You have adorable brown eyes, leave your bike alone, you'll stay for dinner. Kate walks in with Allison. Chris, you eat meat. Scott, it doesn't bother him. Chris, it doesn't really give us a chance to get to know each other. Chris grabs him by the shoulder and they walk in. When Scott comes in, they start cooking, but then Scott walks into the kitchen. Scott, well, since you're inviting me to dinner, I can make a dessert. I just need to go buy a couple of things at the store. Kate, perfect. When Scott came back from the store, he found Allison's mom there. At the table, Scott's heart was beating a little fast. Victoria, would you like anything else to drink besides water, Scott? Scott, no, that's okay, thanks. Chris, you want beer? Scott, no thanks. Chris, a little bit of tequila. Allison, Dad, really? Chris, baby Scott. Scott, not really, just in meetings, I'm not old enough yet. Victoria, that doesn't stop many teenagers. Scott, no, but I should. Kate, good answer is a lie, but well played, you may survive the night. Chris, you've smoked marijuana. Kate, wait, let's change the subject to something a little more conservative. So Scott, Allison said you were on the lacrosse team. I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about that, how the game is played. Scott, you know hockey. Kate, yes. Scott, it's a lot like that, but it's played on grass instead of ice. Allison, it's the same except the sticks have nets. Scott, exactly. Scott receives a text from Styles. Styles, call me. Kate, and they can hit each other like in hockey. Scott, yeah, but it's just the gloves and the sticks. Kate, it sounds violent, I like it. Allison, Scott is very good too, Dad came with me to the first game, he wasn't good. Chris, it played well. Allison, I score the last point to win. Chris, true, but he didn't score any points until the last minute. Allison, his last shot broke the goalie's net, even the goal was incredible. Chris, yeah, well, I think the goalie played with a faulty stick, so. Allison was uncomfortable. Her pulse was racing and her legs were moving, something that Scott noticed, so he intertwined his hand with hers, calming her down. Scott, you know, on second thought, I think I'll have some tequila. Kate, PFF haha. Victoria PFF haha. Chris, you're kidding, right? Scott, yes, and regarding the shot, in fact, I knew that his stick was bad. I just shot at the place that was about to break, and the thing about the net of the goal was just force. Can I use your bathroom? Kate, sure, go ahead. Allison was laughing, but she was happy. With Styles and Derek. Styles, what am I supposed to do with him? Scott, take him somewhere. Styles, and by the way, it's starting to smell. Scott, smell like what? Styles, he died. Scott, take him to the vet clinic. Styles, what's up with your boss? Scott, he should have left already. There's a key behind the trash can. Styles, you won't believe where he wants to take you. Styles hands the phone to Derek. Derek, you found her. Scott, how am I going to find a bullet? There are hundreds. This house is a bucking gun store. Derek, if you don't find it, I'm going to die, you understand? Scott, I think that wouldn't be such a bad idea. Derek, think about this. The Alpha called you against your will. He will do it again, and next time you either kill him, or he will kill you. So if you want to live, you need me. Find the bullet. Derek hangs up. Scott was looking for Kate's room, so he kept searching until he opened a door that had an alarm. Kate, you seem a little lost. Scott, just looking for the bathroom. Kate, the bathroom. That looks like a bathroom. Scott, no. Kate, he doesn't use the one in the guest room. Scott, sure, thanks. Scott went to the guest room and noticed that there was a black briefcase, so he opened it and saw a box. When he opened it, he saw a bunch of bullets, but in the middle of all of them there was another smaller box. When he opened it, he saw bigger, pointier bullets that when he touched it made him bring out his claws and his eyes changed. Scott put a bullet in his pockets, and on the lid of the small box there was a name in Latin that said Akeno Napel Blue Nordique. He translated it and sent it to Styles. Styles had arrived at the vet. Styles, Akenitem no Divorcence tells you something. Derek, it's a weird way for Wolf Bean to bring me the bullet. Styles, because. Derek, because I'll die without her. With Scott, this had already gone down. Scott, I think I should go. Thanks for dinner. Kate, oh no, you shouldn't stay for dessert. We've already served it. We want to tell you our opinion. Scott, okay. Victoria, Allison told us that you work at a veterinary clinic. Scott, yes. Allison, I told them you put a splint on that dog. Scott, yes. A text arrives from Styles to Scott. Styles, you have to come now. Chris, what does your boss think about animal attacks? Any theories? Scott, everyone says it's a mountain lion. Kate, that must be a huge mountain lion. Victoria, what do you think, Scott? Scott, no, we only have dogs and cats, nothing that aggressive. Chris, have you ever had a rabid dog? No, I grew up with a lot of dogs. I saw one that got rages from a bat. It spread through the bite. People think that a dog becomes rabid suddenly. It's more gradual. The first stage is a subtle change in behavior. It's restless and agitated. In the second stage, people notice it. The furious stage is when they attack. I'm talking about any object that moves. Did you know that a caged dog with rabies can break its teeth trying to break the bars? They can even break their own spine. Can you imagine the strength it takes to do that? It's a completely different personality. That defenseless animal became a perfect killer. It all started with one bite. Allison, but he did die, right? Victoria, that's right, your grandfather shot him. Allison, because I wanted to end his misery. Chris, because it was very dangerous. Something that is out of control is better than being dead. Scott, well, we had a case a few months ago of a dog with rabies. Dr. Deaton treated him. The dog now lives peacefully at home without rages, but he comes for his monthly checkup. I don't think that every animal that is bitten and contracts a disease or something more viral or changing can't control itself. If it has something to do so, for example, if a dog is wounded by a bullet, the first thing it does is approach its owner by instinct because it is loyal, the same with a wolf. Chris stared at him. Scott, I don't think killing the rabid animal was the best thing because it may have changed, but that animal was still loyal. Kate, well, now for dessert. Scott, I'll help you bring it. Scott and Kate brought out the dessert plates and everyone tried them. Victoria, that's delicious. Scott, it's strawberry tiramisu, a modern dessert from Italy. Chris, you cook well. Scott, yes, I did very well in school, so I had time to study something else, so I studied cooking and baking there. I learned how to do this. Kate, it's delicious. Scott, thank you. Allison, you weren't lying about cooking, haha, it's delicious. Scott, I told you. With Styles, he had come in and put Derek on the stretcher. Styles, alright, calm down, you know what? It doesn't seem like a little relaxation and a good night's sleep could help it. Derek, when the infection reaches my heart, it will kill me. Styles, optimism isn't in your vocabulary, is it? Derek, if the bullet doesn't arrive in time, it's the last resort. Styles, what is it? Derek, you should cut off my arm. With Scott. Allison, I'm really, really sorry. Scott, because. Allison, for the weird and strange conversation. Scott, I didn't have fun, I'm glad you liked the dessert. Allison pulls Scott in for a kiss. Scott, your dad is watching. Allison, okay. Even so, Scott kissed him and was about to leave. Kate, wait before you go, I have to talk to you. Allison, what's up? Scott, with me. Kate closes the door. Kate, yes, with you, what you took out of my suitcase. Chris walks over to Kate and stands beside her. Scott, what? Kate, my suitcase that you took out of there. I should repeat the question, maybe pronounce it more clearly. Chris, what are you talking about? Kate, my suitcase was in the guest room, and when I left it closed, and Scott went in to use the bathroom and came out and my suitcase is open. Allison, he didn't get anything. Kate, something's missing from my suitcase now. I hate being the stalker, Scott, because I really like those adorable brown eyes, but I don't know if you're a curious kleptomaniac or just stupid, but answer the question you brought with you. Scott, nothing, I swear. Kate, you wouldn't mind trying it, would you? Allison, seriously. Kate, how about you show us what's in your backpack? Allison, Dad? Kate, come on, Scott, prove me wrong. Allison, I'll do it. It wasn't Scott who looked in your suitcase, it was me. Kate, you? Allison, for this. Allison shows her a condom. Scott looks at her surprised. Kate just closes her mouth and looks at Chris. Chris also looks at her but then looks at Allison. Allison leans against the door while Scott was embarrassed, so he says goodbye and leaves Allison's house, gets on his motorcycle with a smile and leaves quickly. With Styles. Derek had brought a cutter. Styles, what will I do if you bleed out? Derek, it will heal if it works. Styles, hey, I don't know if I can do this. Derek, because not. Styles, well, when you cut meat, you see the bone and especially the blood. Derek, if you see blood, you faint. Styles, no, but maybe seeing a severed arm. Derek, well, how about this? Either you cut off my arm or I'll cut off your head. Styles, well, I don't need any more. Derek grabs him and tries to force him, but Derek steps to the side and vomits black blood. Styles, oh my God, what is that? Derek, my body is trying to heal itself. Styles, I don't think he's doing very well. Derek, do it now. Styles, I honestly don't think I can. Derek, just do it. Styles, if I'm going, I'll do it, for God's sake, here I go. Scott, Styles. Styles, Scott. Scott, What the hell are you doing? Styles, you just prevented a lifetime of nightmares. Derek, you brought her. Scott gives him the bullet. Styles, what are you going to do with her? Derek passes out and the bullet falls into a sewer. Scott missed the bullet. Styles, Scott, what are we going to do? Scott, I don't know, I can't reach her. Scott concentrates on that and brings out his claws. Scott, got it. Styles punches him in the face to wake him up. Derek, give me that. Derek opens the bullet, takes out the gunpowder and burns it, causing a purple smoke to come out, and puts it on his forearm at the bullet point, causing him to suffer but his forearm to heal. Styles, that was amazing, yeah. Scott, you're okay. Derek, of course, pain fascinates me. Styles, I see that sarcasm is a good sign. Scott, hey, we saved your life, which means you'll leave us alone. If you don't, I'll go to Allison's dad and tell him everything. Derek, you'll trust that family, you think they can help you. Scott, because they're not nicer than you. Derek, I'll show you his kindness. Derek takes Scott to a care facility at the hospital. Scott, what are we doing here? Derek walks into a room with Scott, and they see a man sitting. Scott, who is he? Derek, my Uncle Peter Hale. Scott, he's like you, a werewolf. Derek, he's barely human. 6 years ago my sister and I were in school, our house burned down, 11 people were trapped, he was the only survivor. Scott, which assures you that they started the fire? Derek, only they knew about us. Scott, so they had a reason. Derek, like what? Tell me what justifies this. Derek turns to his uncle. Derek, they said they would only kill an adult and only with evidence, but there were people in my family who were ordinary in that fire. That's what they do, and that's what Allison will do. Nurse, what are you doing? How did you get in here? Derek, we were just leaving. Derek and Scott leave there and separate. Scott gets a call from Allison. Scott, hello? Allison, hi, I thought I could talk to you before bed. I wanted to apologize again. Scott, Allison, no, I already told you it was fun. They fell asleep on the call. In the living room with Chris and Kate. Kate, the one that attacked me was big, wide and powerful, but the one I shot was thin and fast. Chris, it could be Derek Hale. Kate, are you sure? Chris, very sure. Kate, how will we know it's just them? Chris, we don't know yet, but if Derek is still alive, he will lead us to the Alpha. Kate, we kill the leader and then the pack. Chris, according to the code. Kate, you and the code. Chris, it exists for a reason, Kate. Kate, sure, I stick to the rules. Chapter 9, The Report. In a movie store, we see a man fixing the electricity. At that moment, Jackson and Lydia arrive at the establishment in Jackson's car. Jackson, Honor Game is not only the best basketball movie, it's also the best movie ever made. Lydia, no. Jackson, it's with Samuel L. Jackson and Channing Tatum. Lydia, no. Jackson, Lydia, I swear you're going to like it, and Lydia, no. Jackson, I won't be watching The Notebook again, you know. Jackson enters the establishment. Jackson, they have The Notebook. Hello, does anyone who works here? No one answered while a phone was heard ringing. Jackson, you have to be kidding. Jackson continued walking until he saw some feet on the ground. When he got closer, he saw that the manager's throat was slit, so he stepped back in fear and knocked over the light bulb they were fixing. Lydia continued taking photos in the car. Jackson was inside scared. The lights were turning on and off until he saw in the darkness a thing with red eyes and fur. It was the Alpha. Jackson hid behind some shelves, but the Alpha threw them on top of him. Jackson felt trapped by the shelves, so the Alpha approached his neck and cut it at one point. Then he let go and ran towards the window, breaking it. Lydia, The Alpha just ran through the streets. With Styles, he was with his dad in the patrol car. Sheriff, they forgot my fries. Styles, you shouldn't eat fried things, especially potatoes. Sheriff, I have a deadly weapon. If I want fries, I'll get fries. Styles, if you think that making threats like that makes your argument more legitimate, you're wrong. At that point, someone speaks over the patrol car radio. Assistant Unit 1, copy me. Styles tried to record the radio, but his dad gave him the cold shoulder. Sheriff, Unit 1, I copy you. Assistant, we have a report of a possible 187. Styles, a murder. The sheriff starts the car and they race to the scene. Upon arrival. Sheriff, stay here. The sheriff gets out of the car. Sheriff, Paul, we need to cordon off this area. Styles sees that it was Jackson and Lydia. Styles, this can't be. Jackson, because I can't go home, I'm fine. Sheriff, sure, but the doctor says you hit your head really hard. They want to make sure you don't have a concussion. Jackson, what part of I'm okay is it so hard for you to understand? I want to go home. Sheriff, and I understand that. Jackson, no, you don't understand, which surprises me, since it should be a basic concept for a mid-ranking police officer like you. I want to go home now. Then a stretcher with a body comes out. Styles, wow, that's a corpse. Sheriff, everybody back. But on the roof were Derek and Scott. Derek, now you understand. Scott, I understand that he is killing people, but I don't know why. This is not just any practice, right? We go out in the middle of the night killing people. Derek, we are not predators, not killers. Scott, because he's a killer. Derek, we'll find out. Derek and Scott leave there and go to Derek's house. Scott, hey, I have a life. Derek, that's not true. Scott, it's true, I don't care what you say about him wanting to make me his pet. Derek, that you are part of his pack. Scott, whatever, I have homework to do. I have to go to a meeting with my parents because of my attention problems, even though I got good grades. Derek, do you want to stay alive or do you want to do homework? You have less than a week until the full moon. If you don't kill him, he will kill you. Scott, oh really, who made the rules? Derek, it's a rite of passage to be part of his pack. Scott, you know what else is part of the ritual of graduating from high school, and you don't have to kill anyone to do it because you can't find it yourself, because you can't smell it when it's a human. Derek, because his human scent can be very different, you have to be him, you have a connection with him, a union that you don't understand. If I teach you to control your abilities, you will find it. Scott, if I help you, you can stop him. Derek, it's just that we're not more in number. A pack makes us more powerful. Scott, how can I help you if I have no idea what I'm doing? Derek, because I'm going to show you. Remember what happened that night when they shot after they hit you. Scott, stop being a wolf. Derek, exactly, and when the car hit you the same thing happened, but what is the common factor? Derek grabs his wrist and squeezes. Scott, what the hell are you doing? Derek, it will heal. Scott, God, it hurts. Derek, and that makes you human, the pain. Scott heals his wrist. Derek, see, maybe you'll survive. At Allison's house in the morning. Allison was getting ready for school when Kate touches her port. Kate, hi Allison, listen, I feel really bad about my behavior the other night. Allison, oh, I forgot. Kate, I didn't forget it, tell me I'm a witch or something. Allison, you were just protecting me. Kate, well, I acted like a protective witch who will give you your birthday present early so you'll forgive her. Kate gives her a necklace with the wolf symbol in the center. Kate, forgiven. Allison, of course I love it. Kate, it's a family heirloom and you know me, you know I hate being sentimental, that's why you see the symbol in the middle of the pendant. Allison, yes. Kate, you've always wanted to know something about your family, do your research. Allison, you'll make me work for it. Kate, some mysteries are worth the effort. Allison laughed with Kate. Allison, thank you. Kate, take care. Allison goes to school. When he arrives, he opens his locker but sees that there were balloons and letters. Scott was arriving and approaching him. Scott, it's your birthday. Allison, No, I'm not saying yes, don't tell anyone. I don't know how Lydia found out. Scott, because you didn't tell me. Allison, because I don't want anyone to know because I'm 17. Scott, 17. Allison, that's the reaction I try to avoid. Scott, because I understand that you had to repeat a year because of the number of times you moved, right? Allison looks at him, then closes her locker and gives him a kiss. Scott, and that's because it was. Allison, for literally being the first to make a correct guess. Everyone says you repeated a grade, took special classes, or had a baby. Scott, you hear that on your birthdays? Allison, yes, all the time. Scott, so how about we go? Allison, skip school? Scott, yeah, all day. Allison, well, you're asking someone who never misses a class to miss the entire day, and me. Scott, it's perfect if they find out. You won't be punished much. Allison, what if they find out about you? Scott, no problem, we're two people who are never missing. Allison, you'd be missing me. Scott, I think this school has received a lot from Scott McCall. Allison, because you say so. Scott, check out the Literature and Math Champion Showcase. Allison looks at the trophy case and notices that Scott's name was on them. Scott, that's why I'm the nerd of this school, haha. Allison, haha, I don't think so. Scott grabs Allison's hand, who is still nervous, and leads her away. In the chemistry classroom. Professor Harris, just a reminder, parent meeting is tonight. Students with failing subjects should come. I won't name you because the shame and anger at you should be punishment enough. Has anyone seen Scott McCall? Professor Harris looked at Styles. Then Jackson comes through the door and sits down. He approaches him. Professor Harris, Jackson, if you need to leave early for any reason, let me know. Jackson nods. Professor Harris, everyone start reading Chapter 9. Mr. Stalinsky, try to use less marker on the paragraphs. It's chemistry, not a coloring book. Danny laughs. Styles, Danny, can I ask you a question? Danny, no. Styles, well, I'll do it anyway. Lydia came to class. Danny, no. Styles, I can make you another one. Danny, the answer is still no. Styles, you know what happened to Lydia and Jackson last night? Danny, he didn't tell me anything. Styles, but he's your best friend. Styles and Danny stay silent. Styles, one more. Danny, what? Styles, you think I'm attractive. Danny freaks out and Styles almost falls over. Outside, Scott and Allison were getting into Allison's car. Allison, maybe it's a bad idea and my dad will kill me if he finds out. Scott, you always follow your dad's rules. Allison, not these days, haha. Scott, okay, start the car. Allison, where are we going? Scott, don't go anywhere. Allison, if they can't see us, they could certainly arrest me or suspend me. Scott, please start the car. Allison, start the car now. He said this because there was a patrol car behind them. Allison starts the car and they pull out of the school parking lot. With Jackson, he was in the locker room in a towel, but he sees something in the smoke, some eyes, and he gets scared and backs away, but it was a player, so he calms down. But when the player leaves, Derek appears. Jackson, hey, I don't know where Scott is. Derek, I'm not for Scott, I'm for you. Jackson, because I didn't do anything. Derek, no, but you saw something, true. Jackson, no, I didn't see anything. Derek, that was an animal, a cougar. Jackson, I didn't see anything, I swear I'm not lying. Derek, then relax and tell me. Jackson, saying that I'm not lying. Derek, tell me you didn't see anything, say it slowly. Jackson, I didn't see anything, I'm not lying. Derek looks at him in the eyes and sees that he was telling the truth. Derek, one more thing, you should check that out. Derek leaves. With Styles, he calls Scott. Scott, what? Styles, wow, you got my messages. Scott, yeah, like 1,000 messages. Styles, do you have any idea what's going on? Lydia is missing. Jackson seems to have a time bomb in his head. Another guy is dead, and you have to do something about him. Scott, do that. Styles, whatever. Scott, I'll do something later. Scott cuts. Scott, left, left, left. Allison turns around, but Allison grabs him by the stomach, protecting him. Allison, sorry, I'm sorry, I acted like a mom, I'm sorry. Scott, don't worry, I'll pick up my manhood when we get back, haha. Allison, PFF LOL. Scott tells her to go ahead and Allison parks. Allison and Scott get out of the car and start walking through the woods. Scott, you still don't agree with this. Allison, I feel like I need an alibi. Scott, if they found out, I'll say it was my fault. Allison, you don't have to blame yourself for me, it was my decision too. Scott, great, because if they find out I'll say it was your fault. Allison, seriously. Scott, of course I do, and if you'll believe me, if an attractive girl asks you to skip class, how could I say no? Allison, and throw me to the sharks like that. Scott, throw. Allison, what if I decide that you'll go with me? Scott, I would scream for help. Allison, what if I did this? Allison kisses him. Scott, I would ask for help. Allison, what if I did this? Allison kisses him again. Scott, I would beg for mercy. Allison, haha. At Lydia's house, she was lying in her bed as if she were out of it until there was a knock on the door. Lydia's mom, honey, Styles came to see you. Lydia, what is Styles doing? Lydia's mom, I'll take something to calm down. Can you come in? Styles, thanks. Lydia's mother left. Lydia, what are you doing here? Styles, I wanted to make sure you're okay. Lydia, because. Lydia tells him to sit on her bed. Styles, because you made me worried about how you felt today. Lydia, I feel fantastic. Lydia approaches Styles face to face. Styles, ooh. Styles looks at a bottle of pills on his nightstand and realizes. Styles, I bet you can't say I saw Susie sitting in a shoe store 10 times in a row. Lydia, I saw sushi, I saw. Lydia goes to bed talking seriously. Lydia, I saw. Styles, what Lydia did you see? Lydia, I saw something. Styles, something like a mountain lion. Lydia, a mountain lion. Styles, are you sure it was a mountain lion, or are you just saying that because the police said so? Lydia, a mountain lion. Styles, what is this? Lydia, a mountain lion, of course you're doped or something. Lydia fell asleep on Styles' lap. With Scott. Allison and Scott continued walking through the woods when Allison almost fell if Scott hadn't grabbed her hand. Scott, wow, you look good. Allison, haha, I think you just got your masculinity back. Scott, haha, what are you doing? Allison, I thank Lydia for the detail of my birthday. Scott, no, if my cell phone is off, then yours is too. Allison, we disconnect from the world. Scott, you can't do it in one day. Allison, just this message, after that I'll be all yours, yeah. Scott, okay. Allison, done. Scott, okay, let's continue. With Styles. Styles, well, I'd better go, I'll let you get back to your post-traumatic business. Styles was about to leave, closing the door. Lydia, stay. Styles, sorry to stay. Styles closes the door. Styles, you want me to stay? Lydia, yes, please stay, MJ. Styles sits next to her. Lydia, yes, please stay, please, Styles. Lydia tried to kiss him, but he leaned back and fell asleep. At that point, Lydia's cell phone rings. Styles, you want me to take care of him? Styles grabs his phone. Styles, a new message is a message, I don't know how. But there you see the video of how the alpha jumps out the window and his face appears. Outside Derek's house were Kate and Hunter's. Hunter, he wants us to wait. Kate, he has reminded him to die. Hunter too, so that means we can't kill him. Kate, it doesn't mean we can't say hello. Inside, Derek was doing bar exercises and then planks until he heard his door being forced open. Hunter, there's someone home. Kate, yes, he is here, but he doesn't feel very hospitable. Hunter, too, maybe he's outside burying a bone in the yard. Kate, seriously, a dog joke comes here and it's the best you've got. If you want to provoke him, say something like, what a shame your sister died before he could bite. What a shame she cried like a coward when we mutilated her. From one side of the house, Derek comes out attacking the hunter, causing him to faint and then knocking out the other hunter, leaving only Kate, who releases an electricity stick that Derek attacks her but stops her by electrocuting him. Kate, while you grew up in very good shape, I don't know if I should destroy you or caress you. With Styles, he had left Lydia's house and was in his own room. Styles, hey, it's me again. Look, I discovered something and I don't know what to do. If you turn on your cell phone right now, that would be great. Otherwise, I will kill you. You understand? I will kill you, and I am too upset to give a good description of how I will do it, but I will do it. Okay, bye. Styles hangs up his phone. The sheriff enters Styles' room. Sheriff, tell me I'll hear good news at the parent-teacher conference. Styles, you define good news. Sheriff, I define it as getting a 10 with no behavioral issues. Styles, you might want to reconsider your definition. Alfusil, let's not talk about it anymore. The sheriff leaves. Styles had Lydia's cell phone, looking through it. Styles, oh my god, Scott, where are you? With Scott, he continued walking through the forest with Allison. Now they were passing by a small river. Allison, where are we going? Scott, you'll see. Allison kissed Scott, and they continued walking until they came to a bridge. Allison, I've never seen this bridge before. Scott, well, actually, no one in town has seen this bridge. My uncles and I built it 4 years ago. Allison, you and your uncles? Scott, so my uncles come from time to see me on my birthday or at Christmas or at parties. Allison, we're almost there. Scott, yes, in fact, all we have to do is go down this way. Allison climbs on Scott for a ride. Scott, okay, we'll go a little faster then. Scott ran all the way down the road and came to a place that surprised Allison. Allison, that cabin by this lake. Scott, well, the river would have to end somewhere, right? Allison, and that cabin. Scott, it's mine, come on. Scott led him inside the cabin. Allison, wow, Scott is beautiful and has a gorgeous lake view. Scott, come in. Allison, thanks, but how come no one knows about this place? Scott, I preferred to keep it hidden because people tend to dirty the lakes and pollute the environment. I try to avoid that. Allison, environmentalist. Scott, not only do I prefer a quiet place to relax when I want to think or escape Beacon Hills and clear my mind for a while. Allison, well, I guess you won't have time to clear your mind. Allison kisses Scott, and she does it passionately. Scott lowered his hands down her hips until they reached her buttocks, squeezing them, making Allison let out a moan. Scott picked up Allison and took her to the bedroom where they spent 3 hours having sex. 3 hours passed. Scott was awake. He left the room and went to the piano he had and began to play the piano. With Styles. He was looking at Lydia's cell phone. Styles, delete these for sure. Oh god, yes, delete. Styles deleted the video of the alpha from Lydia's cell phone. With Derek. He was on the floor leaning on a sofa while Kate was with the electric baton that she made hit him to send him to the ground again. Kate, ha 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 ha, there are 900,000 turns you were never good with electricity or fire, so I'll let you in on a secret, and maybe we can help each other. If your sister was cut into pieces and used as bait to catch you unpleasantly, and honestly similar to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre for my taste, but it's true now. This is the part that might make you angry. We didn't kill her. You think I'm lying? Derek, it wouldn't be the first time. Kate, honey, why don't you listen to my heart and think about it if we don't kill your sister? Derek knew he wasn't lying. Kate, you hear, there's no shocks or changes, just the throbbing of the cold hard truth. There were bite marks on his body. Derek, what do you think? A mountain lion did it. Haha, why don't we help each other? You should just admit what you've been thinking, which is that the alpha killed your sister, and you just have to tell us who it is and we'll take Care of it for you and problem solved. We're all very happy unless you don't know who it is either. Ha ha ha, guess who just totally became useless. Derek ran out of there while Kate shot him with a machine gun. Derek was running through the woods when he turned to look at his house and his face was full of pure hatred. With Scott he was finishing playing the piano while a tear fell down his cheek. Allison, that was beautiful, but why are you crying? Scott, I remembered something that happened many years ago, but it still hurts. Allison sits next to him and hugs him. Allison, whatever it was, you have to let it go. I won't leave you alone, Scott. Scott shed another couple of tears. Scott wipes away his tears. Scott, come listen to this. Scott pulls out his cell phone and puts on a player and records a guitar and starts playing and singing. Some days I'm treading the water, and it feels like it's getting deep. Some nights I drown in the weight of the things that I think I need. Sometimes I feel incomplete, yeah? But you always say to me, oh, you say someday when we're older. We'll be shining like we're gold, yeah, won't we? Won't we? Won't we? Won't we? And someday when we're older, I'll be yours, and you'll be mine, babe, happy, happy. Happy, oh, you say someday when we're older. We won't worry about the things that we don't need. We don't need. Yeah, one day down the line before we both run out of time. You're gonna see. That someday will be all that we need, someday will be all that we need. V been the best, been the worst. Been a ghost in a crowded room, oh yeah. I took a chance, took a turn, took a dive. And it led to you, oh yeah. So many times that I wish we could be anywhere but here. So many times that I wish I could see what you see so clear, oh, you say someday when we're older. We'll be shining like we're gold, yeah, won't we? Won't we? Won't we? Won't we? Yeah, and someday when we're older. I'll be yours, and you'll be mine, babe, happy, happy. Happy, oh, you say someday when we're older. We won't worry about the things that we don't need, we don't need. We don't need. Yeah, one day down the line before we both run out of time. You're gonna see. That someday will be all that we need, someday will be all that we need, oh, you say someday when we're older. We'll be shining like we're gold, yeah, won't we? Won't we? MH, someday down the line before we both run out of time. You're gonna see. That someday will be all that we need. Allison, that was beautiful, you weren't lying about how much you could sing. Scott, I told you what time it is. Allison, it's 5:30, I think we should go now. Scott, yes, let's go. At the veterinary clinic. Dr. Deaton, hi Scott, it's me again, I'm calling to make sure you're okay. You were supposed to arrive an hour ago, maybe you forgot. But if you could call me so I could make sure you're okay, my friend, thank you. Deaton puts away his cell phone and his vet as the sheriff enters. Dr. Deaton, Mr. Stalinsky. Sheriff, listen, I hate to bother you, but I've had trouble agreeing on what we're dealing with. Dr. Deaton, I'm flattered that you asked me for help, but as I've said before, I'm no expert. Sheriff, but he was right when he said the attacker was a mountain lion. Dr. Deaton, that's true. Sheriff, I want to show you something. We got kind of lucky. The video store didn't have any cameras, but the security camera watching the parking lot took some pictures. Look at our mountain lion. The sheriff shows him the photos where the alpha was. Sheriff, here's another one. Dr. Deaton, they're interesting. Sheriff, this is actually very interesting. The sheriff shows him the last photo where the alpha was transforming into a human and was standing. Dr. Deaton, I understand what you mean. Sheriff, I've never seen a mountain lion do that. Dr. Deaton, I'll tell you that I don't have a problem either. Sheriff, my first thought is that it's a bear, but bears don't run on two legs. Dr. Deaton, they don't do it on all fours, you know, like I said, you need an expert. Sheriff, yeah. But it could be a mountain lion. Dr. Deaton, I'm sorry, I have a Doberman that needs my attention. Sheriff, he's out of ideas. Dr. Deaton, I'm sorry, I'd really like to help you, but I have a dog that. Sheriff, if you're sick, I understand. Thank you for listening to me. Allison and Scott were walking back to Allison's car and got in. Allison, to be very honest, this was my perfect birthday. Scott, if I could tell if you were lying. Allison, seriously. Scott, you give yourself away by touching your eyebrows right here. Allison, let's see if you can tell if I'm lying now. Allison grabs his hand and kisses him. Allison, I hope my parents don't come home from the meeting so I can spend the rest of the day with you. Scott, of the day. Allison, well, the rest of the night. Scott, with me. Allison, MJ, haha. Scott, the parent board should be there. Allison, but they're there right now. At school. Professor Harris, Jackson is a very motivated student. I would even describe him as very controlled. Jackson's dad, we hope he doesn't put so much pressure on himself, but he's been very hard on himself, which is something we believe is an effect of being adopted. Professor Harris, I understand you have never met your biological parents. Jackson's father, if it's true, you need competitiveness, the desire to make someone proud, someone you don't even know. Professor Harris, apparently something has made him want to achieve higher goals. To be honest, I think he's obsessed. Math teacher, I'll tell you that there is a lot to say about Lydia. Lydia's dad, I didn't predict this. Lydia's mom, here we go, everyone is exaggerating as usual. Lydia's dad, what is this? Are your grades? Concentration problems and bad behavior. Lydia's mother, I didn't tell her because I had to decide who to live with as if it weren't going to affect a girl's mind. Lydia's dad, just tell us what the problem is. Math teacher, I didn't know there was a problem academically. Lydia is one of the best students I've had, only below Scott McCall. She got passing grades in her advanced classes. I would like to give her an IQ test. Socially, she stands out with leadership qualities. She is a true leader. Coach, Styles, that's right, I thought Styles was your last name. Sheriff, his last name is Stilinski. Coach, I call your son Styles Stilinski. Sheriff, that's not how he likes to be called. Coach, I would like to be called Cupcake. What is your name? The sheriff gives him a paper with his name on it. Coach, wow, that must be some form of child abuse. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Sheriff, the name of his maternal grandfather. Coach, wow, haha, you must really love your wife. Sheriff, yes, he loved her. Coach, this has become very strange. Bailiff, what do you say about getting to the point of this meeting, Cupcake? Coach, I agree, Styles, good kid, no ability to focus, very smart, never takes advantage of his talents. Sheriff, what do you mean? Coach, in the final question of the subject exam I detailed the complete history of circumcision. Sheriff, well, I mean, it has historical importance, right? I'm wrong. Coach, and I teach economics. Sheriff, no. Melissa, Scott, where the hell are you? Come to school now. Professor Harris, how about we get started? Melissa, sure. Professor Harris, Scott's mind has been elsewhere, as well as his body. He passes all of his exams, but I don't know if he's really paying attention or if he's getting other help, and I think it has something to do with the situation at home. Melissa, I guess I'm not sure what you mean by that. Professor Harris, especially the lack of an authority figure. Melissa, I'm the authority figure, so. Professor Harris, I'm sorry, let me clarify, I'm talking about a male authority figure. Melissa, her father had to leave because he wanted to give us something better. He will be back in a year. Professor Harris, but he's been through some difficult changes, he just needs more attention, someone to guide him through this important stage of growth. Melissa, Scott is adopted, but he never had a problem with that. In fact, when he met us he was so happy, as if he hadn't really smiled in years, and he was only 5 so. Professor Harris, you know what happened to your previous family? Melissa, from what I know, his previous family was not with him. In fact, they only paid attention to his brothers but not to him. His family despised him, according to what his uncles told us, because he had nothing special, he was not intelligent like his brothers. But the worst thing was that one day he was left alone at home, and when his parents came back with his brothers, he dropped a porcelain cup. His mother, instead of helping him, hit him and slapped him. Scott has not been with them since then. Professor Harris, Scott is actually a great student, his grades are outstanding, but he has become more aggressive, more inattentive, and more reserved. Melissa, that also has an explanation. For years ago I knew a girl who lived in Beacon Hills. Professor Harris, Emily Wright. Melissa, so you also know about the joke that was played on you. Professor Harris, yes, indeed it is a shame, but I get over it. Melissa, yes, but it was difficult when Scott found out about the joke and tried to commit suicide. From then on, he was never the same again. I have changed. Teacher, the first in everything, right? Melissa, yes. Professor Harris, I understand. What I don't understand is why I'm absent today. Melissa, I skipped school. Math teacher, Allison Argent is a very sweet girl who adapts to her surroundings. Chris, we know it's hard for her, but it's a necessary evil. Math teacher, whether necessary or not, they must be prepared for how I say it. Chris, rebellion. Victoria, we appreciate your concern, but we have a good relationship with our daughter, very open and honest. Math teacher, I'm glad to hear it, and tell him I hope he feels better. Chris, I missed a class. Math teacher, he didn't come to school, I checked in the office. Allison's parents were shocked. Outside, Scott and Allison were arriving in the car. Melissa, Scott, I need you to talk to me now. He said it on his cell phone as he left school. Scott, God. Allison, your mom. Scott, yes, I'm dead, he said, hiding in his seat. Chris, Allison, answering your cell phone will make it easier for us to discuss the conditions of your punishment. Call me before your punishment reaches biblical proportions. Victoria, Kate hasn't talked to her either. Chris, she doesn't do this. Melissa, excuse me, these are Allison's parents. I'm Scott's mom and I hate to say it, but he's not answering his phone. Chris, it's her mom. Melissa, it's funny that you say that as an accusation. Chris, it's nothing to be proud of since he basically kidnapped my daughter today. Melissa, as we know, skipping school was not your daughter's idea. Chris, my daughter is here. He sees Allison get out of the car. Chris, there you go. Parents approach. Melissa, where exactly were you? Scott, nowhere. Melissa, that means not at school. Scott, something like that. Allison, it's not his fault, it's my birthday and… Chris, Allison in the car now. Scott, excuse me, Mr. Argent, it was my idea, not Allison's. Allison, no, Scott, it was our idea. Scott, it was us. At that point, screams could be heard from the parking lot, and other parents and teachers were shouting. Scott, Mom, be careful and go to the car. Melissa tried to go, but something passed by her, making her fall. Scott, Mom. Scott quickly picked up his mother, and Chris moved away, heading towards his car. Victoria stayed with Allison, who was also approaching the parking lot. The coach quickly went to his car and locked himself in. Bailiff, move, move. The sheriff was trying to get the parents out, but the car moved and ran over him, causing him to fall while other parents were helping him. Sheriff, I'm fine. Chris had already reached his car and pulled out his gun. Allison was trying to see the thing that was making everyone scream, and she didn't realize that a car almost ran her over. Scott, Allison. Scott quickly ran over, hugging Allison and pushing her aside. Scott, you're okay. Allison, yes. This had been seen by Victoria. Victoria, Allison. Scott, stay with your mom. Scott looked under the car and saw something running, so he opened his eyes to try to follow it at the speed it was moving. Chris was trying to go back, but then Chris saw that the creature was heading towards Allison and was about to attack her. Chris, Allison. Scott listens and turns and sees how the creature was about to cut Allison, and he runs, but he saw that he was not going to arrive in time. Scott was remembering what happened with Allison, how he kissed her when he met her, and he didn't want to lose her. Scott knew. Scott took a step and was already in front of them. Scott threw the thing down and received a cut from the claws on his chest, causing him to bleed. Melissa, Scott. Allison, Scott, for God's sake. The sheriff was going to shoot, but Chris got there first, killing the thing. Everyone came closer and realized what it was. It was a mountain lion. Melissa, 911, an ambulance to Beacon Hills School. Allison, Scott holds on. Scott in his mind, don't heal yourself, please don't heal yourself. Scott was resisting so that his healing wouldn't activate, which he was achieving. Chapter 10, Heart Rate Monitor. Scott was waking up. Scott, where I am? He realized he was in the hospital and noticed Allison was sleeping in the visitor's seat. Scott, Allison. Allison wakes up and sees him and immediately runs to hug him. Allison, you're okay. Scott, if it was just a few cuts, don't worry, ha ha ha. Enter Melissa. Melissa, Scott, are you okay? Scott, yes, Mom, calm down. Melissa hugs him too. Scott, don't worry, I'm fine with what happened. Melissa, one day you lost a lot of blood. Scott, I see, there are no classes tomorrow. Allison, it's already Monday. Scott, well, I'll have to get ready. Melissa, yes, I have already discharged you, your wounds are closed and have healed. Scott, thanks, Mom. Melissa, your motorcycle is in the hospital parking lot, I had to bring it. Scott, Mom. Melissa, don't worry, it's intact. Scott sighed in relief. Melissa, your clothes are on the nightstand. Melissa and Allison leave. Scott gets changed. Scott, all right, let's go. Allison, Mom, are you coming? Melissa, don't go, I have a 24-hour guard. Scott, or it's okay, Mom, have you had dinner? Melissa, yes, by the way, buy something at the mall for lunch tomorrow. Scott, okay, see you, Mom. He says goodbye with a kiss on the cheek. Scott and Allison went to the parking lot, then he took her home. Allison, I'm sure you'll be fine to go tomorrow, maybe you could rest for a couple more days. Scott, don't worry, the wounds healed well so I'm fine. By the way, what did your parents say about why we escaped? Allison, they were going to punish me but they saw what you did, and they just scolded me not to do it again, and then I went to see you. Scott, that was good, well I'm going. Scott gives her a short kiss and was about to leave but Allison grabs him. Scott. Allison was shedding a few tears. Allison, I was afraid something would happen to you. Scott, calm down. Hey Allison, I'm fine and I would do it 1,000 times to keep you safe. Allison, I love you. Scott, I have to go now too. See you tomorrow. Scott gave Allison a big hug and kiss to calm her down. Scott, you're not getting rid of me that easily, haha. Scott gave his last one kiss and got on his motorcycle and left. Halfway down the road, Scott hears a howl and brakes. Scott, now that Derek. Derek, hi Scott. Scott, what happened? Derek, I saw what you did at school. Scott, now that no one noticed. Derek, I miss you, but imagine if I had been the alpha, I would have chopped you up and then the rest. Scott, what are you trying to say? Derek, you need to train to be faster like you moved to save Allison. Scott, what do you mean? Derek, Scott, I've seen fast alphas, betas and omegas, but not to that point. It was like you teleported. Scott, I just ran. Derek, so fast that I couldn't follow you with my eyes, and now I see that you control the healing so much that you avoid healing until you get to the hospital. Scott, I'm learning, and what do you suggest for training? Derek, you'll see, you go to the mall, don't prepare. Derek leaves and Scott continues towards the mall. Scott bought what he needed at the mall and left there. When he passed through the parking lot, he looked everywhere, but he didn't see Derek. He walked with the bags one floor below. He took out his key, but he dropped the bag. He picked it up, and a bottle had passed to the other side of the car. When he was going to go, the bottle came back to him. He saw the moon and started to run. He ran and ran, being chased. Scott went down even more floors. He hid behind a car until he felt his heart beat fast, so he ran over the cars, making them sound the alarm to throw him off. Then he returned to the same place where he was hoping that he wouldn't find him, but then his cell phone rang. Scott, don't shut up. Scott was hitting his cell phone something when he jumped out from the other side of the car and grabbed him by the arms, lifting him up and slamming him against the hood of the car. Derek, you're dead. Scott and Derek walked towards the exit. Scott, what the hell was that? Derek, I told you I would train you and teach you. I didn't tell you when. Scott, but you really did scare me. Derek, not yet. Scott, okay, but I wasn't fast. Derek, not enough. Scott, car alarms were smart. Derek, your cell phone rang. Scott, that's what I said. Can you stop a little, Derek, please? What happened the other night when Allison was almost attacked was my fault. I should have been there to do something. I need you to help me control this. Derek, look, I've been like this since birth. You were bitten. Teaching someone who is bitten takes time. I don't even know if I can teach you. Scott, what do I have to do? Derek, eliminate distractions. See this, I caught you for this. Derek shows Scott's cell phone with a message from Allison. Derek, you want me to teach you how to get rid of it? Scott, just for his family. Derek was about to throw Scott's cell phone and break it. Scott, wait. Derek breaks it. Derek, you're getting angry. It's your first lesson. You want to learn to control it. You change with anger. You do it with the fury of a primitive animal, and you can't do it with her around. Scott, I can get angry. Derek, not enough. It's the only way she can teach you now. Stay away from her until the full moon at least. Scott, yes, that's what I have to do. Derek, listen, you want to live, you want to protect your friends, yes or no? Scott, yes, you can teach me. I can get away from her. Time skip 1H. Scott was in Allison's room kissing her. Allison, take it off. Scott, you don't mind? Allison, it bothers you. Scott, you're asking if I mind undressing you. Allison, haha, what a silly question. Scott, she's the dumbest person in the world. Allison, me first. Allison took off her shirt and was kissing Scott. They continued kissing. Then Scott took off his shirt to continue kissing her. That was until they knocked on the door. Allison, in a second. Kate, Allison. Allison, I'm going. Allison opens the door because Scott had already hidden. Allison, hello? Kate, hi, what's up? Allison, nothing, I just do my homework and send some emails. Kate, to your boyfriend. Allison, I can't explain to the Humane Society how my dad shot an innocent mountain lion. Kate, it has something to do with the fact that you got yelled at for running away one day and being grounded and not being allowed to hang out with Scott. Allison, I'm not one of those teenagers who tells their parents I hate you and I wish you were dead, but I hate him and I wish he was dead. Kate, haha, you see, you're starting to sound like a normal angry teenager. What did you do when you worked? I can help you. Allison, A is a history project and I really want to be alone. Kate, please, what kind of project? Allison, I have to make a report that has importance regarding family history. Kate, specifically about your family. Allison, because you have ideas. Kate grabs the computer. Kate, write this La Bête du Gévaudan. Allison, the beast of Gévaudan, that is this. Kate, it's an old French legend that, believe it or not, has something to do with your family. Allison, in 1766 in a province of the Earls the beast killed more than 100 people. Kate, attack of a mysterious animal right in a certain town called Beacon Hills. Allison, so what was that animal? Kate, nobody knows for sure, but I can tell you one thing, it wasn't the cougar you thought it was. Allison, it looks like a wolf. Kate finishes talking to Kate and leaves. Allison takes Scott out of the closet where she had hidden and says goodbye to him as she leaves through the window. Jumping out the window, he walks for a while towards his car until he sees some eyes. Scott, Derek, I know I said I would walk away, but you broke my phone. I had to tell him why I'm not answering. Nobody answered. Scott, Derek. Scott looks closely and sees red eyes. Scott, the Alpha? Scott runs to his car, being chased by the Alpha. He opens the car door and locks himself in while the Alpha draws a spiral on the car window and then leaves. Scott quickly starts his car and arrives at his room. When he enters his room, he closes everything and is scared until he turns on the light, and in his computer chair is Derek. Scott, you really need to stop doing that. Derek, what happened? Did you talk to him? Scott, if we had a nice conversation about the weather. No, we didn't talk. Derek, you got something from him, at least an impression. Scott, what do you mean? Derek, remember your other senses are heightened. Communication doesn't have to be spoken. What kind of feelings did you have? Scott, anger and resentment. Derek, anger at you. Scott, not towards me, but it was anger I felt, especially when he did the spiral. Derek, what did you say? Scott, I drew a spiral on my car window in the condensation because you know what that means. Derek, no, it's nothing. Scott, wait, you can't do that. You can't ask me to trust you and then keep things to yourself. Derek, it doesn't mean anything. Scott, you buried your sister under a spiral. What does that mean? Derek, you don't want to know. Derek leaves and Scott falls onto his bed. Scott, stay away from Allison, stay away from Allison. Scott spent the whole night saying the same thing and then repeated it to himself at school the next day. Scott, stay away from Allison, stay away from Allison. Scott was walking up some stairs until he saw Allison coming down with a friend and quickly went the other way. Scott, stay away from Allison, stay away from Allison. I was about to go that way until Jackson comes out. Scott, stay away from Jackson. He was going to go to his locker, but Lydia was there. Lydia, hello Scott. Scott, please. He leaves from there towards his living room. When he enters, he sees Styles looking at him annoyed. Scott, you still won't talk to me. Listen, can you tell me if your dad is okay? I mean, it's a bruise, damage to the glandular tissue, nothing serious. Styles still didn't answer her. Scott, hey, I feel bad about that. So what if I tell you that I'm trying to figure all that out, and I've already gone to Derek to ask for help? Styles, if I were talking to you, I'd tell you that you're an idiot for trusting him, but I'm not talking to you. The doorbell rings. Styles looks ahead, but is a little anxious. Styles, and what did he say? Scott smiled as he left the class. Styles, who wants you to find your animal side and get angry? Scott, yes. Styles, correct me if I'm wrong, but every time you do this, you're trying to kill someone, and that someone is me. Scott, I mean, that's what he means when he says he doesn't know if he can teach me. I have to learn to control it. Styles, like I'll teach you how to do it. Scott, I don't know, and I don't think he does either. Styles, well, when you will see him again. Scott, he told me not to talk about it and act normal during the day. Styles, when? Scott, at the vet after work. Styles, after work, well, that gives me until the end of the school day. Scott, for what? Styles, so I can teach you. With Allison, she was sitting talking to Lydia. Lydia, who's who? Allison, the beast of Gavaudan hears a wolf-like monster roaming the area of Vern and southern Burgundy in France during the years 1764 and 1767. The beast killed over 100 people, being so infamous that King Louis XV sent one of his best hunters to kill it. Lydia, boring. Allison, even the church declared the monster to be a messenger of Satan. Lydia, it's boring. Allison, cryptozoologists believe it may have been a clawed predatory subspecies, perhaps a mesonychid. Lydia, falling into a coma from boredom. Allison, while others thought he was a powerful sorcerer who could shape-shift into a man-eating beast. Lydia, some of this you have to do with your family. Allison, this is believed to be the beast that was captured and killed by a renowned hunter who said his wife and 4 children were the creature's first victims. Its last name was Argent. Lydia, your ancestor killed a wolf, that's what. Allison, It wasn't just a wolf. Look at the picture. What do you think it is? Lydia stared intently at the image, and an image came to mind. Allison, Lydia. Lydia, you look like a big wolf. I see you in history. Lydia left from there. With Scott, he was sitting at a table in front of them. Styles, I think the book makes it more obvious, plus he's reading. Scott, you've already thought of a plan. Styles, I think so. Scott, it means you don't hate me anymore. Styles, no, but your things influence my life, so now I have to do something. Besides, I'm a better Yoda than Derek. Scott, yes, teach me. Styles, yes, I'll be your Yoda. Scott, if you will be my Yoda. Styles, Yoda, I'll be yours. Haha, I said it the other way around. Scott, yes, I know. Styles, you know what, I think I hate you, haha, or maybe I do. Styles gets up and Allison looks at Scott. Scott gets up and leaves too. Allison, Scott, hey. Scott runs until he reaches the men's room. Scott walks in and Allison was about to play but leaves. Scott, this isn't going to be easy. Scott left the bathroom and went to the field where Styles was. Styles, okay, put this on. Scott, a heart rate monitor for athletics. Styles, yeah, I borrowed it. Scott, you stole it. Styles, it's mine temporarily. The coach uses it to measure our heart rate with his cell phone while we run, and you will use it. Scott, coach's cell phone. Styles, I did steal that one. Scott, because. Styles, your heart rate increases when you are a wolf, not when you play lacrosse. When you are with Allison, when you get angry, now you will have to learn to control your heart rate. Scott, like the Incredible Hulk. Styles, like the Incredible Hulk, yes. Scott, hey, I'm the Incredible Hulk. Styles, will you just shut up and put it on? Scott, this is not how I wanted to spend my free time. Styles pulled out a lacrosse stick. Styles, alright, ready? Scott, no. Styles, remember, don't get mad. Scott, I'm starting to think this is a really bad idea. Styles throws him a ball. Styles, ho ho ho. He throws another one at her. Scott, hey, that hurt. Styles, remember, you need to think about your heart rate and stay calm. Scott, I'm calm, I'm totally calm, there's no balls falling on my face. Scott's pulse was rising and Jackson, who was passing by, stopped to watch. Scott, damn. Styles, you know what, I think my senses are getting better. Scott, I don't wonder why he said it in anger. Styles, Bobby, don't be mad. Scott, I'm not getting mad. Styles followed. Scott, enough, wait. Scott fell to his knees, his cell phone was ringing loudly. Scott broke his bonds but calmed down. Styles, Scott, you started to change. Scott, because of the anger, but it was more than that. The angrier I get, the stronger I feel. Styles, it's the anger. Derek's right. Scott, I can't be around Allison. Styles, because it makes you happy. Scott, no, because it makes me weak. Scott and Styles returned to the locker room. Styles, just get away from her for a few days and you can do that. Scott, but it will be a few days or forever. Styles, the whole women making you weak thing sounds like a Spartan warrior to me. Maybe it's just part of the learning process. Scott, yeah, but you've seen Derek, he's alone and I'll never be near her again. Styles, if you're not dead, it might be a good idea. Scott, I'd rather die. Styles, you're not going to end up like Derek. We'll fix this. Okay, let's go. Scott, something smells worse here. Styles, it's the locker room. Scott, not like something rotting. It was Jackson who didn't look good when he washed his face. Jackson hallucinates a scaly hand with claws coming out of his mouth. Jackson leaves there, and when he gets to the lockers he sees Allison. Jackson, what are you reading? Allison, oh hey, something for my history project. Do you have a free time? Jackson, no, I don't like going into chemistry. Allison, I understand you wanted something. Jackson, I actually do want to talk. I realize that I've been an idiot to you, especially Scott, and I really wanted to apologize. Allison, yeah, I think you're serious, but I'm not sure I believe you're sincere. Jackson, I'm not lying, seriously, what do you want me to tell you so you believe me? Allison, because Scott hates you and Lydia so much. Jackson, okay, a few years ago in high school Scott was with someone named Emily. She was with him because of a bet we made with her. Allison, that was cruel. Jackson, yes, I know. When Scott found out, it destroyed him. He didn't come to school for 2 months. When he finally came back, Lydia found out from Styles, which was the last thing she said to him to stop him from talking to her, that Scott tried to take his own life. Allison had her hand over her mouth. Jackson, we tried to apologize to him, but he wouldn't talk to us anymore. He avoided us and he would walk away every time he saw us until this year, thanks to you. Allison, me? Jackson, if Scott got that smile back thanks to you, we all noticed. The bell rings in economics class. Coach, guys, sit down, we have a lot to see today, quickly. Scott was at his seat and saw Allison was leaving. Scott, Styles behind me. Styles went, but Allison had already arrived. Styles, hi. Allison, hello? Allison looks at Scott. Allison, hello? Scott, hello? Allison, I haven't seen you all day. Scott, yeah, I've been really busy. Allison, when you fix your phone, I feel like I'm disconnected from you. Scott, soon, very soon. Allison, switch lab partners. Scott, with whom? Allison, with you, silly. Scott, with me, I say safe. Allison, so I have an excuse for you to come to my house to study. Scott, ah ha ha. Allison, you don't care, do you? Scott, no, but I haven't been very focused on classes lately. Allison, perfect, I'll help you concentrate. Come to my house at 8:30 tonight. Scott, today? Allison, 8:30. The coach hits the book. Coach, listen everyone, let's start with a summary of the last reading. Grinberg lowers his hand. We all know that you read, how about McCall? Scott, what? Coach, reading. Scott, last reading. Coach, how was the reading of the Gettysburg speech? Scott, what? Coach, it's sarcasm. Does McCall's sarcasm sound familiar to you? Scott, a lot. Coach, did you read it or not? Scott, I think I forgot. Coach, well done McCall, as if you were going to pass. Please, you know you can't be on the team if you fail. How about you summarize the second to last reading? No, how about the reading before that? How about you summarize something you go read sometime in your entire life? Styles watched as his pulse rose. Scott, me? Coach, not a vlog. How about that box of oatmeal? No, how about that adults-only site you visit every night? How about something Emily, your ex-girlfriend, sent you? Scott lowered his head. Allison felt that Scott was in pain. Coach, no, thanks McCall, thanks McCall for extinguishing the glimmer of hope I had for this generation. You ruined it for everyone. Thanks. Next practice you can start with suicide runs. Scott stood stiff as his pulse rose even higher. Styles, Professor, I think that's enough. Coach, sorry I went off topic, sorry McCall. Scott's head was down, but his pulse calmed down as Allison took him by the hand behind his back, making Scott feel safe. Allison, don't worry, I'm with you. Scott shed his last tear and the coach continued the classes. When they finished, Scott and Styles left. Styles, it's her. Scott, what are you talking about? Styles, it's Allison, what you said on the night of the full moon, that you were thinking about her, about protecting her. Scott, yes. Styles, do you remember the first lacrosse game you heard his voice on the field? Scott, yes, I heard it. Styles, that's what calmed you down, and you wrote it down, and then in the locker room you didn't kill her or tried to, like she calms you down, that's what I'm saying. Scott, no, but it doesn't always happen, because literally every time I kiss her or touch her. Styles, no, it's not the same when you do it alone. You're just another hormonal teenager thinking about Hex. Let me explain. Scott smiles. Styles, you're thinking about Hex right now, right? Scott, yes, sorry. Styles, okay, in the living room when she held your hand, that was different. I don't think it makes you weak. I think she gives you control, it's an anchor. Scott, you say that because I love her. Styles, exactly. Scott, I said that. Styles, yes, that's how it was. Scott, I love her. Styles, finally. Scott, she told me inside that I wasn't alone, that she was with me. After what happened with Emily, I haven't thought about another woman except her. Styles, and that's beautiful. Now before we write a sonnet, could we please figure this out because you can't be with her all the time? Scott, yes, sorry, what do I do? Styles, I don't know yet. Styles thought until. Scott, oh, you have no idea, do you? Styles, yeah? Scott, I'll get in trouble. Styles, maybe. Scott, it will cause me physical pain. Styles, yeah, he definitely walks. Styles walked Scott to the parking lot. Scott, what are we doing? Styles, you can shut up, just stay here. Styles has Scott take out his key and Styles says. Styles, hey buddy, what did you just do to that truck? Are you crazy? Owner, what's wrong with you? The owner comes up and punches him in the face. Scott falls to the ground and gets up angrily, headbutting the boy in the stomach. Then the boy's friends started hitting him. Scott was crouching down taking the blows. Styles controlled his heart. Styles, calm down, you can do it, calm down. Scott tried to find Allison's voice with his senses until he did. Allison, study with a friend if that friend is my lab partner. Professor Harris, enough, I said enough. The teacher throws out those who were beating Scott. Professor Harris, what do you think you're doing, you idiots? Scott stands up and looks at Styles smiling, and he shows him his heart rate, which was controlled. With Derek, he had gone to visit his uncle. Derek, I need your help. If you hear, give me a sign, blink, raise a finger, whatever. I just want something to guide me, please. Someone killed Laura, your niece? Laura? Whoever it was is already an alpha, but he has no control, so he's not strong. I will defeat him, but I have to find him first. If you know something, give me a sign. It's one of us. Someone else survived the fire. Just move, blink, raise a finger, whatever says something. Nurse, let him go. You think that after 6 years of yelling at him he will have an answer? Derek, he has a better method. Nurse, patience will answer if there is time. Derek, I don't have time anymore. Derek walks away, but his uncle was moving his fingers. Derek goes out to his car and sees a note on the windshield. He reads it and drives at full speed to the vet. Derek Deaton. Dr. Deaton, Derek, what a surprise to see you here. Derek didn't say anything and cut him in the face. That's when Scott arrives. Deaton, Scott, go away. Scott, Derek, what are you doing? Derek, if he is conscious he can heal, but if not he won't heal, he is the alpha. Scott, you're crazy. Derek tried to slit his throat. Scott grabs her wrist. Scott, you try anything and I'll look angry. Derek, he is, I'm sure. Scott, I'll check out his office at school for now. Let's take him with us. Derek, okay. Scott tells Styles and them along with Derek and an unconscious Deaton arrive at the school. Upon entering Deaton's office, they realize he's not the alpha and leave. Derek, oh. Scott, he's not the alpha. In fact, he was born here in Beacon Hills. Derek, no way. Suddenly something from behind grabs Derek with its claws on his lumbar region and lifts him up. Styles, he's the alpha. Scott, let's go in, run. Styles and Scott walk in and close the door. Chapter 11, Night at School. Scott, close. Styles, do you think I have a key? Scott, bring something. Styles, what? Scott, whatever. Styles looks outside and sees a key. Scott, no, Styles, no. Styles gets out and runs towards the key. When he grabs it, he feels threatened, and when he sees his car, he sees the alpha next to it. Scott, come back, Styles. Styles ran back and locked the door. Scott, where is it? Where did it go? They walk away from the door. Scott, it won't hold up, right? Style, probably not. Styles and Scott were looking at the school until they heard the howl and ran into a classroom. Styles, the tall this isn't going to keep him out. Scott, I know. Styles, he's your boss. Scott, what? Styles, Deaton the Alpha, your boss. Scott, no. Styles, yes, the killer was Wolf. Scott, no way. Styles, oh please disappear, and 10 seconds later that thing comes and throws Derek away isn't enough. Scott, no, it's not him. Styles, I killed Derek. Scott, Derek didn't die, he can't be dead. Styles, there was blood coming out of his mouth that doesn't qualify as a minor injury, he's dead and we're next. Scott, well then what do we do? Styles, let's go to my Jeep, we'll leave. Seriously, you should think about quitting your job. Styles and Scott approach the window. Styles, no, I won't open it because of the air conditioning. Scott, we'll break it then. Styles, no, that'll make a lot of noise. Scott, then we'll run really fast. Styles, what happened to your capo? Styles, you have nothing. Scott, he's devastated. Styles, like dented. Scott, I didn't say devastated. Styles looks at his car. Styles, what the hell? Something was thrown at him from the window. Styles, it's my drums. Scott, not where you're going. Styles, we should go. Scott, it couldn't be out there. Styles, it's outside. Scott, just let me see. Scott looks out the window and doesn't see him anywhere. Styles, you see something? Scott, no. Styles, we're leaving. Scott, let's go. Scott and Styles wanted to enter a room. Scott, let's get in here. Styles, it's not full of windows. Scott, every room in this place has windows. Styles, so somewhere with less windows. Scott, the locker room. Styles, come on. Upon arriving at the locker room, Scott, call your dad. Styles, and I tell him that. Scott, I don't know if it's a gas leak or a fire. If that thing sees this place full of police, it'll leave. Styles, what if he turns into a Terminator and kills all the cops including my dad? Scott, but they have guns. Styles, yes, Derek was already shot with a Wolfbane bullet to tranquilize him, remember? Scott, then we have to find a way out and run. Styles, there's nothing nearby for at least a mile. Scott, Derek's car. Styles, it could be, we go outside, we take the keys and we take the car. Scott and him. Styles, fine, whatever. Scott and Styles were about to leave the locker room. Scott, sure, I heard something. Styles, like something. Scott, hide. Scott and Styles go into two separate lockers and see a shadow pass by, and they see it in a locker. Scott, Janitor, shut up, they're trying to kill me right outside. Styles, hear us out for a second. Janitor, it's not that long. Styles, 1 second. Janitor, shut up and go away. The janitor had just gotten them out the door when Scott smells something and grabs the janitor and slams the door shut. Scott, run. They were trying to break down the door. Janitor, what is that? Scott, I don't know, just run. Styles, Corin. The three of them ran out of there. Meanwhile, at Allison's house, we see Allison standing receiving a call. Jackson, Lydia said we were coming for you. Allison, please no, I'm sure he's on his way, he's only 26 minutes late. Lydia, you heard that first, he's only 26 minutes late. A month later you'll say he only hits me when he's drunk, it's a dead end. Allison. Jackson, we'll come for you. Allison, nope. Jackson, too late. Jackson arrives in his car. Jackson, Lydia has what Lydia wants, come on up, we can go to her house to see if she's there. Then a message arrives to Allison. Lydia, he is the one with the best explanation of why he is half an hour late. Allison, it's not like that. At school. Scott, Styles, and the janitor ran until they reached an exit, but when they tried to open it, it was blocked. Styles, what's wrong? Scott, it's a dumpster he put in front of the door. Janitor, what is that thing? Why did you put that? Styles, to block us. Styles tried to open the door. Styles, quick, help me. Scott, Styles, stop. Scott pulls him away from the door. Styles, I'm not going to die here. I'm not going to die at school. Scott, we're not going to die. Styles, God, what is he doing? What does he want? Scott, he loves me. Derek said he's stronger with a pack. Styles, a great werewolf who likes to work as a team is beautiful. Janitor, a what? Scott, Styles, don't say anything. Just then Styles and Scott look out the window and see the Alpha on the roof. The Alpha starts to run and jumps out of the window. Scott, Styles, and the janitor start to run from there, being chased by the Alpha. Outside the school we see Jackson, Lydia, and Allison in Jackson's car. Jackson, what are you doing here? Allison, I just got this. Jackson, I'll see you at urgent school. Scott. Lydia, they closed the door at night. Allison, that one is open. Everyone sees the door that was broken. Jackson, you don't need me to state the obvious, do you? Allison, that they entered the school is not very obvious. Jackson, you want me to go with you? Allison, I'm not okay. Jackson, Allison. Allison turns around. Allison, I've never seen that look on you. Calm down, I won't be long. Jackson, okay. Allison enters school. With Scott. They had run until they escaped from the Alpha. Styles, we have to do something. Scott, what? Styles, I don't know, killing him, hurting him, causing him mental anguish. They were hiding until the Alpha sees them, and they run again until they reach a room. Styles, bring the desk. The janitor and Scott close the door with the desk. Styles, okay. With Jackson. Jackson, you see that? Lydia, what? Jackson, the boss of that piece of junk Jeep looks weirder than usual. Jackson stands up. Lydia, where are you going? Jackson, I'll go see, stay here. Lydia, I won't stay in the car. Jackson, stay the buck there. Lydia, don't leave me alone in the car. Jackson, okay, don't make a drama out of it. Jackson and Lydia go to see the Jeep, and when they see it they realize that it has no battery. Lydia, what happened to your car? Jackson, no loss. Lydia, we can go get Allison and leave. Jackson enters the school with Lydia. With Scott and Styles they continued running, being chased by the Alpha until they reached a room where they caught the Alpha by locking him in a room. Styles, eat here. Scott, what are you doing? Styles, I want to see it. Scott, you're crazy. Styles, he's trapped, otherwise he'll get out. Styles tries to see him. Styles, if that's it, we got you. Scott, shut your mouth. Styles, no, this thing doesn't scare me. You don't scare me because you're inside and we're not going anywhere here. I didn't finish because the Alpha came out through the ventilation ducts. Scott, run. With Allison, she was looking for Scott. Allison, Scott. Allison was looking for him without realizing that the Alpha was lurking behind her. She hears a noise and runs away. Allison, Scott. Scott. With Jackson. Lydia, there's one right there. Jackson, are you kidding? You have to go to the bathroom right now. Lydia, if you now have any problem with it performing some basic biological function. Jackson, I'm starting to have trouble with all of your functions. Lydia enters the bathroom. Jackson, McCall. Jackson sees a man standing in the distance who then gets into an animal position. Jackson, Scott? Derek. Lydia comes out of the bathroom. Lydia, did you find them? Jackson, no. Jackson's neck begins to hurt. With Allison, she was around the Olympic pools looking for Scott until she got a call. With Scott, this Styles and the other janitor had found the body of the other janitor, so they ran out. Scott, wait, did you hear that? Styles, what? Scott, a phone is ringing. I recognize the ringtone, it's Allison's. With Allison I was walking until a call comes in. Allison, hey, I can't find them. Okay, I'll go there. Allison walked until she got another call from Styles. Allison, Styles? Scott, it's not me, where you are. Allison, I'm looking for you at school because you didn't come to my house. Scott, where are you now? Allison, on the first floor. Scott, where are you exactly? Allison, in the pools. Scott, go to the entrance now. Allison, okay, I'm coming. Upon reaching the entrance. Scott, why did you come here? What are you doing here? Allison, because you asked me to. Scott, did I ask you? Allison shows her cell phone and the message from Scott. Allison, because I don't think you sent the message. Scott, because I didn't do it how you got here. Allison, Jackson drove. Scott, Jackson is here. Allison, yes, and Lydia too. Then he gets another call. Allison, where are they? Jackson and Lydia enter from the back door. Lydia, oh, we can finally go. Allison nods, but in the vents above them Allison and Scott hold hands. Scott looks at Styles. Scott, Corin. The ventilation duct falls and the Alpha begins to chase them. Allison, what is that thing? Styles, keep running, don't stop. Scott, keep going. At that the Alpha grabs Allison by the foot. Allison, SCOTTT. Scott turns around and kicks the Alpha, launching himself at him and releasing Allison. Scott, Styles, take her out of here. Allison, no, Scott. Styles took Allison and they locked themselves in a room. When they entered, everyone began to block the door. Styles, no, what are you doing? Scott is still outside. Everyone except Allison and Styles was locking the door. Allison, Scott is still out there. Styles sees that he had blood on his foot. Styles, we need to heal you. With Scott he saw the Alpha face to face. Scott, what are you waiting for? The Alpha launched himself at Scott. He tried to dodge it, but the Alpha cut him across the chest. Scott did a backflip and kicked the Alpha, which didn't do much to him, but the Alpha threw him up into the ducts where they were ruined, but not before allowing Scott to escape. Scott continued through the ventilation ducts until he reached where the others were. With Allison. She had been healed on the ankle where the Alpha had grabbed her. Allison, Styles, that was that thing. Styles, I don't know, but he's hunting us. At that point the ducts started to sound again. Everyone was scared, but the one who came down from there was Scott. Allison, Scott, what happened? Scott, he's gone. Styles, you're crazy, you could have died. Allison, what was that thing? Because I'm really scared and I want to know why. Scott was silent. Allison, Scott. Scott, I didn't know what it was. Scott looks at Styles. Scott, he was a renegade demon and he killed a janitor. Styles looks at him in surprise. Allison, a demon you're talking about is a joke. Jackson, whoever did it, who is it? Scott, we don't know. Styles, we don't know, we just know that they killed the janitor. Lydia, no, this should have ended the mountain lion. Jackson, you don't understand, there was never a mountain lion. Allison, what does he want? Why is he here? Scott, we don't know, all I know is that if we don't get out of here he'll kill us too. There's another way out here. Janitor, no, none, only the top floor remains and then the roof. Scott, damn, Styles, come here. Styles, good idea, now everyone will believe there is a demon in Beacon Hills. Scott, I couldn't say anything else. Jackson, you know very well that I'm tired. Call your useless father and have him get us out of here. He has a gun, that's clear. Scott, it's a good idea to call him. Styles, I'm not calling my dad to watch him get eaten. Jackson, okay, give me your phone. Jackson was about to take the phone from Styles, but Styles punched him in the face, sending him to the ground. Allison, Jackson, are you okay? Hey, are you okay? Everyone looks at Styles and he takes out his cell phone. Styles, Dad, it's me and it's your voicemail. I need you to call me. The door with the lock begins to be knocked on. Styles, but right now. Everything was starting to move, the door knob was starting to break. Styles, the kitchen door leads to the stairs. Scott, come on. They left through the kitchen door, and the Alpha broke the door. Everyone ran to the top floor of the school without knowing where to go until they entered a chemistry room and closed everything. Scott, don't make noise. Outside the door the Alpha walks past. Scott, Jackson, how many fit in your car? Jackson, 5 if they sit on top of each other. Allison, 5, I barely fit in the back. Styles, it doesn't matter, there's no way to get out without attracting attention. Scott, how about this? Scott leads him to a door. Scott, take it to the roof and we can be out to the parking lot in a matter of seconds. Styles, the key is missing. Scott, janitor, you have the key. Janitor, the other guy who was cleaning didn't have it. Scott, I'll go get her. Styles, you're crazy. Scott, if you have a better idea, I'll listen. Styles didn't say anything. Scott, I thought so. I'll go get the keys. Styles, tried to call your dad again. Tell him the truth if necessary. Allison, Scott, you can't just go there, he'll kill you. Scott, he's already killed 3 people. I can't let him kill us, let alone you. Allison, wait, remember when you told me that you know when I'm lying because it's obvious to you too and you've been doing it all night, just please don't go. Scott, close the door on your way out. I'll leave the key in the locker on the side. Allison records him and kisses him. Scott lets go and walks out. Scott was running without seeing the Alpha. He ran until he reached where the other janitor's corpse was. When he arrived, he took the key from him, and when he turned around, the Alpha appeared again, cutting him. Scott tried to fight, but it was in vain. The Alpha cut his stomach and Scott fell to the ground. Scott clutched his stomach to stop the blood from spilling out further. The Alpha pushed him and put his paw on top of him. Scott pushed him and ran. He left the keys in the locker, and the Alpha started chasing him again. When he caught him, he threw him towards the soccer field. Scott, it's just you and me. Scott lunged at the Alpha, making a few small cuts, but the Alpha simply threw him further away, making bigger cuts until he made a deep cut to the side of his heart that made him fall to the ground. Scott, I'm going to die here, it's really pathetic. I thought I could protect Allison, how naive. I'm really so pathetic. Scott, it's pathetic to die like this without being able to do anything but ridiculous. You'll give up so easily. Something spoke to him saying, Scott, no, of course not. Then fight and don't give up, fight. Scott opens his eyes quickly and kicks the Alpha hard, sending him to one side of the stands. Scott, I won't die, not now, not here, not like this. The Alpha saw how the cuts that Scott had were regenerating quickly, and the Alpha left there. Then an explosion occurred in the middle of the field that sent Scott flying away. Scott, what was that? I have to hurry. Scott ran to find his friends. When he arrived, he saw everyone talking to the police. Sheriff Scott. Scott, Mr. Stilinski? Sheriff, they said there was a renegade demon. I brought the anti-supernatural squad to where he is. Scott, I'm exploding, sir. Sheriff, what? Scott, the explosion that happened in the field destroyed it. Sheriff, and what caused that explosion? Scott, we created an explosive chemical in the chemistry room. The demon killed a janitor. Sheriff, if we find the body, we'll take it in for an autopsy. You got lucky, Scott. Scott, I know. Police Chief. Sheriff, stay here, I'll be back. Styles, we survived, dude, we survived the Alpha, it's a good thing we're not alive. Scott, in the chemistry lab he walked by us, don't you think he heard us? Don't you think he knew where we were? Styles, and because we're still alive. Scott, he wants me in his pack, but I think I need to get rid of my old pack. Styles, what do you mean, what do you pack? Scott, Allison, Jackson, Lydia, you. Styles, The Alpha doesn't want to kill us. Scott, he wants me to do it, and that's not the worst part. Styles, like that's not the worst part, Scott. Scott, when he stopped me from crushing me with his claws and howled and made me change, I wanted to do it, I wanted to hurt them all. Scott looks at the ambulance and sees Deaton. Scott, Deaton. Deaton, hey guys. Scott, how is that? Deaton, I don't remember how I managed to get out, but from what they told me, I'm alive thanks to you. Sheriff, well, let's let the paramedics take care of him. Sheriff Scott and Styles were about to leave, but Scott sees Allison. Scott, Allison. Scott runs towards her. Scott, you're okay. Allison, my dad is on his way. Scott, you need something from me, do you want me to accompany you? Allison, no, I don't want to. Scott, okay. Allison, and I don't know what happened to you inside either. You weren't thinking. Maybe you weren't, but now I don't trust you. Allison looked distant. Scott, Allison, I can explain it, just don't say anything else. Allison, no. Scott, no, don't say anything else. Allison, me? Scott, Allison, stop it, please don't say anything else. Styles' dad is taking me home. I want to see that my mom isn't scared. And I'm going to buy a phone tomorrow. I'm going to buy a phone tomorrow and I'll call you. Allison, no. Scott, what? Allison, don't do it alone, don't talk to me anymore. Allison was crying as she walked away from him. Chapter 12, Lunatic. At night on the cliff. Scott, where are we going? Styles, you'll see. Scott, we shouldn't be here. My mom has been in a constant panic ever since what happened at school. Styles, your mom's not a cop, there's no comparison, believe me. Scott, can you tell me what we're doing here? Styles, yeah, when your best friend gets dumped. Scott, they wouldn't let me break. Styles, well, when your best friend's girlfriend tells him to go on a break, you get your friend drunk. Time skip 1H. Styles, drink some. Scott, I don't want it anymore. Styles, you're drunk. Scott, not one bit. Styles, maybe not like this. Like you don't need your inhaler, you don't get drunk like I do. Scott, very much so. Styles, yes please friend, I know it feels bad, I know it hurts, well I don't know, but I know this as much as it hurts to end, it's worse to be alone, that doesn't make sense, let's just finish drinking. Man, wow, look at a couple of girls drinking. Scott, give it to me. Man, what a little man. Man too, I think he wants a drink. Scott, I want the bottle. Styles, Scott, we should go. Scott, you brought me here to get me drunk, Styles, and I'm not done. Scott stands up. Scott, give me the. Scott changes his eyes and voice. Scott, give me the bottle. The man frightenedly gives him the bottle and Scott throws it against a tree and breaks it. Styles, tell me that was because of the breakup. Scott, get out of here and I recommend you go somewhere else. The men run away. Styles, what was that? Scott, let's go, Styles, the Alpha is near. Styles, and them. Scott, I sent them away from the Alpha. Styles and Scott leave there. The next day. Scott was lying on his bed. Melissa, maybe we should change the alarm, you're still alive. Scott, no. Melissa, you want to go to school. Scott, no. Melissa, do you want to stay here another day? Scott, no. Melissa, you want another bike. Scott looks at her, and she laughs. Scott gets up and goes to the bathroom. Melissa, you want to talk about it. Scott, no. Melissa, I've been through breakups too. Scott, I don't want to talk about it, Mom. If she decided to break up with me, it's not my business anymore. Melissa, but. Scott, I'm not going to lie to you, Mom, it hurts, but I can't be like this my whole life. Don't you believe it? It's another failed love. Melissa, Scott. Scott, don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm going to get ready to go to school. Scott got changed and went to school. At school, Allison was seen arriving in the car with her father and Kate. Allison tried to get out but the door wouldn't open. Allison, if you went to the trouble of bringing me to school, at least let me get off. Chris opens the door for him. Allison, thanks, I'll see you at the end of classes. Allison walked into the room and after 5 minutes Scott walked in and sat 3 seats behind her. Harris, okay, everyone sit down, the exam will start soon. Everyone did as they were told and 5 minutes later Professor Harris handed out the exams. Harris, please begin. You have 50 minutes to complete the exam. 15 minutes had passed and Scott had gotten up with his backpack and left his test on Professor Harris's desk as well as Styles. Harris, okay, Mr. McCall, Mr. Stilinski, you may leave. Scott/Styles, thanks. Scott and Styles walked out of there and into the dining room. Styles, how do you feel? Scott, as you know, I'm fine. Styles, I'm not going to get depressed again. I just want to be calm. Get ready. Today is the training for new starters. We have to practice for weeks. You have to go in. Styles, I hope so too. Scott and Styles watched as Allison walked with Jackson and Lydia laughing. Styles, leave them alone, buddy. Scott, yeah, I know. Styles, today is a full moon. What are you doing? Scott, I'm fine. I'm starting to take this slowly, step by step. Styles, alright, let's go to training. Scott and Styles arrived at training where Styles managed to get in, and Scott was named as a possible captain along with Jackson. Scott left the locker room and arrived at the music club with Styles. Styles, are you planning on playing something today or singing? Scott, today I don't just want a calm melody. Styles, what instrument? Scott, the piano would be great. Scott sits at the piano. Styles, what will you play? Scott, just sit back and listen. Allison, who was passing by, heard the melody and it reminded her of when they were in the forest, which made her shed some tears. Allison bursts in. Allison, what are you looking for, Scott? Scott, Allison, what are you doing here? Allison, I told you what you're looking for. Scott, nothing, I just came to play a melody that I was looking for. Allison, it's the same tune you played when we were at the lake. Scott, it's a melody that I like, and I didn't know you were here. Allison, I just want you to leave me alone. Scott, I didn't look for you, and even though you broke up with me, I still love you and I will continue to do so. I'm sorry, Styles. I'm going home. Scott left there and returned to his house where he prepared his lunch, took it to his mother, and then returned to his house. It was already 6 in the afternoon when Styles arrived. Styles, Scott, are you okay? Scott, I'm fine. Styles, like I told you, I can control myself. On a full moon I can do it. Styles, that's not why I came. Scott, then why did you eat? Styles, Jackson and Allison left school together. Scott began to imagine things and smelled Allison in the distance next to Jackson. Scott, they're together now. Styles, Scott, calm down. Scott, I'm calm. Styles, don't worry. Wait, sniff, sniff. Styles, what do you smell like? Scott, he's the alpha, he's close to them. Stay here, don't come out. Scott jumps out his window and runs to catch up with the alpha when he sees that he was attacking Jackson's car. Scott throws himself on top of him and throws him into the woods where he began to fight him, hitting him and cutting him just as he received them, but the alpha was stronger and faster. Scott covered himself as best he could, and the alpha was about to bite him, but someone jumped behind him and bit him, causing the alpha to run away. Derek, you're okay. Scott, yeah, Derek thought so. Derek, that I had died, we healed quickly. When it pierced my chest I began to heal quickly. Scott, you bit him so hard you could taste it in his blood. Derek, nothing, is just a wolf. I feel hate, revenge, anger, sadness. Scott ran to his house and punched his wall, making a hole in it. Derek, you need to calm down. Scott, I'm not a bucking werewolf, and some crazy werewolf killer is looking for me to kill me, and he wants me to kill him so I will never have a normal life again. Derek, you want to stop being a werewolf? Scott, yes. Derek, let's kill the alpha then. Scott, what? Derek, If he dies, you will stop being a werewolf. Now you will help me kill him. Scott, yes. Chapter 13 Aconite. It was midnight, and at school, Professor Harris was seen finishing erasing the blackboard until he saw a note on his desk with a complete list where his name was, and he began to panic. Until the semi-transformed Alpha appears behind him. Harris, please don't kill me. Alpha, do you know who wrote this list? Harris, Laura Hale. Alpha, you know why I was looking for you. I know why. Turn around, and I'll show you. Turn around. Harris, no please. Alpha, look at me, look what you've done. The Alpha started throwing chairs at him. Derek, down. Derek. Harris helped, and the Alpha left, and the police surrounded the place and began to chase Derek. Police, I repeat, the suspect is on foot, we are chasing him. Chris, I run into the foundry. Kate, wait, you said running? Chris, yes, running. Kate, if he's running, who the hell is driving his car? In the factory, Derek was running. The police released the dogs, but Derek scared them away. In the chase. Scott, where is it? Styles, behind us. Scott, I'll lose her in the tunnels. Scott accelerated and entered the tunnels, losing Kate. Scott, let's go get Derek. With Derek. He was in the factory, but then an arrow blinds him. When the blindness ends, he sees that it was Chris who shot the arrow at him. Derek, ah damn. Chris, don't run, it will be easier this way. Chris started shooting and chasing him until Scott arrived in Derek's car and picked Derek up and took him out of there, being chased by Chris, who was shooting at him with a rifle. Scott, what part of discretion did you not understand? Derek, hell, I had it. Styles, to the Alpha. Derek, yes, I had the bastard, but the police arrived. Scott, how did you find it? Derek didn't say anything. Scott, you can try trusting for a second. Styles, both. Derek looked at him annoyed. Styles, or just in the back of me? Derek, the last time I was with my sister, she was about to discover something, and she discovered two things to a man named Harris. Styles, our chemistry teacher. Scott, that was the other thing. Derek, a symbol. Scott, wow. Derek, what do you know what it is? Scott, I've seen it. Derek, where? Scott, on a necklace. It was Allison's. The next day. Scott, it's going to be impossible, you know. Styles, just borrow it from him. Scott, like? Styles, it's easy, just say, Allison, can I borrow your necklace so I can see if it has anything? Is there anything that can guide me to the alpha werewolf that I need to kill so we can be together? Scott, he doesn't want to talk to me. What if he takes it off while he's in the shower? Styles, it's what calms you down, it's what soothes you. If you make up with her, remind her of the good times, and get the necklace, you're thinking about her in the shower. Scott, yes. Styles, listen, concentrate. If you get the necklace, find the alpha, heal yourself, and get Allison back in that order, yes. Scott, get the necklace. With Jackson. This one was in the hospital having his neck checked. Doctor, what was it that bit you? Jackson, an animal. Doctor, I can already see trouble sleeping. Jackson, yeah, I've been having nightmares, screams, and more. Doctor, that's because of the bite. Jackson, what? Jackson felt purple flowers coming out of his neck, and then saw the doctor turn into Derek and then wake up. Doctor, okay, you can put your shirt on. The wound on your neck is nothing to worry about. Jackson, I can play tonight. Doctor, sure, but I want to give you an antibiotic. Have you eaten any strange herbs lately? Jackson, like what? Doctor, you have aconite poisoning. Jackson, what the hell is aconite? Doctor, it's a purple flower, it's a poisonous herb. Jackson, wolfsbane. Doctor, yeah, so it sounds familiar to you. Jackson, no, I have no idea how I knew. Jackson walks out and approaches Scott's mom. Melissa, hello? Jackson, hello, Mrs. McCall. Melissa, hi Jackson, what can I do for you? Jackson, can I borrow your computer for a moment? I need to look something up. Melissa, make it quick. Jackson searches for wolfsbane on the computer and sees a picture of werewolves and the flower laughs and leaves for school. Upon arrival, he quickly looks for Scott. Jackson, Scott. Scott, what's up, Jackson? Jackson, I know what you are. Scott, I don't know what you're talking about. Jackson, yeah, sure. Scott, how did you find out? Jackson, your glove in practice, your way of playing so well, from one day to the next everything connected, and when Derek made a cut on me I started to freak out. Scott, fine, what do you want? Jackson, I want to be one too. Scott, no. Jackson, what? Scott, no, you don't know how dangerous it is. Jackson, it doesn't matter, Scott. Please, I want to be a werewolf too. Scott grabs Jackson and takes him into a room. Scott, no. Jackson, because not. Scott, first of all, I didn't want to become a werewolf in the first place. I was turned against my will, and now I'm trying to become normal again. Jackson, who turned you? Scott, the thing that attacked us the other day at school, and it hasn't stopped looking for me to end their lives. That's why I left them locked up. Jackson, the one that is. Scott, he's an alpha, they're the strongest of my race, but if I manage to kill him, I'll be able to stop being a werewolf. I'll be able to be normal again. That's what I'm looking for. Jackson, because you refuse to convert me too. Scott, because if I turn you into a werewolf, we don't know if you could live. When a werewolf bites you, two things can happen: either it turns you or it kills you. Jackson, there is no safer way. Scott, none. Besides that, turning into a not-so-good werewolf on a full moon, you'll be so bloodthirsty that you wouldn't be able to control yourself, and you could kill your own parents. Jackson, you've been through that. Scott, yeah, and it wasn't funny at all. Scott looks at Allison. Jackson, I understand you, and I also understand how you look at her, and you still love her. Scott, yes. Jackson, maybe I can help you with that. Scott, like? Jackson, we're friends now and we swim together, so I'll help you with that. Scott, thanks, Jackson. Jackson, see you. Scott left and told Styles. Styles, how did you find out? Scott, no loss. Styles, well, focus on how to get the necklace. You have classes with Allison, right? Scott, right now actually. Styles, fine, then go and convince her. Scott went to the living room, and when he entered he sat behind Allison. Scott, hello? Allison, hello? Scott, Allison, can I talk to you? Teacher, they will open their books on page 8. Allison, class has already started. Scott, I just wanted to show you something on my phone, you might like it. Allison nods and looks forward when she sees her cell phone. A tear falls and she runs out of the room, being chased by Scott. Scott, Allison, wait. Allison, because you sent me those pictures that you try. Scott, I just thought it would remind you of us. Allison, don't talk to me if I need more time to be friends again. Allison left, and Scott shed a tear down his cheek. Scott arrived at the cafeteria and tied with Styles. With Jackson, he was also in the cafeteria, and he talked to Scott knowing that he was listening to him despite being 6 tables away. After recess, Jackson and Allison went to their swimming lessons at the school pools. Jackson, you're coming to the game tonight, right? Allison, I don't think so. Scott was searching through his backpack. Jackson, you have to go, we will win, we will be in the semifinals, it's not because of Scott or yes. Allison, I thought it would be a little weird. Jackson, no problem, in fact I was wondering if you would go and not find it strange. Scott, seriously. Allison, really? Jackson and Allison leave the pools and Jackson meets up with Lydia. Lydia, Jackson, what does this mean? Please give me the houses of my house as soon as possible because we are not dating. Jackson, you didn't lose her, or did you? Lydia, it's a joke. Jackson, well, Lydia, we can't be together anymore, and I think deep down we knew we weren't going to last long, and I don't feel the same desire to be with you. Lydia, this is serious. Jackson, Lydia, you are amazing and wonderful, but I can't be with you anymore. Lydia, Jackson. Jackson, Scott, we are on good terms, and if you can forgive me, I would like to be friends someday. Jackson left Lydia standing confused. At Styles' house. Sheriff Styles. Styles was in his chair on his laptop and saw Derek at his door. Styles, Dad, what's wrong? Sheriff, you said to come in? Styles, no. Sheriff, listen, I'm going to be busy, but I want to tell you that I'll be at your first game tonight. Styles, thanks. Sheriff, fine, I'm leaving. I'll see you there. Styles and the sheriff hug. Styles walks into his room and sees Derek. Styles, what are you doing here? Derek, Scott got the necklace. Styles, no, but we have that the night that they texted Allison, and it wasn't Scott. Derek, you know how to track it. Styles, no, I don't, but I know someone who can. With Scott, he had entered Allison's house to her room. With Styles. Danny, you want me to do that? Styles, I want you to track a message. Danny, you said we were going to do lab work, but I don't know how to do that. Styles, I read your arrest record. Danny, I was 13 and the charges were dropped. Styles, so. Danny, we won't be doing homework. Danny sits down. Danny, and who is he? Styles, my cousin Miguel. Danny, there's blood on his shirt. Styles, if you have terrible nosebleeds, Miguel, I told you you could wear one of my shirts. Derek looks at Styles' drawers. Derek, Styles. Styles, what? Derek, this doesn't fit me. Styles, then find another one. Derek tries another one on. Danny, that color doesn't suit her. Styles, you bat the other way, but you can still play, can't you, Danny? Danny, you're horrible. Styles, if I lose, it won't let me sleep. Derek, Styles, none of them fit me. Danny, I need the provider's number, the phone number, and the exact time of the message. With Scott, he was looking everywhere for the necklace and sees his diary where he finds it, and sees in his diary that he had the word Lugaro locked away where he looks it up on the internet, and sees that it says werewolf. Scott leaves quickly. With Styles. Danny, ready, it was sent from a computer, that's it. Derek, registered under that account. Styles, no, this can't be true, registered to Melissa McCall. With Scott. He had jumped from the second floor and fell to the ground. Chris, Scott. Chris, he'll be here in a moment, sometimes he runs after school. Scott, I should actually get going, I have a game tonight. Chris, beer. Scott, you don't have to test me. I'm not dating Allison anymore. Chris, it's not that, and I'm sorry, high school romances are fleeting, they fade away, baby. Scott, just this once. Scott drinks. Chris, I'm curious, do you know Derek Hale? Scott, what? With Allison, she was running through the woods until she sees a destroyed house and goes in and searches everywhere until Kate appears and screams. Kate, what lungs you have. Allison, you followed me here. Kate, you are looking for it. Allison, I don't know anything whatever. Kate, questions answers like. Allison, because he wanted to kill us. Allison and Kate talked. With Scott. Chris, Allison said she saw you talking to him. Don't you think it's disconcerting, Scott, that you're talking to a suspected murderer? Scott, I'm not the only one who knows him. Chris, but you're the only one who talks to him. Scott, because he's talking like he did something wrong. Allison arrives home. Chris, you did? You don't have to be afraid of me, you know I'm only thinking about my daughter's safety, right? Scott, would you believe me if I told you that I think about that too? That's all I think about when we were at school. Every decision I made, everything I did, every detail was to make sure she was safe. You and I both know that in this town there are strange things that hurt people. I just want her to be safe. Chris, you should go, you have a game. Allison listened to him from behind a wall. Scott walks out the door. At night and at the game. Scott, Styles, where are you? you should be here, you're a starter. Styles, we'll talk to you later. Scott, damn. Scott sits down. Jackson, something's wrong, Scott. Scott, nothing. Jackson, it's wolf stuff, right? Scott, keep your voice down. If we tried to find out who the alpha is, they're not there. Jackson turns around and sees Allison's family. Jackson, now I understand. Scott, what a thing. Jackson, so her Allison family are argent. Scott and Jackson, in French, argent means silver. With Styles. Derek, you won't make it to the game. Styles, I know. Derek, because you didn't tell him where we were, and you didn't tell him about his mom either. Styles, because I'm not telling him anything until we have the right information. Styles walks in. Styles, I can't find her. Derek, ask Jennifer to take care of my uncle. Styles, he's not here either. Derek, what? Styles, it's not here. Derek began to think. Derek, MRD Styles, get out of there now, he's the alpha. Peter, hi, you must be Styles. Jennifer, what are you doing here? It's past visiting hours. Styles, wait, you and he can't be you, or for God's sake he is, or for God's sake I'm gonna die. Derek knocks out the nurse. Derek, go away, Styles. Peter, that's not nice, she's my nurse. Derek, she's just a crazy girl who helps you kill people. Peter, do you think I killed Laura on purpose? Do you think I killed someone in my family? Peter started hitting Derek, hitting him hard. Peter, you see, my personality, my soul was burned in that fire. Peter, you know what I've been through all these years, repairing every cell, every memory, even healing every molecule in my body, yes, becoming an alpha. Taking that from Laura helped me continue with the healing process. I tried to tell you what was happening, I tried to warn you. Peter beat Derek to the ground and then healed his face. Peter, you can let me explain, after all we are family. With Scott. Scott, we must win this game, Jackson, otherwise. Jackson, I know, Scott, let's get this over with. Chapter 14, Co-Captain. Coach, that's it, it's over, we won. Players, wow, we won. Jackson, well done. Scott, Styles, has anyone seen Styles Stylus? Player, state. Scott runs into Allison. Allison, you were amazing. Scott, yes, you too. No, I didn't mean to say. Allison, no, I was not very supportive, thank you. Scott, seriously. Allison, I was able to say go team and defend without taking a breath, so. Player, state. Scott scares the player. Jackson, little by little, Scott, little by little. Scott, I know. Jackson, see you tomorrow, McCall. By the way, hurry up a bit. There are 3 days left until the winter dance. See you. In the locker room. Danny, by the way, McCall, apology accepted. Scott, don't excuse me. Danny, every time you had the ball you passed it to me. Scott, every time I passed it to you, you wrote it down. Danny, apology accepted. Scott and Danny fist bump. Danny walks out of the locker room and the lights go out. Scott, Danny? What the hell? Scott looks everywhere until he sees Derek. Scott, thank goodness, wherever you've been, you have any idea what's happened. Peter, I don't really understand lacrosse. Scott, it was you. Peter, I played basketball in high school, that's a real sport. Scott, I'm on the team too. Peter, but I read that lacrosse comes from Native American tribes and they played it to resolve conflicts. I'm right, MPH. I have a personal conflict to resolve, Scott, but I need your help. Scott, I'm not going to help you kill people. Peter, I don't want to kill everyone, just those responsible, and I don't have to include. Derek, Allison. Scott, you're on his side, you forget the part where I killed your sister. Derek, it was a mistake. Scott, what? Derek, that happens. Peter, Scott, I think you have the wrong impression of us. We want to help you reach your full potential. Scott, killing my friends. Peter, sometimes the people closest to you are the ones who hold you back the most. Scott, if they're stopping me from becoming a crazy psychopath like you, they're doing well. Peter, maybe you should see things from my perspective. Peter with his claws cuts him in the neck, where Scott begins to have memories of Peter as they burned the house, how his entire family died, how he went into hiding alone to plan everything for his revenge, how he killed Laura, how he killed those who burned the house and his family. Scott was lying on the floor until he was able to get up and Styles arrived. Styles, we have a big problem. Scott, trust me, I know. With Allison, she was sleeping until she starts to imagine that Scott was touching her and kissing her, which makes her get up and see her book. When she looks for her necklace, she doesn't find it and starts looking for it everywhere until she goes down to her dad's car and Chris gets in and she bends down. Chris, it hasn't been a problem since we've lived here. Kate, I'm just saying, shooting those things so close might attract attention. Chris, these things have saved my life more than once and I know how to lay low when necessary. Kate, says a man whose weapon of choice is a bow. You know you could teach your daughter these skills. Chris, not yet. Kate, never. Chris, I don't mean that. When Allison enters this world, things will no longer be the same for her. Kate realizes that Allison was in the car. Kate, yes, I'm coming. Allison gets out of the car and takes out the object her dad threw in the trash. She watched him as Kate watched her through the door with a smile. The next day, Jackson was driving his car, skidding in an abandoned center until his car broke down. And Chris arrives. Chris, some problem with Allison. She and Lydia were walking through the forest. Lydia, Allison, saying that you needed to stop before going shopping. A trip to the forest is not what I expected. Allison, before I forget, I want to know if you're okay with something. Jackson asked me to go with him to the dance. Lydia, he did it. Allison, and just as friends, but I want to know if you're okay with that. Lydia, as long as it's just as friends. Allison, of course I'm not going to take him to the lacrosse coach's office to kiss him. Lydia, about that. With Jackson. Jackson, look, it's okay, I'll just call a tow truck. Chris, I know a few things about cars, maybe it's easy. Jackson, I don't know, it's a very expensive car and it voids the warranty if you repair it yourself. Chris, I won't say anything, come I'll show you something. Jackson, where? Chris looks at Jackson's neck. Chris, sorry. Jackson, what? Chris, you hurt your neck. Jackson, is not just a scratch. Chris, it looks more like claw marks than a scratch. Jackson, and we know I'll ask for a tow truck. Chris, there's a reason you refused to tell me what caused that. That's when Scott and Styles arrive in Styles' car. Scott, hello? Styles, what's up, dude? Scott, all good. Chris, Scott, your friend has a problem with his car and we checked it out. Styles, Scott, there's a store nearby, I imagine that has a crane. Styles, yes, I'll take you. Scott opens the door. Styles, come on Jackson, you're too handsome to be walking around here alone. Scott gets down so he can get in. Chris, guys. Chris starts the car. Chris, I told them I knew something about cars. Chris gets in his car and drives away. Chris, they're following me. Scott, yeah, you bucking idiot almost gave everything away. Jackson, what are you talking about? Scott, he thinks you're the second beta. Jackson, what? Scott, I mistook you for me. Scott hits Styles' car. Styles, not my Jeep. Scott, I can hear your heartbeat from literally miles away now. He thinks something's wrong and now I have to keep an eye on you so he doesn't end you. Scott tried to hit Styles' Jeep. Styles, hey, how about we get away from my Jeep? Jackson, that's your problem, not mine. I didn't say anything and it's your fault they're going to kill me. Scott, this is your fault. Styles, you guys can stop hitting my Jeep. Wait, okay? That's enough. Scott, when they come for you Jackson, I won't be able to protect you anymore. I won't be able to protect anyone. Jackson, You know what you have to do, give me what I want and I can protect myself. Scott, it's not what you think, trust me, it only makes things worse. Jackson, or really you can hear everything and outrunning anyone seems like hard work, Scott. Scott, yeah, I can run pretty fast now, but most of the time I'm running from people that are trying to kill me, and I can hear things like my girlfriend telling people she doesn't trust me right before she breaks up with me. I'm not lying to you, this is ruining your life. Jackson, I ruined your life, you had all the power in the world and you didn't know what to do with it. You know what I think? It's like when you turn 16 and your daddy buys you a Porsche, when you should have started out with a nice Honda. I drive a Porsche. Scott, and that's bad, you're adopted just like me. What they did for us was help us and give us more love than we could ever be given. The reason I don't want you to convert is because on a full moon I don't know if you'll be able to control yourself, or if you'll attack anything that crosses your path, be it an animal, a person, or your own parents. Jackson got into his car and drove away. With Allison. She was arming her bow. Lydia, what does that do? Allison, let's find out. Allison shot an arrow and when it hit a small explosion stunned them. Lydia, what was that? Allison, no loss. Lydia, well, it was fun. Any other deadly weapons you want to try? Allison, hold this. Lydia, because. Allison, I heard something. Lydia, and what if you heard something? Allison, I want to find out that she's calm, maybe it's nothing. Lydia, what if nothing is something and it is very dangerous? Allison, you shoot him. Allison walked away from Lydia following the sound of what she heard and looking for what she was watching her. She saw something in the distance that slowly began to approach her, and then she turned around and threw the taser. Allison, Scott? Scott. Scott, the trigger. Allison, oh God, I didn't mean to do it. Scott, it's not my fault, it's my fault. Allison, I didn't know it was you. If I had known it was you. Scott, you would have done it anyway. Allison, of course not. I'm really sorry. Scott, Argar. Allison, seriously, you're okay. Scott, I think so. Allison, what were you doing here anyway, spying on us? Scott, no way, your dad told me you come here sometimes and he was hoping to find you alone. Allison, following me. Scott, well, yeah. Allison, for what? Scott, I found this at school. Allison, oh, that's good, I thought someone had stolen it. Scott, you didn't lose it, no one stole it from you. Allison, thanks for finding it and giving it to me. Scott, you don't think I'm a stalker, do you? Allison, it's not that I think you're acting weird like always. Allison looked at Scott and Scott hugged Allison so she wouldn't let go, which showed that Scott had strong feelings for Allison and she for him, but neither of them said anything. Allison broke away from the hug and walked back to Lydia. Scott left. With Styles, he was at home opening the refrigerator and seeing his dad at the table. Styles, what are you doing? Sheriff job. Styles, I can help you with something. Sheriff, you know, if I could have some whiskey that would be nice. Styles runs to get the whiskey and a glass. Styles, any clues? Sheriff, hey, I don't have to argue with you about this too much. Styles, well, here you go, Dad. Sheriff, thank you. Styles, cheers. The sheriff drinks. Sheriff, Eric would be more fossil, more fissile. Styles, yeah, that would be easier. Sheriff, easier to find him if there was a picture of him. Styles, and why don't you have a picture of him? Sheriff, the strangest thing is that when we tried to photograph him, it was as if 2 laser beams were pointed at the camera. Styles, great. Sheriff, oh my God, that drink affected me. I think I've already said too much. What if you repeat something? Styles, it's Dad, I won't say anything for God's sake. Sheriff, the thing is, they're all connected. The bus driver who was killed was the insurance agent assigned to the Hale House fire. Styles, cancelled under suspicion of fraud. Sheriff, exactly. Styles, who else? Sheriff, video store janitor whose throat was slit was arrested for arson. Styles, and the men who were killed in the woods. Sheriff, prior arrests on your record included. Styles, fires, and if everyone had to see in their fires another drink. Sheriff, no, just no. Styles, Dad, you work hard, you deserve it. Sheriff, oh my God, I'm going to have a hangover. Styles, I think you'll get a good night's rest and I'll get an eternity in the lowest circle of hell. With Scott, he was in his room receiving calls. Professor Scott, I noticed that you didn't turn in your work today. If you want, what I can do for you is give you a 48-hour extension. Scott, no way. Scott was distracted walking around his room until he sits up in his bed and there's a knock on the door. Scott, not now, Mom. They play again. Scott, I said no more breastfeeding. Scott opens the door. Allison, I'm sorry, your mom let me in so we could talk. With Styles. Sheriff, Styles has so many questions. Styles, like whatever? Sheriff, if Derek wanted to kill everyone involved with the fire because it started with his sister, she wasn't involved, and because he made it look like an animal did it. When the mountain lion died in the parking lot and I checked with animal control, reports of wildlife attacks have gone up 70% in the past few months. It's like they've gone crazy and run away. I don't know. Styles, or something would have made them leave. Sheriff, you know I miss talking to you, we never have time. Styles, Dad, I have to make a call, sorry, I'll be right back. Sheriff, that's how strange it is, and I miss your mom too. Styles, what did you say? The sheriff was about to pour himself another drink, but Styles took the bottle away from him. Sheriff, thank you. Styles, you're not the only one who misses Mom. I miss her a lot too. Sheriff, I would give anything to see her again. Styles and his dad hug each other. With Scott. Scott, you want me to say something first? Allison, no. Scott, you really want me to leave you alone? Allison, because I would want that. Scott, I don't know, it's just that you came in and said you wanted to talk and we've been sitting here for 10 minutes, and you haven't said anything yet, it's starting to scare me. Allison, I'm sorry, it's not easy, I know it may sound ridiculous and well, I guess I don't want you to laugh at me. Scott, I would never do that. Allison smiles at him. Allison, it's about my family. Scott, tell me. Allison, I recently caught them lying to me about a little thing when my aunt came home and her car was having problems, and my dad said it was a tire, but she said it was the battery. Scott, maybe it was just a misunderstanding. Allison, yes, that's what I thought. Later, I found glass in his car, as if his window had been broken. I've listened to all of his conversations, I think it has something to do with Derek. Scott, sure. Allison, yes, I don't think he is. That's when Scott's mom comes in. Melissa, Scott will be late today. Scott and Allison see her. Melissa, what's happening? Is my hair, my makeup? Scott, no, nothing, you look beautiful. Allison, it looks great. Scott, very good, because you look great. Melissa, because I have an important meeting with a medical representative. Scott, who's that rep? At that point the bell rings. Melissa, could you please open the door for that representative and talk to him? Melissa goes to her room. Scott, give me a minute, okay? Scott comes downstairs and his heart starts racing and he freaks out, then the doorbell rings again. Melissa, Scott, open the door please. Scott opens it but sees no one. Melissa, Scott, don't invite him in. Scott sees that Peter is at the door. With Jackson. This one was at school in the locker room trying to get Derek away. Jackson, I'm not afraid of you back there. Derek, if you have it, you've had it all your life, but not anymore. Jackson, what are you talking about? Derek, when you become one of us. Jackson left the school with Derek without seeing Kate coming after them. Peter, hey Scott, you're not inviting me in. Scott, what are you doing here? Peter, nothing, I just have an important meeting with your mom. Scott, you're not a doctor. Peter, No, but I have some experience, so. Melissa, Scott, what are those manners? Come on, doctor. Peter, see you, Scott. Scott quickly goes up to his room for his cell phone. Scott, hello, Styles. Styles, what's up, Scott? Scott, I need you to stop my mother. Styles, because. Scott, she's with Peter, you have to stop her, don't crash into the car they're in. I'm leaving to get there. Scott returns to his room. Scott, Allison, I have to go. My mom is in trouble. Allison, I'm on my way out now, Scott. I'll tell you tomorrow what I had to tell you today. Scott, perfect, see you tomorrow. Scott runs out of his house and reaches Peter's car where Styles had already crashed. Peter, smart of you, Scott, but you can't stop the pack from growing. You made a good decision, but others didn't. Scott, or not Jackson. Scott ran towards Derek's house. When he entered, he saw that Derek wanted to bite him, but he jumped in front of Jackson. Scott, sorry, co-captain. Derek, move. Scott, no. Derek, fine, I'll kill you too. Then an arrow sounds. Derek, cover your eyes. Scott was shot 4 times. Derek, Scott, run. Scott was on the floor bleeding. Derek grabs him and pulls him away. Derek walks out the door and yells at everyone. With Scott, he had walked bleeding through the forest until someone picked him up and helped him. Deaton, calm down, Scott, you'll be fine. Deaton had taken Scott to his clinic. Scott, where I am. Deaton, calm down, Scott, I have to give you something to make your regeneration faster. With Allison, she had received a message from Kate to go see her. Allison, what are we doing here? Kate, some families have their secrets. Ours is more interesting. Kate opens a door in the basement of her house. A lighthouse turns on, showing a. Allison was shocked and scared. Allison, it's not beautiful. Chapter 15 Formality. In the basement in the sewers, Derek was trapped, feeling tortured. Allison, you're going to do that to him, and it will kill him. Kate, please girl, don't give me an ethics lesson now. Allison, what is it? Kate, shape shifts like a werewolf, haha, to me it's just another dumb wolf. Come here, see, these are canines, aka fangs, made for cutting and tearing flesh, not something you'd find in a cute little bow, right? Allison, this is funny for you. Kate, honey, like these supernatural beings that came to light, demons, fallen angels, yokai, Asgardians, just like them, there were wolves all over the world. It's all a joke to me. How do you think I stay sane? Allison, he was the one from the night at school and the other animal attacks. Kate, in fact, there are 3 of them, one younger, called Beta, and there is also an Alpha. The Alpha is the leader of the pack. He is stronger, bigger, and uglier. Those are the ugliest. Allison, when were they planning to tell me? Kate, they don't know yet if they will tell you. Allison, because they were dating. Kate, let's just say if you react badly when you find out, it won't be okay. Allison, what do you mean by that? Kate, they think you can't understand. They just see a scared little girl who will cry and run away when she finds out the truth. I just see natural talent. Allison, you said you wanted to feel powerful. True, this is your chance. Allison, what should I do? Kate, go to school, go to the winter formal, and I'll get everything ready for the next phase. Allison, for what? Kate, you'll help me catch the other Beta. With Scott. This one was waking up. Deaton, welcome to the land of consciousness. Are you feeling okay? Maybe you should sit down. The door knocks. Deaton, hi, sorry, is it closed? Peter, hi, you have something of mine. Deaton, I don't remember him bringing anything. Peter, he got here by himself. Deaton, even if it were, I can't help him, it's closed. Peter, I think I could make an exception this time, don't you think? Deaton, sorry, that won't be possible, although I may be able to come back during business hours. Peter, you have something that belongs to me. I came to pick it up. Deaton, like I said, it's closed. Deaton confronts him and Peter tries to get over the counter but can't. Peter, hunter's buck is an old trick. Peter grabs a chair and throws it. Deaton, let me be as clear as possible, it's already closed. Peter leaves. Peter, there are others who can help me get what I want, Scott, more innocent and perhaps easier. Scott, Allison. Scott runs home where Styles is waiting for him. Scott, call again. Styles, it's not here, the phone is already lost, why don't you buy another one? Scott, it'll take me longer and I can't do this alone, we'll find Derek. Styles, A, you're not alone, you have me, and B, you didn't say that Derek was shot, I think he's dead. Scott, Argent's plan was to use him to find the Alpha so they wouldn't kill him. Styles, fine, let's let them do what they have planned, they will use Derek to get Peter. Problem solved. Scott, no, if Peter is looking for Allison to find Derek, I can't protect her just because we have to find Derek, just help me. Styles, maybe you lost it when you were fighting, you already forgot when he tried to kill you, after you interrupted him, when he wanted to kill Jackson, you begin to notice a pattern of violence. Scott, he wasn't going to kill anyone, Derek is very different from Peter, he is more human than Peter, Peter is somehow influencing Derek, controlling him, he helped me when they shot me, he got out so the others don't find me and I won't let him die. Styles, could you at least consider letting him die for me? Scott looks at him. Styles, what? Scott, my mom came home from work. Melissa, hi love, if you're coming for Christmas Scott will be delighted, I miss you love. Styles, you're okay, what are you doing? Scott, he cries, being away from my dad affects him a lot. Styles, Scott, you can't protect everyone. Scott, I have to do it even if it costs me my life. With Derek he was being tortured by Kate. Derek, are you going to torture me or talk until I die? Kate, oh honey, I don't want to torture you, I just want to have information. You've forgotten all the fun we had. Derek, like when you killed my entire family. Kate, no, of course I wasn't thinking about the hot hex we had, but the fire was fun too. Derek tried to grab her. Kate, I love it when you hate me. With Allison she was in her bed lying down sleeping while Scott watched her from outside taking care of her. Scott, I can't let anything happen to you, Allison, I would like to tell you everything that's going on, really I do, and I promise to tell you everything. Only now I can't find the way, but I feel that with you everything becomes easier even though we're not together anymore. I just want peace, Allison, and you give me that peace. Since I was little I felt like I was never going to find happiness until I met my parents, then my best friend Styles, and now you. I couldn't ask for more from life, and that's why I tried to keep you safe. I don't want anything to happen to you, and I won't let anything happen to you, I promise you that. The next day Scott was with the coach. Scott, what do you want me to do? Coach, you're going to sing at the winter dance. The other one failed us, so what do you say? Scott, okay, coach. Coach, perfect, and McCall put on a good suit. Scott, okay. The coach leaves. Styles, what did he say to you? Scott, you'll see tonight, come. Scott and Styles run into Jackson. Scott, Jackson, I need you to go with Allison to the dance. Jackson, let me see if I understand, you want me to go. Scott, no, I don't want to, I need you to go with Allison. Jackson, what's in it for me? Scott, nothing, but I need you to do it. Jackson, you almost killed me yesterday. Styles, I saved your life. Jackson, he left me stranded. Styles, he took 4 bullets for you. Jackson, where are the wounds? Scott, you know I'm already cured. Jackson, I'm sorry Scott, but I'm not risking my life. Scott, do it for her, for Allison. You can lie to everyone you want, but I don't know that you like Allison as a friend more than you think, and I also know that there's something brave in you that will do it, because there's no way that you want to like Allison, and there's no way that you won't want to protect her. Jackson, fine, but if something happens to me. Scott, nothing will happen to you, I'll be there. Jackson, okay. Jackson looks for Allison. Jackson, hey, I'm excited to go to the dance as friends. Allison, well, see you at what time? Jackson, I'll pick you up at 7. With Scott and Styles they were listening to everything. Styles, well, one less problem. Scott, now we have to get ready and buy some suits. Styles, I already have a suit. Scott, Styles, we'll buy other suits and you should also fix yourself up a bit, don't create a new look. Styles, so what? Scott, I heard Lydia is single and she and Jackson broke up. Styles, you're serious. Scott, yes. Styles, we're waiting though. Scott and Styles headed to the mall. With Allison, she and Lydia were going up the escalator. Allison, everything's fine, I just have things on my mind. Lydia, could you at least smile? You've heard the phrase, don't stop smiling, someone could fall in love with your smile. Smile, Allison, I'll buy you a dress. Allison, I have to admit, so far it's more than I expected. Lydia, excellent. Allison, but it's not as much as I'm asking for. Lydia, what do you mean by that? Allison, it means you're going to cancel on that steroid-popping moron you agreed to go with and go with someone else. Lydia, with whom? Allison, him. Styles was smelling the perfumes. Allison, or smile Lydia, someone might fall in love with your smile. Lydia and Allison look at Styles and he looks at them and greets them 10 minutes later. Styles, okay, are you going to try on these dresses now everyone? Is this a 24-hour store? Allison was looking for a dress to try on until she feels uneasy and turns around and sees Peter. Peter, that's not your color, sorry to be indiscreet, but considering your skin tone, I would choose something lighter. Allison, because I'm pale. Peter, I say a lot, you can't call skin like yours that, your skin is perfect. Allison, I will. Peter, believe me, I have a unique perspective on the subject that would bother you. Peter grabs a dress. Peter, you see it much better. Allison was uncomfortable. Peter, you're not alone, right? You're shopping with your friends at a school party. Allison, winter dance. Security, attention buyers, the owner of a Mazda NI 7689, your car is in the parking lot, badly parked. Allison, that's my car. Allison runs away. Scott was behind them listening to them. Peter, I have to say, Scott, I'm still impressed with your wit, but remember you can't be everywhere. Scott, that's what you think. With Kate. Chris, it's me. I'm tired of leaving you messages. I want to know where you are. Call me now. Kate, unfortunately, Derek, if you don't talk, I'll have to kill you, so say hi to your sister for me. You told her about me, the truth about the fire you did it. You told someone, oh honey, don't you think it's too much guilt? And not everything is your fault, you were deceived by a pretty face, hee hee, that's what happens, an attractive werewolf falls in love by mistake with a pretty girl who comes from a family that kills werewolves. Isn't it ironic that without realizing it you helped me locate the rest of the pack again? We're just repeating history, a little repeating history. It's not Jackson, right? No, he has a scratch on his neck only, but he's not in love with Allison, not like Scott. With Scott, he was watching as Lydia finished buying her dresses and said goodbye to Styles. Scott, donate. Styles, yeah? Scott, well, the good thing is that you didn't shave your head anymore. We can do something. Let's go to the barber shop on the 3rd floor. Barber, yes, they do offer it to you guys. Scott, first my friend needs a good cut that looks better. Barber, perfect, no problem. It will take me 1 hour. Scott, okay. Styles, are you sure about this, Scott? Scott, yeah, now let him do his job. Time skip 1 hour. Barber, what do you think? Scott, it fits him perfectly. Barber, you want to get a haircut? Scott, yes. Barber, I could do something else on you. You have a bit of a beard, that will help you. It will take me less time. Time skip 30 minutes. Barber, how did it turn out? Styles, great. Scott, ready. Styles, now for suits. Scott and Styles left the barbershop after paying and went to the suit shops. Advisor, well, yes, they are offered. Scott, 2 suits, please. Advisor, please come over here. What are you looking for? What is the occasion for? Scott, it's a winter dance. Styles, yeah? Advisor, the winter ball is interesting and beautiful. Come here. In a few moments they will bring you the costumes. The advisor leaves. Styles, Scott, how are we going to pay for these suits? They're too expensive. Scott, don't worry, the advisor is a friend of my uncle's. I called them and told them there was going to be a dance, and they were going to pay for my suits and the car. Styles, car? Scott, you're not planning on taking Lydia in your Jeep, are you? Styles, okay. Scott, we'll talk about your inherent lack of good taste later. Styles entered the changing rooms as Scott did. After 50 minutes. Advisor, those look great on you. Advisor, great, how elegant and handsome they look. Scott/Styles, thanks. Scott, okay, let's head to the parking lot. Scott and Styles went down to the parking lot, and in a parking lot there was a black car. Styles, this car is a Maserati, the latest model on the market, how is that? Scott, my uncles are the best, now drive to my house, leave me and go fix yours. Don't scratch it because I have to give it back to them. Styles drops Scott off at his house. He gets ready and his mother comes in. Melissa, this outfit is so cute, it looks like you went to your uncle's store. Scott, yeah, I bought Styles a suit too. Melissa, and the car. Scott, he's going to take him to Lydia. Melissa, the suit looks good. Scott, thank you. Melissa, you know I'm using the car tonight. Scott, I'll go alone, I don't have an appointment. Melissa, I really thought you were going to invite someone else besides Allison. Scott, there's no one else but Allison. Melissa, seriously, that's how you feel. Scott, you can. Melissa, no, you don't have time for an answer, seriously, that's how you feel. Scott, I can't help it, every time I see her I feel this emptiness in my chest, and I don't know what's happening to me. Melissa, you already told him how you feel. Scott, you already know. Melissa, she knows it, Scott, I'll tell you a secret, women like words, just say it and learn to say it, learn to sing it to her. Scott, I already have an idea. Melissa, okay, be careful, don't drink too much, I'll wait for you here. Scott, okay, Mom. With Styles he had arrived home, had showered and changed into his suit. Sheriff, Styles, where are you? You saw the car outside. Sheriff, son, you're different. Styles, I feel fine, thanks, Dad. Styles hugs his dad. Sheriff, I'm glad for the hug, but why thank you? Styles, for being a great father to me and raising me after Mom died. The sheriff tightened his embrace even more. Sheriff, and the car that's outside. Styles, it's from Scott's uncles, I'll give it back to them tomorrow. Sheriff, well, son, good luck at the party and have fun. Styles said goodbye to his dad, got in the car and drove to Lydia's house. Styles had arrived and knocked on the door where Lydia's mother opened it. Mrs. Martins, hi Styles, why you look good, very good. Styles, thank you Mrs. Martins. Lydia, that's it. Mrs. Martins, she's about to come down. At that point Lydia starts to go down the stairs. Styles, she's gorgeous. Mrs. Martins, I know. Lydia, Styles? Styles, yeah, it's me. Lydia, wow, you look very handsome. Styles, thanks, okay, let's go. Lydia, I'll be back, Mom. Mrs. Martins, have fun. At school. Jackson takes a drink and offers it to Allison. Allison, no thanks, I'm fine. Jackson, you want to spend the night sober. Allison, I'd like to remember something about this. Do you know if Scott is coming? Jackson, I don't know, the coach asked him for something, I don't know what. Jackson gets out of the car and Allison fixes herself by looking in the mirror, but when she takes it out she sees Scott and other students putting instruments in the back and smiles. Allison gets out of the car and Styles arrives in his. Jackson, wow, and that car. Jackson watches as Styles and Lydia leave. Jackson, nice car, Styles. Styles, the occasion called for it. Jackson walks into the dance with Allison. Lydia, you did all this just for me. Styles, I thought it was clear that I would do this, and plus you're beautiful, Lydia, so a party tonight wouldn't hurt, right? Lydia smiles and blushes a little. Styles, come on. Lydia grabs Styles' arm, and as they walk in, everyone is dancing. Scott had entered from the back and saw Jackson with his friends and Allison as Styles and Lydia danced happily. Scott, it's my turn. Scott walks up on stage and several students walk up with him, then the microphone goes off. Scott, hey, trying 1 2 3, trying good, and the coach told me to sing a couple of songs, so. This hit, that ice cold Michelle Pfeiffer, that white gold, this one, for them hood girls, the good girls, straight masterpieces stealin', whilin' livin' it up in the city, got Chucks on with Saint Laurent, gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty, I am too hot, hot damn, I'll call the police and the firemen, I am too hot, hot damn, make a dragon wanna retire. Man, I am too hot damn, say my name, you know who I am too hot damn, hey, say what? Uptown funk you up, hey, uptown funk you up, come on, uptown funk you up, say what? Uptown funk you up. Scott, wow, how did you like it? Everyone screamed. Scott, well, get ready then. Usher. Yeah, man, so we back in the club. With our bodies rockin' from side to side. Side to side, Thank God the week is done. I feel like a zombie gone back to life. Back to life. Hands up, Yeah, suddenly we all got our hands up, No control of my body. Ain't I seen you before? Yeah, baby, tonight. The DJ got us falling in love again, gain. So dance like it's the last night of your life, gone get you right. Everyone was dancing to the music, it was very catchy for them. 'Cause baby, tonight, the DJ got us falling in love again, Usher, don't lie, oh. Hear no evil, or speak no evil, or see no evil. Get it, baby? Hope you catch that like too. That's how we roll, my life is a movie, and you just TiVo. Mommy got me twisted like a dreadlock. So dance like it's the last night of your life, gone get you right. 'Cause baby, tonight, the DJ got us falling in love again, gain, haha. Yeah, thank you, DJ, haha. Scott, that was great, okay guys, let's move it a bit more. I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night, tonight's the night, let's live it up. I got my money, let's spend it up a fee. Go out and smash it like, oh my god! And do it, let's live it up. And do it. Let's do it, 'cause I got a feeling, woohoo. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night, a feeling, woohoo. That tonight's gonna be a good night, a fee, tonight's the night, hey, let's easy come, easy go, now we on top. Feel the shot, body rock it, don't stop. Round and round, up and down, around the clock. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, do it. Friday, Saturday to Sunday, do it. Get with us, you know what we say. Party every day, PPP party every day, and I'm feeling, woohoo. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Woohoo. Scott, wow, ready, set, let's go for another one, what do you think? Students, yes. Scott, well then, get ready. A violin begins to play. Scott, alright, okay, return of the Mac. Get what it is, what it does, what it is, what it isn't. Looking for a better way to get up out of bed. Instead of getting on the internet. Chasing dreams since I was 14. With the 4-track bus in. Halfway across that city with the backpack. Fat cat crushing labels out here, nah, they can't tell me nothing. We give that to the people, spread it across the country. Labels out here, nah, they can't tell me nothing. We give it to the people, spread it across the country, can we go back? This is the moment. Tonight is the night, we'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up. That validation comes from giving it back to the people. Now sing a song, and it goes like. Raise those hands, this is our party. We came here to live life like nobody was watching. I got my city right behind me. If I fail, they got me. Learn from that failure, gain humility. And then we keep marching. I said, can we go back? This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us, can we go back? This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us, and so we put our hands up, and so we put our hands up. Hey oh ee oh ee oh oh ee oh ee, hey. And all my people say. The students and teachers were dancing with great fun. Styles, wow, that's my friend, wow. Lydia, wow. Allison was dancing with Jackson, also having fun. Jackson, I'll be right back. Allison, okay. Nah 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 nah. Oh. And all my people say. Nah 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 nah. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Scott, the time has come, smart friends. Musicians, yes. Scott, okay. Scott walks over to the piano and sits down. Heart beats fast. Colors and promises. How to be brave. How can I love when I'm afraid to fall? But watching you stand alone. All of my doubt suddenly goes away somehow. At this point, Allison was looking at Scott with love and affection just like he was. Lydia and Styles danced arm in arm. Lydia, what did you see in me, Styles? Styles, I don't know. I could honestly say that your beauty, your prettiness, your body, but nothing is like that. I fell in love with the girl that you hide beneath all that, the girl that is just as intelligent as Scott, one of the brightest in the school, a brave, loving girl. Lydia was surprised by everything he told her. Styles, I want to see the girl I know you are every day because you are amazing, Lydia. My God, you could even win a Nobel Prize. Lydia, Fields Medal. Styles, what? Lydia, the Nobel Prize is not for mathematicians, the Fields Medal is the one I will win. Styles and Lydia smile and continue dancing. I have died every day waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid, I have loved you. For 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more. And all along I believed I would find you. Time has brought your heart to me. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more. One step closer. One step closer. And all along I believed I would find you. Time has brought your heart to me. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more. Scott, you guys can do it on your own, right? Musician, yes, go with her. Scott walked off the stage. Scott, Allison. Allison, yes, I want to dance with you. Scott grabs his hand and the musicians begin to play. Allison grabs Scott by the neck and starts moving to the beat of the music. With Jackson, he had gone to his car and saw some red eyes in the distance, and went to look for them. Jackson, what are you waiting for? Where are you? I want to be like you. I want to be like you. Please. That's when Chris and his men arrive. Chris, unfortunately, Jackson, I won't give you what you're looking for, but you can help me. With Allison and Scott. Allison, what? Scott, it's hard not to look at you. Allison, I like it when you look at me. Scott, I remember one time when I had you in my arms and you fell asleep in my arms. I looked at you and thought I could stay like that for hours, and then you started drooling, and it was kind of gross. Then my arm fell asleep with your head on it, and it started to hurt. Allison, ha, shut up already, stop it. Scott, I'm sorry, I like to hear you laugh and I love your smile. They both stare at each other. Scott, Allison, I need to tell you something. Remember when we were going to talk in my room? Allison, you don't have to apologize. Styles told me about the accident. Scott, no, it's about that, it's about Derek and everything you were trying to tell me. Allison, that was it, forget that, I didn't know what I was talking about. Scott, I do and I believe in you. Allison, you don't have to because now I know things are different, just trust me. With Jackson. Jackson, you promise you won't hurt him. Chris, of course he's not just a kid. Jackson, what are you going to do to him? Chris, I'll take care of him now. Go to the dance. Jackson, go with your friends, be a normal teenager. Jackson stood still. With Scott. Scott, you weren't wrong. Allison, yes I was, the things I said were crazy. Scott, Allison, please let me talk. Scott stared at her, and couldn't take it anymore, and kissed her. Allison, why did you do that? Scott, because I love you. Allison smiles and now she kisses him on the lips. With Styles. Styles, Jackson, Lydia finally saw you, she wanted to talk to you, what happened? Jackson, I was outside and… Styles, what happened? Jackson, what did you do? Lydia was looking for Jackson on the dark soccer field and then all the lights came on. Lydia, Jackson, Jackson is you, Jackson is you. Styles, Lydia, Lydia, Renee. It was Peter who pulled out his teeth and bit her. Styles, please don't kill her. Peter, of course not where Derek is. Styles, what? Peter, tell me how to find Derek Hale. Styles, no, I don't know how I'm supposed to know. Peter, because you're smart and lies smell different, so tell me the truth. Styles, I don't know. Peter, tell me. Styles, okay, I think he knew when he got shot and Scott took Scott's. Peter, because… Styles, everyone has GPS now if they still have it, and it's on they can find it. With Scott. This one was with Allison going to the buses. Scott, where are we going? Allison, where we're alone. They arrive at the bus. Allison, you're okay. Scott, if I only had one diavo, it's a good idea. Allison, pretty soon you'll think it's a great idea. Scott, I hate it when you say things like that. Allison, come on. Scott, we should get back to the dance. Allison, come on. Scott, okay. Scott was about to get in when two cars cornered him. The cars accelerated and Allison covered her mouth thinking the worst. But Scott jumps over the two cars, landing on top of them but with his face transformed. Leaving Allison shocked. Chapter 16 Decoder Total Release. Scott had transformed in front of Allison, she was shocked and scared. Scott saw that and jumped onto the roof of the bus and ran away. With Styles. Styles, no, I won't let you leave her here. Peter, you have no choice. Styles, you're coming with me. Styles, just kill me, I don't care anymore. Peter, call your friend, tell Jackson where you are. With Allison. She was in shock and couldn't stand. Chris, okay, calm down, it's okay babe. Allison, no, not him. Chris, she's very calm. Chris took Allison to his car. With Scott. This one was running in the woods until he stopped and cried with rage. Scott, no. With Jackson. He had arrived where Lydia was and was carrying her. Jackson, calm down, you'll be okay. Lydia, please don't die. Help me, please, someone help me. The students were scared and the women were screaming. With Styles. They were in the car. Peter, don't feel bad, if she survives she'll be a werewolf. Styles, yeah, and once a month he'll try to kill me. Peter, actually considering she is a woman twice a month. With Chris. He had left Chris with Allison in his room and was upset. Kate, you feel better? Chris, don't provoke me, Kate. Kate, I actually think it was a healthy display of aggression. Chris, you told him. Kate, she found out? Chris, don't think I don't know about the clues you've left, starting with the necklace. She knows because you wanted it that way. Kate, I had to know. Chris, why did you come back? Do you hate this city? I have other men I could have called before you, but you called first. Kate, you don't want my help. Chris, I'm not sure who you're helping. Kate, oh please, I'm here to catch the alpha. You already forgot that he's here killing random people. Chris, it wasn't random. Kate, what? Chris, Tyhold said he can connect the murders to the Hale House fire. Kate, well, that's one more reason for Allison to know that you haven't always blamed Derek or some other family member for that fire, but I assure you that they will be close to us because we will be their last targets. Chris, I know, that's why you're taking Allison out of here tonight. You're going to take her to Washington's house and you're going to stay there until I call. Kate, you're kidding, you're trying to leave me out of the most exciting part. Chris, go get your things, I want them on the way as soon as possible. Chris leaves from there. With Stiles and Pete, they had arrived at the mall parking lot, and Peter had asked Stiles to show him all the evidence, and where Derek was, which Stiles did resignedly. With Scott. He had climbed a hill and howled like never before but received no response. He was about to leave but heard a roar and started to run. In the end, Peter let Stiles go, and he quickly went to the hospital. Upon arrival. Sheriff, it's a good thing we're in the hospital because I want to kill you. Stiles, not now, Dad's going to be okay. Sheriff, doctors said his body is still in shock but... Stiles, but what? Sheriff, your body is having an allergic chain reaction to Scott's animal. Stiles, what do you mean? Sheriff, he knows something. Stiles, he's not here. Sheriff, I've tried to call him but he's not answering. Stiles, I won't answer you. With Scott, he had reached the basement and defeated the guard. Derek, okay, get me out quick. Scott, help me stop Peter, he'll go after Allison and her family. Derek, you'll risk my life for your stupid love. You don't know what love is. You're a child. Scott, yeah maybe, but Peter lied when he said it wasn't him who killed Laura. With Stiles. He had spoken to his father about the fire 6 years ago, and he understood. This one was about to leave the hospital. Stiles, nope. Chris, hey guys, can someone tell me where Scott McCall is? Stiles, I haven't seen him since the dance you did. Jackson, me. Stiles, oh my god. Chris and his men put him in a room. Chris, I'll ask again where Scott McCall is. With Scott. Scott, that's what brought your sister back to Beacon Hills. Derek, where did you find that? Scott, my boss told me 3 months ago that someone came in asking for a copy. Do you know who Peter's nurse was? They brought your sister so he could kill her and become the alpha. That's why you're going to help me. Just help me and I'll help you. Derek breaks the other chain. Derek, I'll help you. With Stiles. Chris, let me ask you a question, Stiles. Have you seen a rabid dog? Stiles, I'm not putting it on my to-do list if he lets me go. Chris, well, I do, and the only thing I can compare it to is seeing my friend turning into a full moon, and you want to know what happened. Stiles, not really without offending his storytelling ability. Chris, he tried to kill me and I was forced to shoot him right in the forehead. While he was dying, he tried to sink his claws into me, trying to kill me as if it were the most important thing he could do with his last breath. You can imagine. Stiles, no, and it seems like he needs to be more selective with. Chris hits a wall. Chris, Scott tried to kill you on a full moon, you tied him up. Stiles, yes, I tied him to a radiator because I would have preferred that I tied him to a basement and burned the house down with him. Chris, I hate to deny such a popular rumor, Stiles, but we didn't do it. Stiles, true, Derek said they had a code. I guess no one breaks it. Chris, never? Stiles, what if someone did? Chris, someone like who? Stiles, his sister. Chris opens his eyes. Stiles, I don't care what Scott says, he didn't ask to be a werewolf. It wasn't his fault and I will protect him with my life if necessary. With Scott. This one was with Derek in the woods. Derek, wait, something's not right. Scott, what's up? Derek, I don't know, it's like it was. Scott, no, don't say it's easy. People say it's easy and bad things happen. Do you think finding you was easy? Running away from Allison's dad. None of this has been easy. Derek, yes, of course it is true. Just then an arrow hits Derek in the shoulder. Scott turns and sees Allison with her bow and Kate. Kate, now the leg. Derek takes another arrow in the leg. Kate, now flame arrow. Derek, Scott, your eyes. The arrow falls and blinds Derek. Scott was able to cover himself. Derek, Scott, let's go up, run. Kate, natural talent. Scott and Derek crawled to Derek's house, but they were dragging themselves. Derek, run. Scott, Allison, I can explain. Allison, stop lying for the first time, don't lie. Scott, I was gonna tell you the truth at the dance. I was gonna tell you everything because everything I said, everything I did. Allison, it was to protect me. Scott, yes. Allison, I don't believe you. Kate, oh thank God now he shoots before I do. Allison, you said we'd catch them. Kate, and we did it. Now we're going to kill them. Kate shoots Derek. Kate, you see, it's not difficult. There, I know that look, it's the look of your aunt, you'll have to do it. Kate points at Scott. Kate, I like those brown eyes. Chris, Kate, I know what you did, put the gun down. Kate, I did what I was told. Chris, nobody asked you to kill those people, there were children in that house, they were human. See what you do, you point a gun at a 16-year-old boy with no proof that he has killed anyone, put it down already. Chris shoots a tree. Chris, before I shoot you. Kate lowers her gun, and the door begins to slowly open. Chris, Allison steps back. Allison, what is that? Scott, he's the Alpha. The Alpha began to knock them all down, Chris, Allison, and Scott. Kate, asshole, eat here. Peter grabs her wrist and breaks it, then throws her inside the house and holds her by the neck. Allison, no. Allison also enters. Peter, she's beautiful. Kate, she looks like you, maybe not as battered, that's why I'll give you a chance to rescue her. Apologize, say that you're sorry for killing my family, my brothers, my cousins, my uncles, each and every one of them burned alive, children without being able to get out, humans. Apologize for having burned and hurt me for 6 years, say it, and I'll let her live. Peter shed a tear. Kate, I'm sorry. Allison couldn't believe it. Peter just smiled and slit his throat. Peter, I don't know about you, Allison, but that apology didn't sound sincere at all. Peter tried to approach Allison, but Scott and Derek appeared. Scott, run. Allison ran out. Scott and Derek launched themselves at Peter, hitting him, but Peter was stronger and Peter kicked, hit, scratched and twisted them, but with each blow Peter received, he transformed into their alpha beast. With Styles and Jackson were driving to Derek's house as fast as they could. Jackson, speed up. Styles, I'm coming. With Scott. This one had flown out the window. Scott, The Alpha also jumps out of the window and grabs Scott by the shoulders, about to bite him. But then Styles and Jackson arrive, throwing a beaker full of chemicals as soon as they make contact with the Alpha, who grabs the beakers. Styles, nope. Scott sees Allison's bow on the ground. Scott, Allison. Scott throws his bow at her and Allison shoots an arrow at the glasses, which catches fire and burns Peter. Derek, burn yourself, damn it. Chris, what happened? Allison, Dad, are you okay? Everyone watched Peter burn and thought it was all over. Peter, he ha 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 ha. Everyone opened their eyes. The fire surrounding Peter's body concentrated into a single point. Peter, ha 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 ha, they thought they could stop me with just fire. Derek, that's it. Peter, in all my years I have studied, researched, and evolved. When supernaturals became known, I studied magic too, ha ha, now get ready. Peter released several fireballs that fell around everyone, knocking them to the ground. Derek, damn. Styles, there's nothing we can do. Chris, damn, I'll kill you. Chris tried to shoot him, but Peter only covered himself with magic. Chris, it's not possible. Scott, damn. Scott was hurt. Peter, Argent first. Peter had thrown fire at Chris and Allison. Scott and Oo. Scott got in the middle of the attack and received it sharply. Scott was on the ground with his chest burned. His regeneration was not that fast. Peter, well, one less. Derek tried to attack him, but he flew away. Allison, Scott, look at me, please look at me, I'm sorry, I should have listened to you. Scott was unconscious again in his mind in a dark place. It's time, boy, after this there will be no turning back, you will not be able to leave this world. Scott, I don't care, as long as I can protect the woman I love, I'd give my own life. You said it, boy, it's time for you to see me at loss. Hello, my name is Goku. Scott, Goku, you're the one who's been in my head when I had problems. Goku, that's it now, I will give you a power with which you can defeat Peter. After that, when you are alone, we will talk. Scott, okay. Outside, Peter was about to grab Allison, but Scott grabbed him by the wrist. Scott, get away from her, damn it. Scott kicks him in the face. Peter is thrown back. Peter, you get up again, die at once. Peter quickly threw himself at Scott, but Scott quickly hit his chest, knocking the air out of him. Peter hit Scott, but he quickly responded to the blows. The others who saw it couldn't believe it, not even Derek. Scott, you'll pay, damn it. Scott tackled Peter to the ground. Peter angrily began to concentrate the magic he had in his hands. Peter, I didn't want to use this ability now, but you leave me and no other option, damn you. Peter concentrated, his fists were on fire. When he released them, he released a burst of fire that was headed towards Scott. Scott, then I'll show you something special too. Scott stepped back and put his hands behind them. A blue ray began to form in his hands. Scott, Kamehameha. Both attacks had collided with each other. Peter, Die. Scott, Pederer. Scott's attack managed to defeat Peter's, taking the full brunt of the impact. When the attacks disappeared, a burned Peter could be seen. Peter, PP. Peter fell to the ground. Scott was on the ground still in his wolf form on the ground. Scott watched as Peter fell to the ground, then he turned around and saw Allison, but he looked away and she approached him. Scott, why did you do that? Allison, because I love you. Scott hugs her and cries on her shoulder. Then Derek stands up and looks at Peter on the floor. Derek approaches Peter. Scott sees him and separates from Allison and approaches Derek. Scott, Derek, what are you doing waiting? You said that the cure comes from the one who bit you, his father, his family. What am I supposed to do? Derek, kill the pest. Scott, no, that's the only way I'm going to stop being a werewolf. You can't. Peter, you didn't tell him or Derek there's no cure once you get bitten. You've already decided. I can smell it on you. Scott, wait, don't do it. Derek slit his throat. Everyone saw how Derek cut his neck. Allison just looked away. Derek, I don't know how you defeated Peter. Scott, but I'm the alpha now. Everyone left from there. Scott and Styles went to the hospital to see Lydia. Styles, healed now. Scott, no, the wound isn't healing like mine, which means she's not a werewolf. Styles, so what is it? That same night Jackson had gone to Derek's house. Jackson, I helped you, I helped save you, you got what you wanted, now my turn has come and give me what I want. Derek bit Jackson. At Allison's house. Victoria, they will be here after Christmas. Chris, that stupid necklace. Victoria, she got the blame she deserved for breaking the code. Chris, we'll be outcasts in this town. Victoria, we'll put up with it. Chris and Allison. Victoria, you'll learn. The one I'm worried about now is Scott. What are we going to do with him? Chris, I don't know, but he's more than just a werewolf. The way he protected Allison from how she hit the alpha, how he released all that energy, it's like. Victoria, so if they were supernatural leaders, right? Chris, I've only seen them do something like that. Victoria, another thing we have to investigate. Up on the roof were Allison and Scott lying looking at the moon. End of the first season.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.